Good morning. I'm Deacon T, and I'll be bringing you the Word of God today. Welcome to Modern Word Ministries. Today's message is called A Prince in a Prison. And what I'd like to talk about today is how our destiny, our future, our, if you will, immortality, but all those things that God has set us up to do, and God is looking forward to us doing, can get derailed, can get goofed up, can cause us to be distracted by things that occur in our life. You know, we all face difficulties and situations in our life that are tough. And sometimes the life we're in and what's happening around us doesn't reflect, or it actually contradicts what we believe God has told us that we're supposed to be doing. And I'm going to get into some examples of that, and we're going to talk about a couple of scriptures today. But it is so easy in this world for us to let our environment change our identity, to let our environment negatively impact our thinking, our focus, and our ability to control our emotions such that we can stay on the path that we know God has laid out for us to do. And it sounds like, well, yeah, of course, but when we start thinking about this in practice and everyday life, there's just so much going on in this world, a large part of which is not positive, and it's very easy for you and I to become, if you will, acclimatized or used to or comfortable in these environmental situations that do not reflect what we know in our heart and in our soul that God has put us here to do. So we may be struggling with an addiction. That doesn't mean we are an addict. We are still a child of God. We are still a person who God has told, I want you to do this, I want you to do that, I want you to do the next thing. And we may have made some bad choices which have led to an addiction problem. But we are not addiction. We are still that child of God who happens to have an issue right now. It's not who we are, it's what we're going through. And it's, unfair things. And unfair things, it could be a medical diagnosis, it could be an unexpected death in the family, a death of a child, any kind of horrible thing, an accident, an automobile situation, a problem at the job, losing your job. It could be anything like that, quite frankly, are very unfair sometimes. And unfair things happen, and it changes, or can change, how we feel about what it is we're doing and supposed to be doing. And sometimes it's easy to get sucked in to the bad things or the crazy things that are happening around us, to the detriment of us staying focused on our mission here on this planet, which is to serve God and to do those things that God has put in us to do, regardless of what's going on around us, and regardless of if we're really performing well right this minute against that challenge. Those challenges, those destinies that God has given us, they don't change just because we had an accident, just because someone died, just because we lost a job. If those earthly things were what were controlling our future, we'd all be done for already. There'd be no reason to have hope. And then God wouldn't be who God is if the world could change us. But the fact is, the world can only change us if we allow it to. And I'm going to get to in a minute why I called this piece A Prince in a Prison. A limited environment. And a limited environment, what I'm talking about is when issues get in the way and potentially block your growth and block your movement. This is not this life we live, this journey we're on is just that. It's about the journey. We all know what the end is. Everyone here knows what the end is. They may not know when the end is, but we all know what the end is. The end is we die, our body goes in the ground or gets cremated, but our soul, the eternal part of our existence, lives on forever. And the question is, am I going to go to heaven because I've tried to do my best and God's mercy, grace, and favor will see me through? Or am I going somewhere else because I got so distracted and so off of my course that I let these little negative things, and some of them aren't little, if you will, limit my environment. So I lose the perspective of the God in me. I lose the perspective of the God in my community. I lose the perspective of the God in my life, of the God who controls everything in the universe and who allows sometimes unpleasant things to happen for a variety of reasons that we have discussed numerous times here. And so with this, if you develop limited thinking to go along with the limited environment, well, it is going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to break out until you change your thinking. To get out of that limited mindset, even if you are in a limited environment. I'm going to give you an example. You may be put in jail, incarcerated. Well, that's a limited environment. You don't have any freedoms. You don't decide what you do. You don't decide when you come and go. You don't decide what you wear. You don't decide what you eat. You don't decide who you interact with. Should I keep going? That's a very limited environment. Some of the greatest theologians and Christians of all time have come into their greatest hours when they were imprisoned. Paul, Silas, perfect examples of that. And it has this limited environment, which can lead to limited thinking, has this real horrible essence about it, because limited thinking, by definition, makes it impossible to grow, makes it impossible to achieve your full potential, makes it impossible to do the things and go to the places that require faith and hope and belief in the power and the autonomy and the grace, the mercy, and the favor of God. Because we want to end up saying, oh, if God was looking out for me, if I was really God's child, my wife wouldn't have passed away, and my kids wouldn't have run off and left me, and my job wouldn't have fired me, and it goes on, right? Right. But the truth is, God allows those things to happen for reasons. Wants to see how you're going to react. Wants to see how you're going to push through. Wants you to be an example setter for other people who are in similar situations, who might not even be saved, might not even be Christians, but want to see how you and I, Christian people, respond when all the stuff is hitting the fan. You know, it's easy to be a saved, sanctified, filled with the Holy Ghost Christian when you just got a raise, you just got married, your kids are wonderful, your health is outstanding, you just got $1 million bonus from your boss, you've just got a new house. Sure. It's easy to be a howdy-do Christian then. Absolutely. But how about when things aren't going so well? How about if I suggested to you that God never changes? God doesn't change. God is, was, and will be, and is always the same. It is you and I. That's why when I hear people say, yeah, Deacon T, yeah, I'm waiting on God. Whoa, you're backwards, man. You're backwards. God is waiting on you. God is waiting on you to say, help me, Jesus. Lead me, Lord. Order my steps. Protect my back, Lord. Lord, clear the path. Flatten out the bumpy roads. Straighten out the curves, Lord. That's what he's waiting to hear. Not, oh, woe is me, pity me, Jesus. Oh, Lord. No. A little of that's to be expected. We're human beings. But if it goes on and you adopt that as your way of being, as your kind of inner voice, it's a problem. Because that kind of limited environment is one thing. But a limited mindset is a complete deal stopper. It's a complete blockade to future movement and growth and prosperity. And I mean prosperity in every sense of the word. You see, when you know that God doesn't change, and He's always here for you, and He's always here for me, it's really about faith. It's about the strength and commitment of our faith when things aren't peachy keen, hunky-dory, going great. Like I said, it's easy to be the world's greatest Christian when everything is, cupcakes and extra icing. Real easy. You see, this is the first message I want to send you. You are who God says you are. To me, I believe that came out of the Bible, huh? Absolutely. We are who God says we are. I'm going to help you here. We are not who somebody else says we are. We're not who our friends say we are. We're not who our ex-spouse says we are. We're not who our boss says we are. We are not who our addiction says we are. We are not who our poverty says we are. We are not who our joblessness says we are. We're not who our divorce says we are. No, we are always who God says we are. And God says, you are my son, you are my daughter. In you I am well pleased. He does these things so that you can have a future, an expectancy of good things to happen. What did they say? The people tried to harm me, but God turned it around and made it for my good. That's right. But that takes faith. You see? That takes faith. I want to just quickly go to our first scripture today. And one of the concepts I'd like to get into with you today is this concept of time. Just because you're having a rough road right now doesn't mean that things can't change and change quickly. In fact, I'm going to show you a scripture here that says things can change like that. Literally in the blink of an eye, in a nanosecond. It can go from limited to unlimited. And that's because of the power of God. You and I can't do that, certainly. Our boss can't do that. Our spouses are... No. Only God can do that. Only God can do that. So, I want to talk about this change concept. In 1 Corinthians 15 and 51, it reads as follows. Behold, I tell you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet. For the trumpet will sound, and the dead will be raised imperishable, and we shall be changed. Now, a lot of people think this only talks about the end times, and when the trumpets blow and the dead will be raised again. And it does address that, but it also addresses this concept that God has the ability and the will to change your life. What did he say? But we're all going to be changed. We shall not all sleep, meaning die, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye. That means that you could go from unemployed to the president of a company today, right now. That means that you could go from lonely and miserable with no family to a fabulous spouse and wonderful kids right now. It doesn't mean that because you're sick today, God can't say, I don't care what the doctor said about stage 4, metastatic, no hope, no treatment. Changed in the twinkling of an eye, in a moment. And the whole purpose of this text is to show you and I that God can work like that. In the blink. A blink. I'm blinking. Just that fast. Your entire world can can be changed. Absolutely, amen. This is powerful. You see, lack can be all around you without getting in you. And that's the key. You know, there was that old kind of saying or joke or whatever you want to say, that it's not the water around the boat that sinks the boat. It's the water that gets in the boat. And that same thing applies here. You can be surrounded by lack. As long as you don't develop a lack mindset, a lack mentality. Oh, I can't possibly, oh no, oh whoa, oh my goodness, oh my gosh. No. Yes, with that kind of mindset, don't be surprised when you don't go anywhere. Don't be surprised when your negative boohoo and rear end doesn't get a new spouse, doesn't get a big promotion. Why? Because you walk around dragging your toe in the dirt all day talking about, woe is me. Oh, if you only knew how bad I had it. Yeah? I will never forget one time when the bishop said, you remember the guy on the corner who was praying to God and said, oh, woe is me. Help me, Jesus. I have no shoes. And my feet hurt. And he looked over, and there was a man with no feet. You think you got it bad? You think your environment is limited? You don't know limited. You don't know limited. When you think you got it bad, there's always somebody who would give their right arm to have your life. The life you think is horrible. The apartment you think is crummy. The car that you think is a hoopty. That's an old term. If you don't know what hoopty is, look it up. It means a beater, a piece of junk, a raggedy piece of junk. Right? I know a bunch of people who would love to have your raggedy car, who are walking, hitchhiking, taking the bus, whatever they're doing. Right? So the key is not to eliminate lack and issues all around us. That will never happen. The key is, how do we process the information, the situations, this lack, this limited environment? How do we respond to it? How are we supposed to be living? You see, you cannot allow the environment to determine who you are. That's between God and you. And God has set it up, and it's your job to execute against His plan, which He has put in your heart and in your soul. If you don't know what the plan is that God has for your life, I'm going to suggest to you that you read more Bible, you pray more, you fast more, and you talk to God a lot more. A lot more. You see, it's God says you are blessed right where you are, even though you're surrounded by limitations and lack. You are blessed, highly favored, built, born, created in His image and likeness. You are not God, but you are in His image and likeness. Okay, in much the same way I'll use this example. You may look like your parent or parents, but you're not them. So we are created in the image of God. We are not God. But God says you're blessed. You're blessed in the field. What did Paul say? I've learned how to survive, how to thrive, whether I'm blessed or whether I'm down, whether it's abundance or it's lack, whether it's base or abound. Right. So it doesn't make any difference where you are or what's going on. Land of milk and honey or the land of prison. Makes no difference. I'm going to talk about one of my favorite people for just a minute here, because I think his story really is spot on to what we're talking about today. And there are two of them that come to my mind, but the first one is Joseph. You know, Joseph was living the good life. He was the youngest. By the way, I can say this because I'm the oldest in my family, and I guarantee you the youngest one who's quite a bit younger than me, had a much easier time than I did or the older kids did. Because my parents knew what was up. They had a little more money. They had seen all the crazy stuff we did and figured out what did and didn't kill us. And so they were much more relaxed when, like, my baby sister came along. So Joseph was the baby in his family. His brothers were all out doing their thing, and he was his daddy's favorite because he was born late in his father's life. And the truth is that his brothers didn't really like him, partly just because they didn't like him because he was a young, good-looking guy, got a lot of play, but also because his dad fawned over him and cared about him and loved him more than the others, and it created some dissension with the brothers. So Joseph knew, because he had this vision that God put in his head, that his destiny would be to be a ruler over big things. He didn't know exactly what, but a ruler over many, of big things. Well, next thing you know, and you all know the story, Joseph ended up in the bottom of the well being sold into slavery. Well, wait a minute. I thought his destiny, his vision, was to be this ruler over many things. How did he end up at the bottom of the well? Limited environment. Limited thinking around him. Yes. But Joseph never took that on himself. Then he was excellent as a slave. He went to Potiphar's house. He was the best slave you could be. That's why he was put in charge of Potiphar's house. Then the wife lied on him and tried to say he was getting fresh with her, wanted to get with her. And then he went back into prison. Prison again. Yet he didn't lose his focus. He still believed in God, and God was with him. And he knew that. And he received a lot of favor, even in this extremely limited environment. First in the bottom of a well, a dry well, then as a slave, then as a prisoner for stuff he didn't do for years and years and years. But God. What happened? You know the story. In the twinkling of an eye, one day he's sitting down in the prison, and he tells the guy who he helped get out, the cupbearer, "Don't forget me." Well, of course, the guy forgot him, and he sat down there. Well, one day, the Pharaoh needed a dream interpreted. And in one moment, they rushed Joseph up to the king. He interpreted the dream, and in the blink of an eye, he became the prime minister of all of Egypt. He was the head guy, the ruler. The only one above him was the king. He went from the prison to the palace in the blink of an eye, in a moment. And we shall be changed in a moment. Do you think he was changed? You're darn right he was. He went from the well to the slave trade to the prison, and in literally the blink of an eye, he is now the prime minister. This is a perfect example. I'm going to give you one more. David is off being a little shepherd. He's called in. He gets anointed by Samuel. He's going to be the next king. So did he get some robes? Did he get to go live in a palace? Did a lot of people work for him? No. He went right back out into the shepherd's field and watched the sheep. Next thing you know, what happened? He kills Goliath. He becomes kind of a celebrity. Is he the king then? Just the opposite. Now the king, Saul, is mad at him and jealous of him, and David spends years running around the desert trying to hide because the king is trying to kill him. Wait a minute. Didn't this Samuel guy put this vision in his head that he was going to be the king? Why is he running and hiding and darting around for his life? Because he was surrounded by limited environment and other people's limited thinking. But never did David take on the limited thinking. You know an example of how I can prove that? He had an opportunity to kill Saul, but he didn't take it because he knew It wasn't the right time, and it was not his destiny to assume the throne because he killed the king. Those are two beautiful examples of people in the Bible who did not become their environment, did not become their circumstance. They stood tall in the face of whatever was going on. Beautiful stories, both of them. You see, where you are is not who you are. Joseph was just as much a leader when he was in the well as he was when he was in the palace. David was just as much the king when he was out in the shepherd's field as he was when he actually ascended the throne. It's all a matter of your thinking, of your mindset. You see, Joseph was a prince in a prison. That's where I got the title. He was a prince, always. He was a prince in the well, a prince when he was a slave, a prince in prison. His environment did not change who God destined him to be any more than it can for you unless you adopt the prisoner mindset, adopt the slave mindset, adopt the bottom of the well mindset. Now, if you take that mindset on and start to say, yeah, that's all I am, that's all I'm ever going to be, this is my lot in life, I may as well get used to it. Well, yeah, when it actually comes to pass then, don't be surprised. Just remember Deacon T told you so today, that the only way you miss the destiny is if you take on the limited thinking. If you put on, if you will, the cloak, the robe of that raggedy thing you're living in right now. If you start talking about, I'm an addict. No, you're not an addict. I'm a loser. No, you're not a loser. You're in a situation that's a loser, but you're not a loser. You're God's child. My goodness. It doesn't get any better than that. Be a David. Be a Joseph. Please. For your good. For your own good. This is a time when it's okay to be selfish. Look out for yourself. Don't let what's going on around you ruin your future. Ruin it. It is much harder to get rid of this negativism and this limited thinking than it is to not take it on to begin with. It is much, much easier to fight the temptation to say, oh, woe is me, I am my environment. I'll always be a loser. I'll always be a drunk. I'll never have a wife. Yeah. If you take that on, it's going to come to pass, and absolutely. Because it's the only thing that kind of thinking leads to. No winner, no destiny fulfiller ever walked around talking about, I'm a loser. I can't make it. No chance for me. Oh, whoa. No. Joseph didn't. David didn't. You can't. You can't. Don't do it. Shooting yourself right in the foot. Right in the foot. One of the things that's really important about continuing to recognize that even if you're in a prison, you're still a prince or princess, as the case may be, and that your destiny has nothing to do, other than you learning from it, with what's going on around you right now. Nothing. All this limited problems, all these issues that are going on in your life, they're tests. They're tests of your character, of your faith, of your future. They're not meant to stop you. They're meant to sharpen you. They're meant to get you focused, laser focused, so that you can say, I'm not about that, and I'm not about that, I'm about this. I'm about laser focus on where I'm going in my life. And to that end, Proverbs 13:20 says, whoever walks with the wise becomes wise, but the companion of fools will suffer harm. Hello. So here's the question. Who's around you? Who are you listening to? Who's chirping in your ear? Okay? Who? If the people chirping in your ear are other addicts, or other people who have limited thinking, it's going to rub off on you. You need to make sure that you separate yourselves from people that are looking. Remember, my mama used to say, misery loves company. Limited thinking loves company. Limited thinking loves company. A lack environment loves company. Have you ever noticed that? There are some people, oh me, oh God, how's it going? I don't even ask. I got some people in my own family. I never ask them, hey, how you doing? How you feeling? Because you don't know the problems I got. Oh, I got the miseries. I got, my arthritis. Oh, my high blood pressure. Oh, my heart, my cholesterol. I'm like, dude, I was just being friendly. Shut up. I don't want to hear all that. Tell me something good. Oh, if I had something good, I'd tell you. Really? Let me start with a few. Let me give you a few. You woke up today. You're breathing. You didn't die. Look around, there's a whole lot of people way worse off than you. I saw a thing on the news yesterday. Months later, there's hundreds of thousands of people in North Carolina in this weather, cold, wet, snowy, living in tents still, because the government has never gotten around to helping them rebuild their homes. Wow. They were holding church and having church services in a big tent. Those are the people I want to be around. Right there. The people who are in the tent, having church, praising God, singing praise songs, and praying out loud. Versus the ones who are back in their own little tent talking about, we ain't never getting nowhere. It's over. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. You're right. For you it is. I'm not going down that road. You see, here's the thing about God. The destiny he has on your life, it's going to happen. The question is, how painful do you want it to be? In Job 23 and 14, Job, think of the book of Job. Think of what Job went through. They're talking about God here. He'll complete in detail. This is Job 23 and 14. He, meaning God, will complete in detail what he's decided about me and whatever else he determines to do. What Job is saying is, God's in control of everything. The fact that I got this sickness, I got these boils, all my crops died, my animals went away, the people shunned me, blah, blah, blah. My wife told me, why don't you just curse God and die? My kids turned their back on me. All that. Everything in Job's life went right down the toilet quickly. Yet Job says, I know God is going to do in detail. Think about this. The words are so important. In detail. In other words, that vision that you have, that God put in your head, the more you can visualize it in detail. I can see myself sitting at the desk with my new job. I can see the shirt I'm wearing. I can see the clothes I'm wearing. I can see how my desk is laid out. I can see my computer. I can see my administrative assistant helping me out. The more you can detail the visualization of that destiny, the more powerful it becomes in making decisions in your everyday life. The minute you start having a bunch of negative thoughts or negative talk, you need to stop, break a knee, look to the heavens and say, Lord Jesus, help me. Satan, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, my Lord and Savior. Satan, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. As soon as that negative thinking starts, as soon as the negative talking starts, stop it. Stop it in its tracks. Absolutely. So, this is what I'm curious about. Are you ready? Are you ready to move forward? Right now, today, at the end of this message, are you willing to stand up and say, Lord, I'm turning it over to you. And in the name of your Son, my Savior, Jesus Christ, I surrender to you. Show me the path out. Show me how to deal with this negativity that's surrounding me. Show me how to work through the lack. Show me, what did it say? God, I have faith, but help me with my unbelief. So I believe, but help me with my unbelief. In other words, help me with my little bit of faith. Strengthen me, Lord, so that I may achieve the destiny that you have assigned me. Help me to tune out the foolishness of this world, the negativity, the woe is me, the lack, the limited mindset. Help me to tune it all out. Help me to live big, bad, and bold. Big, bad, and bold. Because my strength does not come from here. My strength comes from there. Who's stronger? Your boss or God? Your ex-wife or God? Your crazy kids or God? Your repossessed car or God? Your drug addiction or God? Who's stronger? Who has the ability in the blink of an eye, in a moment, to change it all? In the twinkling of an eye. God does. But you got to show him something. Show him you're ready. Show him you're, as we used to say, paid up, prayed up, and ready to go. 100%. Because, check this out. Just as Joseph and David were always under God's watchful eye, and they were keenly aware of that, and that's how they stayed focused, in that same way, if you go with me, I love the Bible, because the Bible just answers these questions. So Deacon T doesn't appear talking about what Deacon T thinks. I'm telling you what the Bible says. Like in Romans 8:35. Who, what? It only says who, what, why? Who shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall tribulation or distress or persecution or famine or nakedness or danger or sword? And the answer is no. No way. And if you think it is, it's the devil whispering in your ear. Who shall separate us from the love of Christ? You see, here's the crazy thing. God loves you in spite of all your boogers, warts, boo-boos, bruises, cuts, scars, hickeys, whatever is all wrong with you. Your limp, your bad back, you're half crazy. God loves you more than your mama. And my mama loved me a lot. I tell it now, I tell it then. My mom loved me more than anybody in my family. I was her favorite child. Absolutely. Makes my siblings crazy, but it's true. But God loves me more than that. Ooh. And if you go on in Romans 8 and skip to 37, 2 verses down, it says this, which you might have heard before. I'm not saying, but you might have heard it at this church. No, in all these things, we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. Whoa, wait a minute, hold it. Before I read any more, let me. In all things, we, that's you and I, in all things, we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. If that doesn't say, cancer can't stop me, losing my job can't stop me, losing my house, my spouse, my kids, whatever's wrong, it can't stop me. Because we've got God who loves us so much, he's going to get us through. You don't have to get yourself through. You have to just believe. You have to have faith that he will. And he will. So that's Romans 8:37. Let's go to 38. For I am sure, not maybe, I am sure that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor rulers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor powers, nor height, nor depth, nor anything else in all creation. Basically, they're saying nothing, no way, no how, nowhere. There's nothing that will be able to separate us from the love of God in Christ Jesus our Lord. I'm going to repeat that because these are all the things that happen to us. Get ready. Death, nor life. Angels or rulers. Things present or things to come. Nor powers. That'd be like politicians, bosses, whatever. Whew. Nor angels, nor rulers, nor present things to come, nor powers, nor height, nor depth, nor anything else in all creation. Think about what this is saying. Nothing in this world, nothing can separate you from the love of God. That's how much He loves you. Any of us who are parents know we would do anything for our kids. This is so far beyond that, it is almost incomprehensible. In fact, it is. How much God really loves you. How do I know that? What does it say? How do I know? It was a song, I think. Because the Bible tells me so. Jesus loves me, this I know, because the Bible tells me so. Yeah, we used to do that in Kids Sunday School. We said it every week. I'm going to read just two more, and then I'm going to go back to talk about you and me and David and Joseph. Because remember, you're a prince in a prison too. The prison is this earthly body. The prison is your job. The prison is your house. The prison is the people around you and their limited thinking. Those are all the prisons. But what you got to remember is, no matter where you are physically, you need to be a prince in here. You need to be God's child. You need to remember what I'm reading to you right here. Jeremiah 10:23. Hold on to your seat. Lord, I know that none of us are in charge of our own destiny. Wait a minute. Did Deacon T just say that too? Lord, I know that none of us are in charge of our own destiny. None of us have control over our own life. Hello, somebody. That was for you, Mama. God is in control. You're not in control of anything anyway, man. So here's the best thing. Quit playing like you in control. Quit playing like you trying to work through all this stuff. Give it up and give it to God, who loves you more than any. I just read. A stage 4 cancer diagnosis can't separate you from the love of God. Not a chance. And what does it say? You're not in charge of your own life. You don't have any control over your own life. That's what it says. And you're not in charge of your own destiny. God dictates your destiny. God's in charge of, has control of your life. If you don't think so, walk out in traffic and see what happens. Not a good thing. And the last scripture we're going to read today, before we go back to the message itself, is from Colossians 3:15. And this is about really at the essence of where David was and where Joseph was. You see, they lived, even though they were in very limited environments, they lived with the mindset that God is not just there to love you. He's there to give you peace. He's there to comfort you. He's there to help you. Colossians 3:15. The peace that Christ gives is to guide us in the decisions you make. Is to guide you in the decisions you make. The peace that Christ gives is to guide you in the decisions you make. For it is to this peace that God has called you together in one body. And how does it end? And be thankful. What's he saying? God gives you this peace, this calm. No matter what's going on out here, in here. Peace, serenity, calm, focus, faith. God gives that to you. To call us all together as one body of believers, all pulling on the rope in the same direction, which is towards salvation for all of us, spreading the good word of Christ Jesus and what he did for us. And what is it going to say? And be thankful. Oh, this is what our boys Joseph and David did. They were thankful. If you read all the text about David, there's something you're going to see every time. Before he went into battle, before he went out and did anything, anytime he was successful and he was doing what God wanted him to do, he always started with a prayer. He always prayed to God for direction before he went. By the way, there's another example of that in the Bible. I'm going to give you 2 seconds to figure out who that was. 1, 2, 3. Ready? Jesus. Before Jesus did the loaves and fishes, what did he do? Pray to God. Just an example. Paul, he's in prison. Double chains, double guards at the door. What was he doing? Praying. He was praying. Why? Because within that prayer, within that talking to God, that's where the peace comes in. The peace, what does it say? That surpasses all understanding? Notice we can't even figure it out. How is it that people can live in this much disruption and be so calm, be so cool? How can a guy be in jail, in a well, a slave, and still be cool? Because his mind was at peace, because he knew that God had him. He knew that God had him. And it says that God favored Joseph at all times. Ooh. Wow. Think about how you and I live. I don't know how you live. I shouldn't say it. Think about how I live. Turmoil, consternation, things going crazy. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Fretting, worrying. This is an area I need a lot of help in. Being able to step back and say, I know what my environment is saying. I'm going to tune that out, and I'm going to tune into what God says about me, to what Jesus is telling me, which is, you are my child, and nothing can separate my love for you. Nothing. And I'm going to fix you and your situation in the blinking of an eye. That's where the calm, the peace, it comes through that faith, through that belief that, like, I'm turning it over to the guy that can actually do something. Because when the guy here tries to do something, and I'm not saying I'm not supposed to do anything. I'm supposed to do what God directs me to do. That doesn't mean run around trying to do everything like I'm God. That's a Deacon T weakness right there. Trying to save everybody, save everything, fix everything. Nah. And I don't mean it in a disrespectful way. I'm just trying to be helpful. But when I think about it, it could be taken as disrespectful toward God. Because I'm way out of my lane when I start that, and so are you. So if you're a person that's prone to just jump in and start wailing away without talking to God first and without thinking, I'm going to tell you to take a step back and reconsider that. You see, if we don't stay true to the destiny that God has for us, we're going to take on the wrong identity. We're going to take on an earthly identity. Well, we already know from our Bible that everything down here is what? As filthy rags. Everything down here is fallible. Everything down here is flawed. Everything down here is temporary. It's fleeting. It's insane. It's fanciful. It's cute. It's not lasting. There's only one thing that's everlasting, and that's God and his eternal life. And that's your soul and my soul, which have eternal potential, should we not get waylaid by the crazy stuff of this world. You see, if I start taking on the identity of T-Boy who's living out in this sinful, flesh-filled, crazy world, I'm going to have a long road to hoe to get back to God. A long road. See, it's a test. The question is, do you know who you are? I want to answer, I know who I am. I'm a child of the Most High God, and nothing will make him stop loving me. My screwing up won't do it. My cursing didn't do it. My skipping church didn't do it. All the bad stuff I've done in my life didn't do it. God loves me so much. He loves me in spite of my humanity. You see, humanity's a problem. Because there's two existences. There's divinity and humanity. Humanity is flawed. Thank you, Adam and Eve. Humanity is flawed. Got problems. Got issues. Divinity is just that, divine. Forever. It's not temporal. It's not short term. It's not 65, 82, 37 years on this earth. No! Think about what forever after forever after forever is. Whatever that is. Right. See, you just can't allow the environment to affect your vision of yourself. Because in my experience, it's just never going, because it's flawed. Because we're flawed, it's never going to accurately or adequately really represent who you are in God's eyes. And our job is to work hard to make sure that we're living under the will and the auspices and heading on the destiny that God has called out for us. Not that we're trying to do for ourselves. You see? And the strength of Joseph was that he never allowed the crazy environment to affect his vision of himself. He always saw himself as a future ruler. And he kept working in that direction. You see, the devil, the demon, the enemy, call it what you want, he's not just trying to steal your destiny. He's also trying to have you lose your identity. And this is a critical piece of what I want to talk about today as we get close to the end here. Your identity is not Tom Moore, construction guy, builds casinos and hotels. He's a dad. He's a husband. He's a friend. No. That is not my identity. That is my earthly identity. My true identity is I am a child of the Most High God, who God has called for a purpose, and who is here to do God's work, whatever he assigns me to do, and to do my best at doing it, to the best of my ability, understanding it will never be perfect, because I'm not perfect, because I'm a work in progress, and I just keep chipping away. I'm not looking for perfection, because to look for perfection is to immediately look for failure. Instead, I'm looking for progress. I want to hope that I'm a better person today than I was a year ago. I want to hope that tomorrow I'm better than today. And if I slip and I fall and I screw up tomorrow, then I'm hoping that the day after that, I can get back on track and get my head in the game. Amen? This is really important stuff for us. You see, the devil wants you to lose your identity. Because if you don't know who you are, or you don't accurately know who you are, you're prone to be anybody. The pressure of the world on us as humans is incredibly intense. The pressure of the devil to get us to miss our destiny and to turn our back on God and to turn into human beings instead of spiritual beings in a human body is intense, and it's powerful, because the devil is a powerful, powerful entity. That's what he wants. He wants me to become Tom Moore, not Tom, the son of the Most High God, who's blessed and highly favored, who is God's son, who does God's will to the best of his ability, and wants to just hear from God what to do next, so that I can be a good and faithful servant and get my name in the book of life. That's right. You see, it's not by me doing everything perfectly. It's by me applying myself as best I can to the things that God has laid out for me to do. One of those would be being here at this church, just as a prime example. You all know I never wanted to do this. I fought doing this. It was not. Yet here I am, 8 years later, every week. I'm not pretending I'm the best preacher in the world. I'm not pretending I'm the best deacon. I'm not pretending I'm the best pastor. I'm not pretending anything. I'm trying to do what God has called me to do, and to do my best at it. To that end, I try to prepare. I do my homework. I do my research. I listen when I pray to what God is telling me He wants me to come and talk to you about. I honestly don't come up with these topics on my own. I sit, I listen to some Christian music, I might read a little, I try to relax, I try to stay focused, and I just let God talk to me. I let God just move. And I hope it shows in these messages. I hope it does. You see, and we're going to start the music as we begin to wind down today. But if you're not living, if you're not believing, if you're not in your true identity, and you're confused, and you're not sure who you are, and you're not sure where you're supposed to be going in, my answer is, if you don't know who you are, you can never get anywhere. If you don't know where you're going, no road will lead you there. If you don't stop and think about what God wants you to do, where God wants you to be, what God wants you to be working on, then you're taking your inputs and your stimuli from the environment around us. I don't know about you, but almost everything I hear on a daily basis, unless I'm listening to Christian radio, everything else is the wrong way. It's taking us down a path that isn't good, and it is almost impossible to hear anything on the television, social media, or anywhere else that is helpful to me, that says, Tom, you're a good guy. Tom, you got a good heart. Tom, you screw up a lot, but in your core, you got a good heart, and you're a good guy, and you're trying. You're screwing up, but you're trying to do right. You see, you're not going to hear those messages. The messages I hear, and I would suggest that we all hear, are, you're too short, you're too tall, you're too bald, you're female, you're this, you're black, you're Asian, you're not smart enough, you're not cute enough, you don't wear the right clothes, you don't drive the right car, you don't live in the right neighborhood, you don't have the right job, you don't have the right title. Everything is about what you're not. When was the last time you heard a commercial that said, buy my product because as the child of the Most High God, it's going to help lead you to your destiny? I've never heard any message like that from anybody on this earth, other than pastors and other friends who are, full of the Holy Spirit. Which is why early on, you remember I said, hang out with the wise and you be wise. Hang out with the fools and you be a fool. So I'm getting right back to that. But have you noticed? There are no encouraging messages. Oh, you got a problem? Take a pill. Oh, you're too heavy. You're too skinny. You're not enough. You're not enough. Every time you hear what you're not, or what you ain't, or what you should have been, I'm going to have one word I'm going to say to you. Devil. That is the devil whispering in your ear, trying to sneak in and take your identity so that you don't see yourself as a child of the Most High God who cannot be separated from His love, and instead see yourself as a broken down, addicted loser who's got stage 4 cancer, whose kids don't like him, whose wife left him, who got fired from his job, and he's a loser. So since you're such a big loser, Tom, why not just throw in the towel and become a complete heathen? Why not throw in the towel and just go wild? Live out your earthly desires to the nth degree, because you're never going to make it to heaven anyway, right? Wrong. How do I know? Joseph, David, Paul, come on now. The Bible, good pastors, the bishop. That's how I know. Because God has told me so. I'm not Tom the construction guy. I'm Tom the Son of God. His child. Made in His image and likeness. That's who I am. And like Joseph, my objective here is to not allow my environment to dictate how I look and think about myself. Because I'm a prince, even though I'm in this prison, this earthly prison, this flesh, these bones and this skin, right here, all this stuff. This is a prison. The sooner I get out of here, the sooner I can be with God. And you know what? I've never been to heaven, but I bet you in heaven there's no negative advertising. I bet you in heaven they don't tell you you need to have a certain kind of car in order to be cool. I bet you in heaven they don't tell you what kind of liquor you need to drink. I bet you in heaven they don't tell you you're too short, you're too fat, you're too this, you're too that, the next thing. I bet you they don't. I don't know that. That's my opinion. If you've been to heaven and you know something different, please reach out to me and tell me. But I've not been to heaven. But my vision of heaven, based on what I read in this Bible, is that it's just the opposite. It is the ultimate warm, welcoming, reinforcing, inclusive environment. There's no outsiders. There's no male and female. There's no black, white, green, Asian. No! There's no him and her. No! There's nothing but saints. There's nothing but all God's children. Billions and billions. Just there. Living. Wanting for nothing. Needing nothing. No sickness. No issues. No drama. It's hard to imagine, isn't it? But if you see that, and you juxtapose that to what life on this earth is about, which is about issues, problems, straightening people out, straightening stuff out, work, never have enough, always looking for more, and it goes on and on and on. The prison is our total sense of humanity is a prison. Our freedom comes in our death. Our freedom comes in our ascension to heaven with Him. I'm living to die, because then I'll be with Him. I won't have to travel. I was in Wichita this week. It was 7 degrees below zero, and the wind was blowing, and it was 18 below with the wind chill. Do you know in heaven, someone told me it's 84 degrees all year, no humidity. It sprinkles some showers so that everything is green, and then it dries right up. Everybody up there has a Labrador Retriever who licks them and loves them. No problems, no health concerns, no image issues, no male-female strife, no interracial strife, no I'm cute, you're ugly strife. Nothing. No need to perform, no need to work, no need to try to be something to somebody. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing, actually, when you think about it. You see, and we're going to close here in just a moment, but people don't control who you are. There's only one person who can control who you are, and that is yourself in combination with God. If you turn your back on God, go crazy, go wackadoodle, that's a problem. But you can only do that to yourself. When people say to me, well, the reason I'm this, I'm that. In fact, I counseled someone today who said, I'm going to tear these people a new behind. I'm sick of people doing this and that. I'm going to straighten them out. I said, number one, you're not going to straighten anybody out. Because the people who do this stuff, they don't care about you, and they're not going to listen to you no matter what you say. And if you go crazy, they're going to say, told you they're a crazy person. Look what they're doing. Number one. Number two, why do you care what other people say and think about you? Why do you care? I read all through this Bible, and nowhere does it say, if Maria doesn't like me, I'm not going to heaven. If my wife doesn't like me, I'm going to go to hell. If my kids act a fool, I'm not going to be saved. What it does say is, get in tune with God, because God's answer is yes and amen. And that needs to be our answer back to God. God, I love you, and I'm here to do what you tell me to do. Please, give me clear direction in my mind so I can stay the path. Absolutely. He wants us to be successful. God did not give us this destiny so we can fall on our face. No. He's here working with us. Just like he was with Joseph, just like he was with David. So in closing, I just want to say this. You and I, we are just like Joseph and David. We are princes. We just happen to be stuck in this prison down here. This crazy world, the whole world is a prison. Our flesh and blood is a prison. The life we live, the house we're in, the job we have, the car we drive, the kids that make us crazy, the spouses, it's all part of the prison. We will be, if you will, pardoned, set free, right, exonerated, when we go to heaven. I am looking forward to dying. I don't mean in a morbid way. I'm looking forward to getting out of the prison and getting to go to the big house. So in closing, I just want to say this. You have within you, and I have within me, great destiny. I know it's great because I know who put it there. I know who put it in you, and I know who put it in me. There's no reason that we can't all make it to our destiny as long as we understand how we get there. And that is by following him and his rules and his regulations and his direction in our life. Can't listen to other people, can't listen to other things. We need to be focused and of a singular mind. So if you want to get free, you want to get out of prison, you need to remember that you are already a prince who's just stuck in the prison temporarily. So be like Joseph and let God work in you, let God work through you, let God whisper, let God work in your life. And don't worry about what's going on around here, because really, it has nothing to do with your future. Amen? Amen. Lord, we just thank you for bringing us out here today, for this time you've given us to be with you, to praise you and to worship you, to sing songs to you. And just thank you. Thank you for being our Father. Thank you for loving us beyond, for loving us and letting nothing come between us. Even all my screw-ups and my faults, you still love me. Lord, give us the strength, the courage, the wisdom, the stamina to just keep fighting the good fight of faith. Keep me strong in my faith when I want to be weak. Keep me strong in my faith when my environment wants to collapse on me. Help me, Lord, to be all that you have designed for me to be. We ask you, Lord, to bless us today and tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. We're waiting for that day when we can be with you. And until then, we just ask you to watch over us and all the people we love and care about. And we ask this in all things, in the mighty name of your Son, Jesus. And all of the princes and princesses, in the sound of my voice, shouted, Amen. Well, amen, everybody. And I just want to thank you. Thank you for coming out here today, coming out every week. You know, this is a powerful time we're in. And that's why it calls for you and I to be powerful Christians. We need to get together and come together. If you don't have a church, you need to find a church where you can go and meet with other Christian people. What we're doing here is important. I'm taking nothing away from it, but you got to also have a church. On top of that, I just want to tell you this. You are a prince, you are a princess. And God's got it for you. Your name's already on it. So in closing, remember this. God's going to see you through. I'm going to pray for you. This is Modern Word Ministries, where you can come as you are, but you will never leave the same. So until next week, at www.modernwordministries.org at 10 a.m. next Sunday. Until then, I love you. Be safe. Be blessed. Stay strong. Bye-bye, everybody.
Hi, and welcome to this week's edition of the Las Vegas Advisor Weekly Update with Anthony and Andrew. Today is a very special guest interview where we are joined by the #1 gaming influencer on the internet today, Vegas Matt. We're here with Vegas Matt and Robert and EJ, his crew, who not everybody gets to see. So, hey guys, thanks for joining us.
How you doing?
Known as WBG.
That's correct.
Yeah.
WBG.
Let's make sure we get that. We get that right.
Yeah, either one works.
You know, it's like all these different things. W2G, right? RNG.
WG Jesus is another guy who's with us.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
right.
All right. So let me just go over a couple of numbers here. First of all, we were. Everyone was asking for Vegas Matt when we said we're going to start bringing in guests. Steve Sear, Richard Munchkin, and Vegas Matt, and not necessarily in that order. So we're a little bit different here. You know, I mean, they want to know Munchkin, gambling theorist, that sort of thing, but still the Vegas Matt thing rose right to the top. Here's some numbers. I just looked at these. You guys can wave me off if I'm wrong here, but this is what I saw this morning. 827,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
That is a monster. You put up a video yesterday, the day before we're shooting this. It was about the Monopoly slots. Within 24 hours, they had 366,000 views, 1,850 comments within 24 hours. And you guys didn't put me up to this, but I just had to go do it. I went and looked up Brian Christopher, and by comparison, 700,000 subscribers. I mean, you guys are the top. You're the top ones.
Really?
Just to set this up, you know, like the book on me, I've heard it so many times that I don't like influencers. Not true. You know, I mean, it's not about that. I'm impressed by the business aspect of what the influencers do. So that's something that we're going to try to concentrate on today. You know, I like the organization, the gambling knowledge they have behind them, you know, with WBG and also EJ. And let's just start with your story. I mean, so everybody knows where this all began and just kind of the chronology of your rise here.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll take that one. Thank you. Good to be here. I like the blackjack table. I'm tempted to place a bet. If they can see that, we're at a blackjack table. We should play a little.
What's the penetration here?
Single, one hand, man.
Okay.
We'll book you for one hand.
Okay.
Well, so I was always in sales and real estate, and when I'm 61 now. I think I was around 40, late 40s. I kind of semi-retired in Vegas, and that was right when EJ graduated from high school, I think.
Yeah.
And he had just graduated. Matter of fact, I think he stayed with my brother for like the last month of school, and I had moved out here because we closed on our house. Was really excited to move to Vegas because of the no state income tax and all the great entertainment and just so many things I love about Vegas. And I was able to buy a house. I was talking about that earlier today. My house in Vegas for $50,000 less was double the lot size and double the square footage. Actually, so that was the main reason. And then came out and just was doing my thing and met WBG. We started gambling together a lot. He taught me a lot of things. I was a very unintelligent gambler. I was leaving a lot of money on the table, just not maximizing things like, point multipliers and just real basic stuff that I didn't know. And I've been playing, in casinos for years. I can't even imagine how many points I left on the table and so forth. And again, legend has it, because both of us, our memories are a bit foggy. EJ can chime in. But I know I had a couple of really good, big royal flush hands, and I play a lot of Ultimate X, and I was playing one night, and my memory is it was a $78,000 dealt royal.
Wow.
And it was on a $50 bet, and a lot of multipliers, and I was just, jumping up and down, and, and he got a camera out and started filming it, and then we went to dinner, and he said, we should post this on TikTok, and posted it on TikTok, came up with the name Vegas Matt as the username, and didn't think much of it. After dinner was over, and I think it had 80,000 views, and we said, "Wow, what if? We gamble every day anyway. What if we did this?"
When was this?
Again,
Thereabouts.
August 2021 is where I ballpark it, but I went back and looked at it the other day. It might have been a little bit earlier than that.
So you guys stuck one up on TikTok.
Yeah.
And just on a lark.
Pretty much.
And you banged 75, 80,000 views right off the bat.
Yeah. That was kind of what was happening back then, though, with TikTok. Like, people were just getting views. And so I figured, let's try. And then it worked. A few hours, 80,000 views, and it was sort of a light bulb moment, and we just ran with it from there.
You just picked it up immediately and said, okay, man, let's do this again. Well, how are you going to do that? You're not going to hit another $78,000 royal.
Right.
So, where does the pivot come? And I don't mean to interrupt you, but that's kind of what it leads to.
We laugh sometimes, like we'll be playing and, we'll get dealt 3 aces and and we'll be like, because in the old days, like if we had anything that looked like any kind of a hand, we'd be like, oh, wait, TikTok. And then we would say, like, TikTok, and he'd film it, and we didn't have a tripod or anything. And then I know we started streaming on Twitch, like live streaming, and we had fun. We liked that platform. We still like that platform, and we got a great moderator, a guy named Train. And at some point, it was suggested to us, I believe, that YouTube was the place to focus. Like those stats that you mentioned at the beginning were all just YouTube.
Stats,
we have I think we have 3 million total subscribers on all platforms together. Wow. But the main focus is YouTube. So our long form YouTube, it got to the point where, how many days in a row now have you posted a YouTube at exactly?
I'd like to know exactly. I think it's a little bit over a year and a half, maybe. What do you think?
It's hard to look back. I've tried to look back.
Because you can't see, like,
it doesn't have the date.
It just says 6 months ago or a year ago. It doesn't, so.
And we don't have enough time to count every day.
Yeah.
But we post 11:45 a.m. Pacific every single day on YouTube. And within seconds, we have tons of likes and comments. And we have a very, very loyal audience on YouTube. Then we make shorts that we post on YouTube, as well as TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and so forth.
But so many people have had this idea, and they've had maybe some early good results. How did you stick with it? It was because it was so meteoric. It was just, it looks like boom. Again, I looked at some stats before coming in here, and I watched the Howie Mandel interview with you, which was not very impressive. But anyway, I looked at your stats then. That was in June. You had 500,000 subscribers. Now you're up to 800,000 in less than 6 months.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous scaling that you're doing. It's incredible.
Well, these two get most of the credit. I just do the on-camera stuff, which to me is easy because all I got to do is talk, and I've always been fairly good at that.
Mick Jagger, man.
They do a lot of work. It's a lot more work than people realize. I think it's just like anything else. Whether you're a real estate agent, whether you're in any business, it doesn't matter. You got to be consistent, and you got to work, and you've got to overcome challenges. I mean, we had some challenges along the way. One of the things with being a gambling influencer is people don't realize how much money you can lose.
Oh, sure.
And if you before there like, what does it take to get a channel monetized, DJ? Like, how many?
I don't remember now, but I mean, we had a hurdle of getting monetized. You have to get a certain amount of views and watch time. It
was like 5,000.
You would know, right?
Yeah, it's. I think you have to have 3,000 hours of watch time within a certain period of time.
Have 1,000 subscribers.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
And they have a kind of a monetization light program and then a full monetization program. But it takes effort.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not impossible. I encourage anybody who's interested in it to try, because it's not that difficult to get monetized. It's just it's difficult to scale.
But if you lose $150,000 or something, and you're still not even monetized, it gets it can get disheartening. And the biggest reason that people fail in anything is because they quit. And quitting was, not anything we even considered. And again, we had a little advantage because we were gambling all the time anyway.
So you were playing at those kind of levels that you play now right from the start?
I think
Similar,
probably
little less.
on slots a little less, but he was playing 50 cent or dollar Ultimate X10 play already.
I'll give you a big edge right there, because a lot of people try to do it, they don't have a bankroll.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you had a bankroll, you were able to play at those levels.
Right.
Maybe a little bit of right place, right time. Obviously, your personality, that has something to do with it. You keep putting yourself down, but obviously that has a lot to do with it as well.
Yeah, there's the dynamic of, it's also just like not all about me, the dynamic between a father and a son. So you got to, I'm a young baby boomer. I think baby boomers were 46 to 64. I was born in 63. So I'm at the tail end of the baby boomers. EJ is my son, who's 30. So you're a millennial or whatever that is.
Millennial, I believe. Yeah.
And then so the dynamic of, so he's kind of the youthful, and then the banter back and forth between father and son. You've got the world's biggest gambler, smart guy, kind of in between
Hence
us.
WBG, world's biggest gambler.
That's,
Okay.
that's what that's.
I don't know how that ever came about. Was it best? Was it biggest? It was. He just started calling me that, so it stuck.
That's a big
Matt
mantle.
is a person who likes to. He edifies people. He likes to put. He elevates his friends. So
That's a cool nickname.
So it's kind of stuck.
It works. It works for the brand.
Yeah, so the dynamic between the three of us is different, and then W2 Jesus is with us a lot. We've got other characters that pop in from time to time, like Lucky Rob, our British friend, who is just the luckiest guy on slots ever. And so it just became, it evolved into kind of like a show. And I think timing-wise, we were 8 years late to the party. Like when we first started, Brian Christopher and Lady Luck and Big Jackpot and them have all been around for a long time. But I think so we came in and we did something different. I think we were amongst the first to really show our losses, not just highlight wins. Like we filmed full sessions, and it was kind of the the highs and lows of gambling, and it just kind of took a different approach and connected with the audience, and then didn't abuse the audience. That was a really smart move on EJ's part. Like we never asked for, okay, let's have some super chats and lucky stars, and all. We never ask for any of that stuff. All we ask is that people watch, and when we try to give them value, and that must have resonated, and we started to grow and grow and grow, and then I don't know, maybe 6 months, a year or so ago, as far as views went, we had passed everyone in a reasonably short period of time.
Okay, let's move to the business model and the business part of it. And to start with that, I get different definitions from different people. By your definition, as an influencer, what is an influencer? What are you doing that influences?
Well, no one's entirely worthless. You can always serve as a bad example. We're showing people, don't gamble. You're going to lose.
You're an influencer yourself, right?
They keep saying that. I don't.
Well, I think that's just kind of an industry term. If you put your content on social media, that's the catchphrase for what everybody does. Everybody's an influencer, but.
So you don't go in there, I guess what I'm asking is you don't go in there with a goal, with an objective, saying we are going to influence you to play more, play less, play here, play that.
No, we
it's
want
just
people.
You're going to do what you do, and that's going to move them one way or another.
Yeah,
I think kind of our secret is we were going to gamble anyway. We're just documenting our gambling, and if people enjoy watching that and listening to us, then they get that experience.
Yeah.
But,
Well, they do. It's high energy, and you guys, I think, have a lot of fun on camera, and that's fun for us, the viewer, to watch you you having so much fun, regardless of whether you're losing. I've seen you guys lose a lot of money and go, oh my God, and it's still like, fun.
Kind of got to be funny. I mean, I think that the influencer is just a term, right? I mean, yes, we have influence. I mean, on things. I mean, gosh, if we talk about hot sauce, and what kind of hot sauce we like, and we get 20 cases of hot sauce sent to us from people,
Oh, that's strong.
I mean,
I like hot sauce.
Yeah,
I like hot sauce.
I was having breakfast today in a restaurant that I had mentioned one time that I enjoy having breakfast at as a local here in town, and the lady that manages the place says, "Oh my God, so many people come in here because they say they heard about it on your show." So there's influence in that regard, but I think it's just it's kind of like the social media and the YouTube thing these days is kind of like television in the past. So would you have called a person who's on a TV show an influencer? It seems like it's very similar because people don't watch TV. Like I never watch TV. I always watch my phone, and I think that a lot of people don't even have cable anymore. When I'm subjected to watching television with like commercials that you can't skip, it's torture. 6 or 7 minutes, and you watch a bunch of commercials for pharmaceuticals, and it's like I would much rather watch YouTube or TikTok or Instagram Reels or whatever else, and I think that it's similar. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. It does very much. And I mean, this is a big question right here for me, and it's not for Andrew. Andrew gets it. He knows why people watch what you do. I can't figure out why people watch. I'm sorry. No, no offense. Sure. I can't figure it out.
No offense.
And I will say this. I was surprisingly engaged by a few when I was looking at yours for a while. And I had a hard time sustaining it. And maybe it's because of what I do. I don't know. But why do you guys think that people are riveted by this? Or what's going on?
Well, I mean, that's a valid point. I mean, after all, we're just gambling. I mean, what's on the screen is gambling. You're betting. You're either going to win or you're going to lose. So it's definitely the banter between us and the dynamic. And what we hear all the time is, we watch you every day. I feel like I know you. And it's almost like watching a reality show of this guy who's in Vegas who gambles big every single day. With his son and his friend, and that people are just like, how do you do this? Like,
because they want to.
I mean, I think they all like our audience. Definitely is all people who, or not all, but predominantly people who like gambling. Certainly,
yeah, they like it. They don't all gamble though. I mean, there are plenty of comments that I read that people say, I don't gamble, but I enjoy watching gambling, and I certainly enjoy watching you guys gamble.
You guys think it's a substitute for people?
For some, for sure. For some, for sure.
Definitely say that, yeah.
People say, like I quit gambling, but I enjoy watching you.
Oh, wow.
Get my gambling fix on from watching you. So I think there might be a degree of that.
It's voyeuristic. You can, and also for someone like me, like if I go to the casino, I'm going with like $250 to $500, and if I lose $250, I go, ugh, do I really want to spend my next $250? But I can sit there and watch you guys play over $1,000 a spin and have a lot of fun watching.
See, like he gets it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is in the beginning. I was making a joke. We brought up. You guys seen Zoolander, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we love Zoolander.
All right, so we're
all the time.
Did you see? I don't know if you saw that show, but somebody brought up Vegas Matt, and I said, he goes, he's hot now.
He's so hot right now.
And I go, oh, he's so hot right now. Remember Hansel? That whole thing?
That's kind of a running thing on our show.
Oh, is that right?
About Zoolander,
Finally, I tried to make him watch it for like 6 months, and he finally watched it, but he wasn't really paying attention. He watched it on a plane while he was reading comments.
It has the best ending of any movie I've ever seen. The ending is the best.
You mean because it was over?
Yeah, he didn't
maybe.
Yeah, it's a great movie. I like your taste in films.
Oh, that's funny because that was it. And I made a joke. I said, "Who's Vegas Matt?" And I mean, that was bad, but I was kidding. And I said, oh, I know who he is. And I did. I wasn't just saying that, but I never thought we would get to this. And Andrew was like, no, he goes, this is great. He goes, I watch them. They're great. They're fun. People watch them. They're fun. So that's why you're here.
The same thing could be said about power washing. Like, have you ever seen a video of somebody who's power washing a driveway?
Not a video, but I've seen people do it. Yeah.
Well, people do it, and there's huge channels of people who power wash driveways and mow lawns. And it's like, who would watch that? But it's fascinating. I don't know. I watch it.
I've seen it. I know what you're talking about. And there's one guy, and he goes to people's
he's
homes
great.
and he cleans their lawn, and it's the
Right.
music plus the ch-ch-ch-ch. and
Right.
The way he edits it, it's good. It's like people like seeing the transformation. I mean,
Yeah.
I love watching videos of these crazy people swimming with sharks, and that always comes up in my feed.
Yeah.
You know, it's like how do you swim with these sharks? It's like it's interesting. I think the whole appetite, for viewing with these algorithms and TikTok and all the different companies have their algorithm, and they know you, they show you what you want, and it's so interesting that it's just, I could just sit there and scroll for hours watching stuff.
I think your resistance is probably because of your background in gambling. So gambling in particular, you're like, oh, why would anybody watch gambling? Because you've been a gambler.
Right, perhaps.
So you probably have some internal resistance.
I look
to
at it a little bit going, what are they learning? But it's not about learning, is it?
It's
It's
an
about
experience.
fun, isn't it?
Yeah. There's a win, there's
I'm
a
a
loss.
funless
there's
person. That's
yeah.
what it boils down
Yeah.
to.
Because, I mean, sometimes it turns into somewhat of a comedy show. I mean,
Yeah.
like I had aspirations when I was younger to be a comedian. It's so fun if I make WBG laugh or W2 Jesus laugh. It's very difficult to make EJ laugh. But when we start laughing and just having fun. There was one time, one of the funniest things ever was there was a slot machine and there was a green door, or something like that you had to open up, and I'm like, oh, I wonder what's behind the green door. I'm like, remember that movie? And then WBG is like, oh boy, where's this going to go?
Oh, yeah.
And then I go, EJ, did you ever see that movie? And he's like, yeah, I think I saw it with you. And I'm like, but wait a minute, no, you didn't.
Good parent.
I mean, it was hysterical. Like people are always. I read a comment today. I don't know what it was from yesterday, that they're like, I was having a drink like I always do while I'm watching. I spit out my drink. I laugh so hard. So I think I mean, a lot of our audience, I think, watches us instead of watching Wheel of Fortune. Why is Wheel of Fortune interesting? You're spitting a thing and you get, it's to me it seems idiotic, but it's a show that's been running now since Merv Griffin started it. 45 years ago or something crazy?
It's Hangman.
Yeah, I mean it's like Wheel of Fortune. So our show is like Wheel of Misfortune.
Yeah, well, people like to see people fail, and they like to see them succeed. So
Yeah.
I guess you do both.
I mean it works. I mean usually it's 50-50 any given day.
Okay, let's talk about the model. All right, so you guys have been, from everything I can see, you guys have been very upfront about how it works. And, we'll talk about some numbers or not, but embellish on this. I mean, the way I see it, you lose at gambling, you make it up, and more so, and profit from platform payments and ads and your merchandise and things along those lines. That's pretty much it in a nutshell, right?
That's exactly right.
That's it.
Yeah.
And I mean, the losses, the gambling losses, are simply. Well, you know what? When we were talking before, I was asking you about writing off the gambling losses, and you guys were like, "No, we can't do that." Which,
Yeah, today people always ask. I'm not a tax advisor and I can't give tax advice, and I'm not comfortable doing so. But we don't believe that you can write off losses from gambling against active income that you make on YouTube. You can write off losses of gambling against, if you get a bunch of W2Gs, you had 20,000 in jackpots, but you had 25,000 in losses. You don't have to pay taxes on the 20,000 because you had a net loss.
Right.
But you can't say, oh, I'm going to write that off against my income. Now, there are some who do it, and at some point I think it'll be challenged, and then maybe if they do decide that, if you're videoing while you're gambling and you lose, you can write it off against your active income. I would take the under on how that works out for them.
we wrote this before we ever talked to you guys. We wrote this in the Las Vegas Advisor. We were writing about influencers. And we wrote, the economics of influencing make it so the losses are simply, quote, a cost of doing business. Right? The losses are a cost of doing business for you in generating greater returns from casino sponsorships and rebates, advertising, branding deals, merchandise sales, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, in my mind, you guys should be able to write off every penny of your net loss. But I mean, again, we're not going to adjudicate that here. But it really does work that way, right? I mean, let's leave the tax implications out of it. You have to lose money because you're playing a negative expectation game.
Yeah, I don't think the IRS handles gambling the same way they do if you were to buy an iPhone for your business. I don't think you can just say, I lost $5,000 while I was making a video, so now I can write that out.
But that's how I make my
It's a
money.
production cost.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Listen, that would. There's going to be a lot more people on YouTube videoing their slot machine play if that's true.
Yeah.
But I don't believe that to be the case.
I don't think
I'd like
it's
to
the
know.
case. And the good news is, we've lost a couple $100,000. We keep good records, but it's nothing that keeps us from having a very nice net profitable business.
Yeah. Well, Brian Christopher came clean with Wall Street Journal last year. And he said, well, I know how clean he came, but he said he lost $360,000 the previous year. You guys are, from what I've talked to you, you're in that area, right? I mean, between 3 and 4?
I mean, no, I think it was like
270 or so?
270 as of like yesterday.
Yesterday, about 270 in the last 18 months.
Yeah, that's what people want to know, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
But I mean, but it's amazing because you can cover that. I mean, with ease, right? With the stuff you do.
Yeah.
So tell us about your merchandise. I know you guys love the merch.
Well, we have our Christmas merch on.
Just hit the shop.
We just got the Get Even or Get Even Worse, one of WBG's
That's
sayings.
hilarious.
Yeah, it's good, right?
Yeah.
Explain that. I know what it is, but explain where that saying comes from.
You want to explain it?
Go
It's
ahead.
your saying.
Well, yeah, but all right. So,
It's
Yeah,
trying to catch
no,
up,
you're better
right?
at
It's
this.
like semi-tilt.
Yeah,
and trying to
exactly.
catch
You
up.
lose playing some slots, you go make a bet, you're either going to get even or you're going to get even worse.
Because you go make a single bet somewhere
One
else.
like on
single
table
bet on a
games.
table game like Baccarat or Blackjack.
So if you have a session when you're down,
Down
Yes.
5,000, go play a $5,000 hand, Get Even or Get Even Worse.
we do it all the time, and it's
it's
very fun.
all right, what do you do if you're down 2,000 on a blackjack? On a slot session? You go to a blackjack table, you bet the $2,000, and you get an 11 against a
You double.
9.
Double. Yeah, always.
Double down,
Yeah.
And so you either get in profit or you get really worse.
Okay.
And every imaginable scenario has played out.
Yeah, but that's happened.
Remember we were putting like 10,000 a hand or something, and we had to double it, or 7,000
Oh
a
yeah,
hand, or
7,800 or something,
yeah,
and we had a double, and
and we
we lost.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
that was brutal.
That was
Red
a
Rock,
14.
right?
Yeah. Peppermill? I think it happened twice. We lost the double.
Okay.
We won it once, lost it.
Peppermill Reno?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we go there a lot. Great,
Feel a
great
little
place.
of my pain on losing on those big double downs. Yeah.
the worst.
What that's all about.
still have to do it.
Yeah, you have to do it, right?
course.
You have to do it.
Well, I want to know, because you guys, you probably get casino comps and things for the amount of
course.
play that you get. So if you lose a bunch of money, where do you go enjoy a nice meal? Where do
Well,
you
hold
get?
on. No. Before we do that, let me interject this on the comp thing. I think you guys made it clear to me when we were talking that you don't really make deals per se with the casinos, like show up money or rebates from them. Is that correct? You're
Well,
making your
we
money
do what
off
we
the-
can, but that's not the driving force. I mean,
No.
we get free play commensurate to our play. We don't have any like Don Johnson type deals where we're getting 20% back on our losses. I mean,
Right.
more casinos are getting better at offering things like that, but we haven't really worked on any big deals like that.
But the truth is, though, you get the true blue perks, right? I mean the comps
Related
You get
to your gambling, yeah.
They will give you the comps. So that's what I was going to say too. What you asked, like,
Yeah.
Tell how good are they? They must be great.
It's bordering on against my religion to pay for a meal. I'll put it that way.
Loud answer.
Yeah, I
Loud
mean,
answer.
I've gotten a lot of massages in the last year.
Okay.
The spas at some of these places are amazing. Friends come into town. It's not difficult to get a hotel room. It's the perks
Sporting
are
events.
UFC fights, Raider games, night tickets in the Wynn bunker. I mean, there's just countless stuff.
You're
that
on a
you
high
get.
level for comps.
Yeah.
A very high level. Okay, and that's a big part of the pie.
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
I mean, I
sure.
think with it, I would even argue that possibly we've gotten enough comps that it makes the money we've lost not even really sting that much.
Yeah, I would
Assuming
agree.
you're willing to pay retail.
Assuming
for
I was
those.
willing to pay retail
Which-
to go to the Super Bowl, we got Super
Right.
Bowl tickets.
Yeah.
That was probably our best comp ever.
F1.
F1.
Right.
Those are
We've been to
expensive
the last
tickets.
3 UFC fights.
Sure.
The best seats in the house.
Wow. Okay.
So-
Cool. All right. So
Well, that's pretty cool, because we talk about that stuff like on a smaller level. We say,
Right.
listen, if you get down $40 or $50, you can get up 4 or 5 free drinks and call it even.
Yes,
You know,
I mean,
and you can't do that at Native American casinos where you got to, or casinos outside of Vegas where you got to pay for your drinks
Right.
and your gamble.
And certainly if you're willing to pay for it, it has cash value to you.
Yeah.
which is the way it should be looked at.
Yeah,
And if
well,
this
I
is
mean,
something you're going to pay for. I mean, I'll go to a corner bar, and if I throw in $20, I know my expected loss is 19 cents, and I get a beer and lose a 20. I just won. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if anybody here would pay $7,000 or $8,000 for F1 tickets, but I mean, I would pay something for them for sure.
Cool.
One of our commandments is don't drink and gamble, though. So like you'll never catch us drinking and gambling. Well, at least on
Not-
on
yeah, not never, yeah.
on camera.
Come on now.
Because you might not hit that button straight. I don't understand.
I just think I find I get completely wrecked if I drink and gamble. Like I make bad decisions. I all of a sudden think, oh, what's another $5,000 marker? You know.
Well, that's what you got these guys here for, though,
Oh,
right? You know.
I mean, if I never gambled off camera, I would be way better off.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, you know what? Sometimes I watch the Beer Fridays, and I go, I think I'm so slick when I have some beers. Well, maybe I shouldn't be doing that. So, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Beer Fridays aren't always so good for me.
There's a reason they give free drinks in the casinos.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Impairs your judgment.
Potentially, maybe the bane of your existence. I don't know how much you want to talk about this, but tipping's got to come into it. That's got to be a problem
yeah.
with all the hand pays you get and everybody standing around
We're
going,
happy
"Give me
to
some
tip.
I
money."
wouldn't say it's a problem, but we probably over the last 2.5 years tipped
20,000?
50,000.
Yeah, a lot.
You know,
Tens of thousands.
tens
for
of
sure.
thousands of dollars. Valets.
Every water, $5 to $20. And we always just get a round of waters or Perriers or sugar-free Red Bulls. So cocktail waitresses $5 to $20 a couple times every session. Every single hand pay. Even if you're what sucks. And people are. It's such a hot topic. If someone says, "Oh, you didn't even tip" or whatever because they didn't see it on camera, but someone comes and gives us hand pay and we're stuck $8,000 and we get a $1,210 hand pay. We're now down $6,800 and they're like, "Oh, you should tip $300." We always just tip like $20 when someone brings us like a modest hand pay, and if it's a bigger hand pay, we'll give them $100.
Yeah.
And that adds up. I mean, it takes percentages. You're a math guy. I mean, yeah, we tip an extraordinary large amount because we're
Pressure on
gambling
you.
every single day.
Well, plus you're also a known figure.
Yeah,
So
you
there's
want them to be
pressure
happy
on you.
we're there, for sure.
Yeah.
And we're working in their workspace as well, so we have to be generous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, some would argue, we are or aren't generous, but it is, I think you and I sat down and figured it out one time. It's over $50,000 a year in tips.
Wow.
I never thought about it.
It's incredible.
I mean, I know it's a big number, but I never
Yeah,
tried
so
to
think about that. It's like,
calculate
oh, you're cheap, you don't tip. Well, I tipped $50,000 this year. How much did you tip?
Right. No, you guys are the economic engine that runs the casinos.
Yeah. Well, hopefully there'll be no tips on, or no taxes on tips moving forward. It's a big topic.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Tipping is a big topic on social media, like on gambling Twitter and things like that.
People don't understand the dilemma you just put forth. That I can't tip you crazy because I just hit something big when I'm still stuck twice as what I just made.
That's right.
Right.
I would just love to put them. It's funny because there's some of the comments, like we collectively, mostly WBG, we read every single comment, thousands of them a day.
Wow.
And interact and really interact with the audience. And I take, some of the comments very personally. Like some people say mean, dumb things, and I'd like to see the person who said, "Oh, you cheap, you tipped $20." It's like, okay, I'd love you to come to Vegas, be down $8,000, hit a $1,200 hand pay that interrupts your momentum, that takes 15 minutes to get to you, and I want to see how much you tip.
Well, they just don't see the whole picture. They don't
Yeah.
see that you're tipping the cashier, the waitress.
He's the nice one. That's why they don't want me to make too many comments on that.
Yeah.
So he's like, "Don't say that. Don't just ignore them."
Because they don't see it. So I mean, you can't really get mad at somebody for not knowing what they don't see.
It's funny. I was going to ask you later, or maybe just touch on it now. Haters and trolls. I mean, you must deal with it all the time.
We don't. We
Not
have
really.
less than
We
you
have
would
very,
expect.
very, very, very few. Someone did once say I had a turkey neck, and I really got offended. But,
Gobble,
it
gobble.
was motivating because I've lost 50 pounds, So
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah.
You've lost some weight.
We have the greatest audience.
our audience-
The greatest.
a lot of people are saying the best audience.
They should.
And I mean, if you look at our comments, 99.9% love, which is awesome. Because I mean, that's what we're all about. I mean, we don't hate on anyone. We're just there. It's a break from the madness that is the world, and we're just a couple of guys, couple of doofuses, whatever, gambling. We're not claiming to be cool or anything else. We're just regular people, and it resonates, and we get very, very little hate. Some people are just mad at the world and they want to just lash out at somebody.
What you're saying that you always say about the who you attract?
Oh, your vibe attracts your tribe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a very nice tribe. Like, we do these cruises, and the first cruise that we did, I was concerned. What if it's just a bunch of misfits and weirdos and, like people with bad breath that want to tell me secrets?
You're stuck on a boat.
And it's like, however, It was unbelievable. It
So
was the
nice.
coolest group of people. They were all like old friends, and they were just people I would be friends with. Like, our vibe has attracted the tribe. There was maybe one person on the first cruise that was a little bit problematic.
He
let's
wasn't
say.
that bad.
I see what you did there. And and
is
then
a nice
on
guy.
the second cruise, everyone was wonderful. There was not even a single ripple of an issue. Like, everyone got along, everyone was nice. It was unbelievable. So in general, yeah, we have a really great audience, and the comments I read some stuff and I just want to lash out and say, you idiot, you have no idea what you're talking about, and who are you to say that to me? And then he either would delete the comment or tell me not to say it, and I usually don't respond then, because you don't want to feed the trolls or whatever they say.
Yeah, you got a good you got a good team. They look after you in all these different
Oh
ways.
God, you have no idea.
Well, this is what's also interesting. Andrew and I were talking about it. Is that what you're doing seems kind of, I don't know, superfluous. You're just out there doing stuff, but you've got knowledge behind you. You got a good team, a good group of guys who know business, who know gambling, and that maybe makes a difference.
Yeah, but we're kind of learning as we go too. I mean, I don't think we know. I don't think we think that we know it all or really know much of anything. But we just get up every day and try to do better than we did the day before.
Cool.
That's great. Well, also the video content is really good. It's well shot. It's well produced.
That's this guy.
Yeah.
Well,
He has a really good eye.
It's fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A little Steven Spielberg over here.
Yeah.
Nice.
But it is. I mean, sometimes I watch some of these and I'm like, this is just really unwatchable. I mean, that's a bad angle. I can't see what the denom is. I mean, did you ever give any consideration to the viewer experience?
We get on our show, we do a weekly jackpot of the week, and sometimes we get some videos, and we go, "What is this guy filming?" Right? We go, He's not even showing the denom, or it's there is an art to filming.
Yeah.
The
You have to
games.
know what the relevant information is that people need to see. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I mean, when you're playing Dragon Link and you get the bonus, you got to tilt the camera up to see it all count up. And I mean,
So many people don't do that.
He's so on top of it. It's unbelievable. He's done a great job.
All right, I think we've covered this probably already, and just ancillarily going around it. Is the gambling? We've said it already, but is the gambling real or fake? I mean, we know it's real, right? I mean, that's it. I mean, you guys are playing. We've talked to this,
It's real.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite troll questions. Like, oh, it's fake money. This is staged. And I'm like, how would we
basement.
do that? Like, we're sitting there and on the felt it says like El Cortez, or it says whatever the casino is that we're playing at, or we're clearly in a casino. And I mean, you could look at the carpet, or something in the identifying marks if you really thought we were trying to fake people out. And there is no casino, and that I've found, and if there is, I'd love to talk to them that will give us free money. I mean, it's I was just texting one of my hosts, and he graciously gonna give me $500 of free play. I come in last time I was there, I think I lost $15,000. It's definitely real money, and there is not a single fake thing. I would give anyone $1 million if they, could prove anything was fake. Like, we are gambling in real casinos with real money that we put in. I have a shirt that says I spend half my time feeding hundreds into machines and the other half waiting for hand pays. And
That's hilarious.
I mean, just yesterday we were down 50 grand or in 50 grand.
Yeah, this won't come out to that. Yeah, we were down 50. In 50 at one point.
We were in 50, and literally, we're feeding hundreds into 3 different machines, all of us like this, and it's a lot of effort. Yeah. Real hundreds. I miss those hundreds.
Yeah.
Like, I go there with a full pocket sometimes and come out with an empty pocket. It is painful. Real $100 bills.
If you haven't seen it, you're going to want to see what happened.
All right, good. We'll check it.
Well, that happens a lot. Sorry, the psychology of gambling, I always find that so interesting. And Anthony reminds me all the time, if you hit a big one, that's your money. It's all your money. And a lot of times you'll hit a big one, and that's when you keep playing and you keep going. And you go, all right, well, let's see if I'm hot. And it's very possible to win a lot of money and then not leave the casino with anything.
You talk about that all
You
the
give
time.
it back.
There's no such thing as house money.
No, when it's on if blackjack's an easy example. When you win a hand of blackjack and it's on your side of the on your side of the table, that's your money. It's not house money.
People need to understand that.
Yeah, if you're winning It's not their money that you have. It's your money. It's now yours.
I heard a bartender the other day take it one step farther. He goes, "It's not my money." We were having this conversation. He goes, "Nope, it's not my money until I deposit it in my bank account." I'm like, "That's not the right way to look at it." He
it's
goes, "That's how I
definitely
look
not
at
the
it."
right- Yeah, no, it's when it's in your stack, it's your money, and treat it as such.
Agreed.
He's been good from keeping like me from going on tilt, like so if you have a big loss, it's just like book the loss, calm down, regroup, and then just get back to normal. Tomorrow's another day, as opposed to trying to win it back. Like, can you explain that thing you explained about it's impossible to win it back once it's gone?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you lose money, you can't win that money back. You can win other money, but it's not that money. It's that money's gone, and you have to just mentally book the win or book the loss and start over. Because sometimes Matt will be like, "Oh, we're down. We'll start a session, and we will have lost earlier in the day." And I'll be like, "Well, we're already down 2,000." You can't really look at it. You have to look at it as an individual event.
Yeah, well, one of the hardest. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
Well, I was going to say I have a background in poker, and it always helped me. I kept meticulous records. I would record my win or loss, and I would start over. I would start the next session at zero, and it always helped me mentally to be at an even keel. And
I think one of the hardest things to do to be a winning gambler, a professional gambler, making money at it, is to think of it as one long session, one complete,
Yes.
one long session. And if too many people worry about what happens today, what happened in the last hour, what happened
Right.
when I go to bed. No. All you did was go and get a drink, whatever. It's the same thing. You're going to pick it up tomorrow. If you have an edge, you'll end up winning.
Yeah, I would tell my winning poker friends, just zoom out, look back, look at your chart. You've been playing for 2 years. Is the chart going up and to the right? Then good. Then you're doing the right thing. Don't worry about this hand or this hour or this session.
I love listening to those guys. They're like, "Yeah, this guy went all in with this,
Right.
and man, if it only wasn't for this river, it's like, would you just shut up?"
Poker bad beats. Oh no.
No, bad beat stories crack me up. Every poker room, you hear them, and it's like, that's what you signed up for.
That's the game.
It happens.
Yeah, but the truth is, with slots and casino gambling, you are going to lose long term.
Yeah.
And just know that you're going to lose long term.
Perfect segue, man.
Yeah.
You just pushed me right into the next
Well,
one.
happy to do it.
Look at you, WBG.
Basically, your ethics. I mean, you guys, I like you. I mean, it's like I see you guys seem to be extremely transparent about everything. And I remember, a long time ago, I did a documentary, and somebody asked me something about it, and I go, I have a real fear that when I publish a gambling book, that even though it's correct, that I'm leading lambs to slaughter, that I'm Pied Pipering people that are not going to be able to do it right. What are your feelings on that? I mean, what are your ethics on this, and do you have any worries about that somebody's going to get in trouble? You can't govern everybody, but I mean, what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I often do like responsible gaming messages, and and tell people like, this is a losing proposition, and kids don't do this, whatever. I mean, maybe
We try to stress it as much as possible. You're gonna lose and gamble with money that you can afford to lose or is for fun.
Yeah, it's got to be recreational.
Recreational only.
But yet there are people that have problems with gambling, and I'm not going to take the blame for it. I mean, we're just one of many people that gamble, and I mean, if someone's going to be held accountable for that, then make gambling illegal and don't allow a casino now in every city in the world. It seems. Another point to a question you asked a long time ago, because like, let's say you're someone watching this and you want to start a channel. I mentioned consistency, quality, the being able to withstand, budgetary, do it long enough to get the plane off the runway. But I would say one of the biggest keys to our success was to your compliment. We are what you see is what you get. We are transparent and we are authentic. I'm identical in my real life as I am on camera. I'm always
Absolutely.
the same person, and you can't be fake. The algorithm cannot be fooled. And I think what people like about us is we are completely real. And it's like this. There's not a fake, scripted, inauthentic bone in any of our bodies, and I really feel that resonates well. So like when people ask me advice, I say just be yourself. Don't try to be Vegas mad. Don't try to be some other influencer. Be you.
Yeah.
Who are you, and then you'll
Your
find
audience
your
will find you.
Your audience.
These platforms are so good. like they'll find people who resonate with what you're putting out, and authenticity I think is the most important thing on social media right now. But to your point where you said people will come up to us in the casino, they're, I feel like I know you guys, and my response will always be, you do.
Yeah.
Because they do know us. We're not performing for a camera, we're just gambling and having fun, and they see it and they learn who we are.
Yeah, you guys came up with the right recipe. And the recipe is good. I think in the beginning when I didn't like some of the influencers, it was that, you could use somebody, let's use Floyd Mayweather, who all he would ever do is tweet out his winning bets. I mean, he would make these gigantic bets. He would tweet out winners only. You never saw his losers, and that wasn't doing anybody any good. And I sort of saw this in the industry to some degree.
Yeah, that was the first slot influencers that mainly was just like, look at these jackpots. And then I guess, if you were going to try to make a case for them, you'd be like, well, we thought that's what would be most appealing, but I think it's unrealistic, to say, oh, look, you just push the button a couple times and you get a jackpot. Isn't that easy?
Just in a matter of moments.
Just in a matter of moments.
What?
Yeah, that happened just in a matter of moments.
Come gamble with me because I have the magic formula for picking out a machine. I mean, there's never been more nonsense in the history of mankind.
Well, the truth is, though, if you were going to post 2 videos and only 2 videos, and you posted a losing video and a winning video, the winning video will do better, guaranteed.
We have evidence of that today and yesterday.
It will do better.
Yeah.
So if you're only going to post one, post your winner. But I don't know that you can build an audience and build a channel and build a relationship with your community.
The trust,
But by far, winners perform better.
Fascinating.
And I like winning way more. Like when we have a big hand, I think our biggest hand of baccarat we ever did was $40,000.
Wow.
And we won, and it was wonderful.
Yeah.
I think the video did well. Had we lost, it would not have been wonderful. And I would. And it's like, what do you say to the camera after that? You go like, well, crap. But we still post them all, whether win or lose.
Well, about a year ago, you guys did a video where you're playing Regal Riches, and I just rewatched it again. It's about an hour long, and boy, it's just such a wild ride. You lose. I think you go down about $300,000 in one session, and then you have a massive win.
310, but who's counting?
310, but who's counting? Right.
Yeah.
But then you get it back, right? You win $130,000.
No, that was another video.
Was that the one at the Cosmopolitan?
Yeah, the Cosmo, we were in 310. We won 170 when we finally hit the green.
Didn't win. Got back.
We got back 170. We were down 140.
Yikes.
A couple weeks later, that was $1,125 a spin. So we put, God only knows how much through that machine. And then we did another one with $750 a spin. And on that one, we had a better result. We were in whatever we were in.
We were in like 100, I think.
Yeah, we wound up winning 130.
130. So we lost 140 and we won 130 on those 2 videos, 2 of our biggest videos ever, because people literally think you're insane to sit there for an hour pushing a button at 1120. Yeah, we are. I would not recommend it, but we literally put 1125 about every 3 seconds, $1,125 to the point where we were down 310,000, and we just kept going.
Only had to go get money.
Twice.
But that's part of the exciting part of the video when you guys go, oh, we need to go get another $10,000 ticket, and then you put it in. It's and
or
then
someone had to go
so fast.
Yeah.
Someone has to go to the bank and get more money, or I mean,
that took a lot of resources.
It was. I mean, that's a lot. That was an exciting video. I think that's certainly our highest viewed video ever, right?
Actually, I think the winning the 130,000 winner after that might have passed it.
Oh, really?
They're very close.
Well, I want to tell our audience to go watch this video because it's engaging. I mean, you can watch it, you get to know you guys.
Can you
it's
put a link in the
hour-long.
description?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll put a link.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We'll put a link.
Send those two to you, and you can watch the winner and the loser.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, good.
All right, guys. So I was at G2E recently, and I was walking around, and I go to the Gaming Arts booth, and I see the Brian Christopher slot machine, and I say to myself, is there a Vegas Matt slot machine in the works? Is it going to happen? Are you going to hook up with Every and make one, or what's happening?
I don't know. I think if there's a smart game manufacturer out there, they should definitely do that, because I think the game would be the best, and it would be the funniest, and we have some good ideas for it. But I don't know how
you should tell your hologram idea.
Well, I was going
to say they could email us at info@vegasmat.com.
Hello, IGT. Hello.
I mean, whoever wants to have the most popular slot machine in the entire history of casinos, that'd be a good idea.
Cool.
But I have this thing where sometimes I'll do my humility knows no bounds, where if I win win something really big, I'll do like a victory lap around the machines or whatever. And so I had an idea, would do like a Vegas mat hologram, and if you hit like a really big bonus, then the hologram Vegas mat comes out and does a victory lap around the machine. We got ideas, you know, like on one of our sayings on one of our shirts is you sure get 5 a lot, you know, because on like Dragon Link's probably the most popular game, and you need 6 fireballs to get the bonus, and it just seems like you get 5 all the time. So like on my game, there's going to be a meter, a 5 a lot meter, and if you every time you get 5, it boosts that meter, and then randomly one time when you get 5, it gives you the 6th. And there's plenty of ideas for a game. I think it would be a lot of fun. We've got on FanDuel Casino, we've got a Vegas Mat Blackjack. Okay. So I'm like, hit that thing, you know. It's like, oh,
hit that 20,
idiot, you know. And so, but that is, you know, a lot of that lingo, you know, like. WBG, you know, will try to sometimes calm us down. You know, we get a good bonus, and he's like, "All right, let's enjoy this." And then that caught on, and we have a whole line now of like, "Let's enjoy this merch." And our audience knows all our sayings. Like I'm wearing a Sando shirt, right? So Sando evolved from I was watching Narcos one time. And this guy was talking, like I think a Mexican drug cartel guy was talking, and he says, "Look, I checked out your operation in Bogota, and it's a total shit sandwich." And I just thought that was the most descriptive term. And so, like, we'll get the long-awaited 3 flags. You know, we'll get the bonus, we'll get the free games, 6 free games, and then we'll get it, and we'll get like on a $50 bet, we'll win like $40. And I'm like, oh, that is a shit sandwich. And I kept saying that, and then EJ is sensitive to, you know, bad language and inappropriate things, so he edits out a lot of what I say. And so instead of saying shit sandwich, I just abbreviated it down to Sando. And it's a Sando, and that really stuck. And so sure get 5 a lot, Sando, let's enjoy this. Now we have the get even or get even worse. And we have like just hundreds and hundreds of these orders going out every week.
Sando is now on Wikipedia and in the Urban Dictionary.
Yeah.
Well, I was told.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I was told by one of our employees here that Sando in Japanese means sandwich.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, we've heard that also. People tell us that. It has like 20 definitions. I wanted to ask you, so at G2E, did you get to play the Brian Christopher machine? It looks pretty cool. I think it's World Cruise.
You know what? No, I didn't play the one that was at G2E. I've played the original
one, yeah.
That was released.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. That's really, I mean, he's a great business person. I mean, he certainly blazed the trail, and he has all the good deals. You know, like I say, I don't understand how there's not a Vegas Mat slot machine yet, but I know there will be.
I'm sure there will be. You know, I remember in 2017 there was a big talk within the gaming community of like, you know, these influencers are coming into the casinos and they're filming, which was very taboo. Even in 2017, you had a lot of casinos saying, you're allowed to shoot, you're not allowed to shoot, you know? And for the most part, it took guys like Brian Christopher and Raja to go in there and, you know, kind of force the casinos to let you film.
Our hats off to both of them.
I mean, yeah, great job.
Raj has been a good friend.
Yeah, we've been told to leave casinos like even as early as 2021, 2022. When
short-sighted, huh?
When we were, you know, they just like some security guy comes up and says like, you can't film, and then like, you know, we have permission, and then he's like, you know, I can't prove it, and then we have a little exchange, and next thing you know, it's like, you're trespassed, and I'm like, and then
gee, that sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah, that was funny.
That was funny.
I hated that guy.
That only lasted about 8 hours, but
Well, I said short-sighted. I mean, now.
No, they realized that they had made the mistake.
Oh, okay.
Well, what are your favorite casinos to film in?
You know, the ones that appreciate us. You know,
Okay.
I
All
mean,
right. Take note.
I mean, we make, because with my counseling from my level-headed partners, I never am ever going to say, this casino sucks. Like I didn't say the name of the casino that trespassed us. I love all casinos. You know, people go to work at one casino and they may end up at another casino, and we try to have phenomenal relationships with all of them. but we do choose to film at places that make it easy for us to film. They, if they turn the music down for us so we don't have to copyright or have EJ have to go in with AI and re-edit everything. It's a pain for him. Do they pay our hand pays quickly, or do they have self-pay? Are they generous with offers to us? Do they have a suite that they'll give us access to? I mean, we like to film where they appreciate us. I think that's evolving to the point where some casinos will host events that we do, and we'll have 1,000, 1,500 people show up at an event, and they're starting to realize that that's a lot of money coming through the door. And I think eventually that money will start being shared more fairly. There's even casinos that we play at all the time that keep really good track of their new players, and we film there on a regular basis, and 28% of their new players come as a direct result of knowing that we film there. And I'm sure other casinos will start to understand this better, and we'll probably eventually have our favorites that we play at, and we don't play at others, and those casinos will do quite well.
I've talked to a few casino executives who have told me.
Well done, sir.
And I've talked to casino executives who have told me it's the best advertising they've ever done.
For sure. And you deal a lot.
And I mean cost effective and everything.
Cost effective because they don't pay anything, but that's going to change.
It ought to.
Oh, it will.
Cool. All right, real quick. We're getting toward the end here. Ideas for influencing in other areas. I know you've played some blackjack. Interestingly, you don't do any video poker, hardly, if any at all. It's been all slots.
On live streams, we'll play video poker. On live streams, we'll play
is
video
that true?
poker.
And occasionally on our videos, we do.
Occasionally.
Yeah, well, we love Ultimate X, and our viewers love Ultimate X, and we call it the crack of video
It's
poker.
the best video poker game.
Yeah.
EJ just doesn't think it is as engaging, and a lot of people tune out, and he looks at the metrics and whatnot. But we love to play it. We don't play it as often as I'd like to.
Well, you also play at a really fast speed, and it's hard to.
And I play it off camera a lot. And what was the rest of the question?
No, just like you're going to get into, blackjack is a big question. I mean, I see you go to a blackjack table, and there are some blackjack players out there. Obviously, blackjack is my main discipline.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so I watch them play, and they're moderately skilled, and they don't try to oversell it or anything. I was just wondering if blackjack was in your future.
I mean, we stream blackjack sometimes. We play a lot of get even or get even worse hands. We don't do long sessions of blackjack. The other day
One hand is not a very long session.
Well, the other day we were down 7,500, I think, or down 5,000. We took 2,500, and we bet 1,000 on the first hand, and back and forth, ran it up and turned it into 10,000 in a matter of a few minutes. And so maybe 10, 15 hands, and then we say, okay, we got money now. Let's go play slots again. So it's kind of like we bounce around, and we do document that, and we love baccarat. That's fun. We always bet banker. People are always like, why do you always bet banker? It's like, we just do.
The banker always wins.
Well,
that's why.
it's also infinitesimally better. It's long term. You will do slightly better if you only bet banker.
Yeah. Well, it's just, it's interesting. It's like, I think one of the reasons you guys have done so well is that you have gamble in you.
Yeah.
You know how many times I've been told WBG will appreciate this?
Yeah.
I've been told, like by Blair Rodman, who is a World Series of Poker gold bracelet winner, one of my best friends.
Acquainted.
We did his book, right? He said, "You'll never be a great poker player because you got no gamble." That's what he tells me.
Yeah,
I go,
you have to.
I don't want to have gamble, man. I want to be black and white,
Yeah.
But you got gamble, and I think that comes through, and it melds with all the things you're doing.
Yeah.
And it becomes very, very impressive when you realize that there's a whole business attached to it. From my point of view.
With WBG, I know for a fact, if right now you said, I'm in the mood to gamble, I'll give you 51 to 49 instead of 50-50 on a coin flip, and he had 51.
You're in.
I guarantee you, Anthony would do that as well.
Oh, I'm in all day.
Yeah,
for sure.
But I mean, he would put.
We're not going to have any action here.
He would put 50 grand on the table without batting an eyelash, because he's got the better of it, and then if he lost, he wouldn't even be phased in the least. No. There's nobody like WBG that I've ever met in my life.
You know what? There's. I got a good buddy, Frank B. from the sports betting world. He goes, there's two columns. He goes, there's your result and there's your expected value. And he goes, your result is not near as important as your expected value, because your result will follow the expected value.
Yeah, long term.
Yeah. So, okay, a couple quickies, then we'll let you go.
Sure.
Answer them as you prefer, as you like. I mean, we've heard a little bit of this already. Do you have a favorite show? of yours
Favorite
that you
video?
did that everybody should absolutely see? Do you have one that you would
Oh,
recommend?
a favorite episode?
Yeah, a favorite episode
Yeah, I don't
on
mean
your
you like
channel.
I Love Lucy or anything like that. I mean,
I
Great
think,
show, I Love
I think
Lucy.
the one that we're going to give you the link for.
Okay.
How we won 130,000, got even for the week or whatever. I think that's one of the best ones.
cool. All right.
I mean, what about you, EJ?
There are so many different fun moments throughout every video. I'm sure there are big laughs in videos that we don't even remember, or big wins in videos we don't. They're all fun. Except for the ones where we really get wrecked.
The
Those
one we
aren't so
did
fun.
last night that's coming out in a couple of days is very funny.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
If you go to, like, say, TikTok and you look at the top, the pinned posts, you know, like gambling with some of the bigger name people, particularly like Gronk is on there. You know, that he was a lot of fun. I mean, we couldn't lose when we played with Gronk, so
that
that's
was great.
that's a fun video. There've been so many, but I would just. You know, they're all, you know, if you watch, we have people all the time who start watching, they watch one, and then they just say they go and they watch every episode. You know, it's amazing. We still get tons of views on our older videos because as we get new audience, they all go back, and it's an end now.
They're all
Almost,
tied together, right? It's a storyline, so it becomes a natural thing to watch every day.
They can binge watch.
Yeah.
Right? They'll binge watch it.
And we have a playlist on our YouTube channel where you can watch from the beginning.
Cool.
So what's your favorite gambling book?
I was going to ask you that next.
Well, I'm asking you.
My favorite gambling book has to be the one I did with my dad, which was The Art of Gambling, which is, I'll give you guys copies before you leave.
Okay.
And my father did it's masterpieces throughout the ages from gamblers, and I co-authored it with him, and I wrote the gambling. I explained the gambling scene, and he found the things.
Sounds
So
like
that-
Munchkin's book a little bit.
Yeah,
Gambling Wizards, or-
yeah, Gambling Wizards. Yeah, but this one's full of it's a photo book. It's a coffee table book.
Oh, very cool.
So that's my favorite. But I mean, of all these other, I mean, I've published so many. There's a lot of children, you know. You can't really have a favorite child. What about you guys? Favorite gambling book? We ask everybody. Doesn't have to be one of ours. Is there one that you just remember?
he's probably the only one who reads.
My all-time favorite gambling book is Getting the Best of It by David Sklansky.
It's a great book.
It's a great book. It just taught me so much about gambling and how expected value means so much
Yeah.
in gambling and in life.
Great book.
Yeah, great book.
Absolutely. You guys?
I like that movie. I mean, I'm more of an audio book or a movie guy. Like, I got such ADD. I try to read a book and I get about 2 sentences in and I start thinking about something else and looking at my phone. But I like that one where that was it not Vince McMahon, but the guy, the poker guy with the long hair, like, and he walked. He bet someone he couldn't walk from LA to Vegas.
You're talking about Huckleberry Seed, Huck Seed.
Oh, Huxley.
His book?
No, the poker guy. That's like the guy, the WPT commentator. We played
Vince.
Yeah.
Vince Van Patten.
Vince Van Patten, not Vince McMahon.
Yeah.
Vince Van Patten. He walks from LA on a bet that he can walk from LA to Vegas, and I don't know. That was
I don't
great.
know
They made a
movie about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That I just found fascinating. And then I have all like these books on my bookshelf, like, you know, how to play craps, winning, you know, this, that, and the other thing. And I actually did read the How to Play Craps book, and I remember the strategy that they taught. You know, like pass line, max odds, come bet, max odds, come bet, max odds. Like, sorry, I'm tapping. Showing how to, you know, maximize the game of craps. I personally don't like craps because this is how it works for me. I get a bunch of points established, and then a 7 comes, and I lose everything every single time.
That's how it
I
works.
never win at craps.
EJ, did you read?
I've read in the past, not gambling books.
You don't
though.
really
What's
care.
the book that
You
you
have
mentioned?
read.
Atomic Habits was a good book I read right before we started doing all of this, and I think a lot of those disciplines helped us succeed. And I mean, you talked early on about like something that how we've done what we've done. We all have, or these guys both have incredible work ethics, and I mean we work nonstop, and I've learned a lot from them. So that would be something that I would say.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like if we're awake, we're working.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Somebody told me about a book about discipline. It was called Make Your Bed.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't read it yet, but I'm going to find it.
I think that's, is that, I don't know. I've heard of this book.
I saw
Yeah.
the TikTok on it or whatever. But
It's
yeah.
a I mean, just I've said this to you guys privately. I mean, just the fact that you guys can do a video a day, that speaks to your work ethic. And I mean, if you're going to teach anybody out there how to succeed, with millions of people trying to do what you're doing. You just got to work hard, man.
Yeah.
You got to work hard.
My dad used to say the best way to kill time is to work it to death.
Yeah, it's nice.
I love those sayings. You have so many of those sayings.
My dad used to say.
Two more quickies.
Wait, you know what? If we're not in a rush, I want to say one thing. Because we didn't get to my favorite gambling book, and I do have to give a shout out to Michael Shackelford, who's one of Anthony's authors. And the best part about Gambling 102 is that you don't have to read
that was
it.
the book.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
it's a book like no other gambling book I've seen.
He's the
because
best.
it's got a whole chapter on advantage play, and you don't even have to read it. It's got pictures of what to look for. So maybe you'll get a copy of that too, but that's a good one.
Mike has made myself and many other people who I know a fortune. He's done the world a lot of good.
This will make you feel good. He's working on 2 more books for us.
Yeah, he's one of my. He's an idol of mine. At one time I sent him an email and said I'll work for you for free.
Really?
Yeah. I have a lot of respect for him.
Not to mention he can unicycle and juggle at the same time.
Yeah, and he hikes.
He's a showman.
This was pretty good.
Yeah. All right.
People are going to ask. They asked me to ask. This is a square one, right? But do you have a favorite slot game? You don't have to say, you don't have to tell us your favorite casino, but do you have a game that you just dig? That if you just wanted to play one game, you're on a desert island, man, and you got one slot. Is there something you love?
Oh,
Like he'd be
several. I mean,
ultimate X,
I love playing $1 Million Dragon Link. I'm committed. One of these days, I'm going to get the million. The minimum you can bet is $25. That's too small for us to bet while we're filming. So I always do that in my spare time. Like if I have an extra $500 burning a hole in my pocket, I'll pop it in $1 Million Dragon Link. Fire $25. I love playing Buffalo Link. One of those games you're never out of it. And then my new favorite game these days is a game called Grand Legends.
the best.
And this game, I'm telling you,
It's
the
the
bonus
best bonus.
frequency is amazing. The bonus can be incredible. It almost seems to me like we win too much on it, knock on wood. I love this game, Grand Legends. We just recently started playing it like a month or two ago.
Yeah.
And when it launched, we were there for the launch of that game, and we just do really well on it, and it's a lot of fun. But there's so many.
He'll be on it tonight.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. That's
Huff and
something-
Puff, Regal Riches.
I don't
Huff
like
and
Huff and
Puff.
Puff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I love it.
No.
You guys
Stop.
are influencing young Andrew here.
I only play Regal Riches because of that first video.
Yeah, Regal Riches is
And,
great. It's
you
a
know,
great game. It has a great kind of storyline built into it.
Yeah, that's what I like about it.
Yeah, and now I go around and I look at all the
Ultimate X.
denoms and I look to see if there's
Yeah.
any Regal Riches where it's like 7 or 8, like in that blue diamond.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, one more question, and all 3 of you got to answer it. Restaurant recommendation. If you just said, look, here's where you got to go. This is my favorite. Or it can be a coffee shop. It can be a steakhouse. I don't know. Do you have 1 or 2 or 3? But I mean, where would you go?
I would go to Crossroads at Resorts World. Crossroads.
That's the
Kitchen.
vegetarian place,
It
right?
is indeed. Yeah,
Okay.
they do an excellent job.
WBG is also WBV, world's biggest vegan.
Hey.
And he's been. How long you been vegan for?
Since June 1st, 2011.
Yeah.
Okay.
Approximately.
He doesn't come near anything. Like, I mean, he doesn't even wear leather shoes. I mean, this dude is as vegan as a vegan can be. And Crossroads is like gourmet vegan, right?
Yeah, they just do. I mean, it's a great restaurant. I would give it a shot.
So that's
What
the
about that
answer.
place that has the good vegan burgers? Is that still around?
That's the place of the win, right?
Well, the Wynn used to have.
Charlie's.
really good
Yeah,
ones,
I
but
don't know that they have.
No, but there was
probably
one that
still
was like off strip. It was like it tasted like an In-N-Out burger.
That
vegan.
was Chef Kenny. He had that restaurant. It's not there anymore, but he does have a dim sum restaurant on Flamingo. Chef Kenny's vegan dim sum.
He does.
Yeah.
Another great spot.
What about you, EJ? I know what you like.
What do I like?
Well, that one place you went for Michael's birthday.
Yeah, Din Tai Fung I like
Oh, yeah.
dim sum. I like Din Tai Fung a lot.
Everybody
That's,
talks
Aria,
about
right?
that. Yeah.
Aria, yeah.
Yeah.
I just went there 2 nights ago, I think. Yeah.
I almost went there a little while ago, and for some reason I veered off. I'll give it a go.
He just likes it because the abbreviation is DTF.
That's hilarious.
I don't get it.
Yeah. And then, is there any other restaurants, EJ, that you like? You don't really
A
like
local
long.
Mexican spot I like is Lindo Michoacan.
Oh, it's great.
So good. I love the chips and the beans and salsa they bring.
I love that place.
And it's a lot of marinara. I get that a lot. It's good. It's really
How about
good.
Big Mike's place?
Houston's Hot Chicken. Yes, my friend works at Houston's Hot Chicken, which is franchise in
it's-
Vegas.
And they do have.
They have a really good chicken
That's on
sandwich.
Sahara, right?
They have
There is
several
one on
locations.
Sahara, yeah.
Okay.
Houston's is great.
Big Mike's gonna be happy about
Yeah.
that. Thank you. Yeah.
Props to Big Mike.
Yeah.
And then, like, one of the things, I've always been just like such an average, regular middle class. I come from a middle class family. And like, so I like the fancy stuff. EJ and Robert are not big on like long fancy dinners. I love it. You know, like someone gave me a bottle of Chateau Lafite Rothschild, you know, like for my birthday, and you know, like last night went to my neighbor's house for dinner and drank like, you know, this $1,000 bottle of wine.
Cool.
I just love stuff like that. So in Vegas, there is arguably one restaurant that is the best restaurant, and it's Joel Robuchon at MGM. Joel Robuchon was chef of the Millennium. I mean, it's a Michelin star dining experience. You know, 15 courses. My favorite thing, paired with like 15 wines over 15 hours.
I don't even think I would go if you.
Yeah,
if
I
I
wouldn't
had an
go.
extra seat. I wouldn't go.
Yeah, and like I've been there with people who like won't eat any of it, but like, you know, like the presentation and the place settings and the service and the ambiance. If you like fancy continental cuisine, fine dining, Joel Robuchon is not only like the best in Vegas, it's one of the best in the world. Yeah. And I think I should get royalties for giving that commercial right there. A friend of mine used to be the chef. He's now left. Joel Robuchon died, but it's just a phenomenal restaurant. That and I think Guy Savoy at Caesars are the only ones that are in that category. And then I always give a shout out. Like this morning, I had breakfast. Whenever I have a breakfast meeting, I have someone in town. You know, I don't want to drive all the way to the Strip. I don't want to make them drive all the way up to my house. So we meet at 2:15 in Eastern. And right behind the LVAC and the Starbucks, there's a little restaurant called the Original Sunrise Cafe. And again, I don't own it. I don't have any dog in this fight, but that's where I go to breakfast. I'm going to go out to breakfast. They have the most amazing service. They're quick. They got great coffee. You know, it's everything about it is good. It's a good family-run place. Been there for 20 plus years. So, cool. So on the one spectrum, it's kind of like just an omelet breakfast place that's awesome, and then the best restaurant in the world. It's up there with like French Laundry and Napa and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go try it then. That'll be a Las Vegas Advisor review. Vegas Matt says.
Can I come with you?
Sure.
It's only like
which one? Sunrise Cafe?
You know, depending on which wine pairing you go with.
I'm talking about the breakfast place.
Oh, the breakfast place.
You out of your mind?
I've been accused.
All right, Andrew.
I think that's it, guys. I think we covered everything. First of all, I want to thank you guys for coming down and spending time with us.
Thank you.
And it's always a hoot to see you guys in the casino playing, which everybody should know. You know, sometimes you just walk through the casino, go into the high limit room. You never know where you're going to find Vegas Matt and crew.
That's
Okay,
right.
Anthony, you're a legend. I've followed your career for forever, and I'm happy that you invited us in.
Is that how we got you here?
Is that how?
I said, is that how we got you here?
No, but I mean, I've like I said, I've followed your business and your career over the years, and I'm.
Thank you.
He
Well,
was
you guys,
very excited
pleasure.
about coming on this, and it's always fun. And thanks for taking the time.
well, you guys were very gracious. I remember, I think it was, we were doing probably a Beer Friday, and someone said, you should get Vegas Matt. And it might have been you that came out and said, he'll do it.
I saw the comment. I saw the comment on the. Somebody said that you mentioned Vegas Matt. I think Train probably sent me the clip because he never misses anything. He sent me the clip, so I watched it and I put a comment on the YouTube channel and we started a discussion and led to this. So
Yeah.
I'm happy about that.
Thanks, guys. Continued success with what you're doing. It's extremely impressive. And you're giving a good name to this part of the industry. Thank
Ooh,
you.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
To Las Vegas, where the stick man, he recognized me. He said, hey man, do you need another shot at freedom and harmony with your jackpot in Vegas?
Hi everyone, Carmen Bradley here. Welcome to Mental Melodies. This is my talk show about everything mental health and wellness and crazy stories and life happening and learning from it. I appreciate you tuning in. If this is your first time here, I'm just going to give you a little bit of a rundown on who I am and what I do and why I'm here. And I'll probably do that week after week until I feel like everybody knows, so maybe I'll never stop. Like I said, my name is Carmen Bradley. I am an actress, a singer, a model, a songwriter. I also want to be a comedian, but I'm working on that. That's a learning curve. In general, my life right now is just working through learning curves and dealing with the feeling of newness and of change, and it's very, very exciting. You know that this is just the third episode of this show, and it is just growing and helping me grow. And like I said, I'm just grateful that you're here listening to me. I was a teacher for 8 years. I taught in high schools in California and also here in Las Vegas for 4 years. And that's really how I kind of got a passion for mental health, is what I say. You know, we have these like stock things that we say. But what I did is that I was just observing mental health in schools and the mental health issues of my students and the ways that schools responded to it. And I was feeling very unsettled about all of that. Being behind the scenes, like as a teacher and on the other end, it's just very interesting to see how mental health is treated and how there just simply are not enough resources. And so my goal, which I was telling my director, I feel like this show is bigger than me, but for right now, with what control I have over it, my goal is to spread awareness for mental health and healing. And so I've talked in the last couple episodes about this kind of duality where there is a very real reality that people struggle with mental health, and people struggle with depression, and people struggle with anxiety, and people struggle with post-traumatic stress disorder, and I could go on and on and on and on and on down the list. And it is really important for people who do struggle with that to have a platform to speak about those things and to say honestly, like, I'm not doing well. So if you saw last week's episode, I was a little bit of a mess, but I talked about the importance of vulnerability. And as somebody who has been through a lot of those things, I feel, I don't know that it's my duty, but that's what's coming to my mind right now, to be honest about the things that I've gone through, because there are so many people that go through those things that don't have a platform to share. And something I mentioned before is that a lot of the issue is that families are not aware and don't know how to handle it, or don't know how to help, or just simply don't believe it or don't want to deal with it. And so that's an issue that I saw in schools a lot, where I might have been the only person that some of these students were struggling. I was the only person that they could come to. I have this vision of high schools around the world having a therapist in every class, or having one class that helps people learn how to manage their emotions. But that's simply not how schools work these days. It's happening. There are people going around teaching yoga to kids and stuff like that, but it is definitely not the norm. And so we just simply don't learn how to regulate our emotions. And what ends up happening is we develop these coping mechanisms, and that's really what mental illness is. Depression is a coping mechanism. It's a way for your body and your mind to handle whatever it is that, we'll say, triggered that depression. So like, for example, after my brother died, I was very, very depressed. There had been a lot of things building up into that point anyway, so my body's way of handling the trauma was to shut down, right? People who are depressed are not doing anything wrong. They're not lazy. Their body is just simply coping. And then you take all the different various mental illnesses, and what you realize is that all of them are coping mechanisms, right? And oftentimes what it boils down to is control. So a good example I have of that is eating disorders. And I've mentioned in the last couple of weeks that I've struggled with that. And that is a lifelong struggle. And so, yeah, eating disorders are about control, and OCD is about control. So what happens is you have things as a child that you are not in control of, and so you start to pinpoint things that you can control, and whatever messages you're receiving from your friends, from society, whatever, that kind of affects what it is that you end up developing. So like, as a woman and as an athlete and growing up as a girl, there were a lot of messages about my body that I was receiving, and I internalized those messages, and without being aware, responded. And I want to emphasize that I wasn't responding from a state of awareness, right? Like me right now, I can recognize what it is that I do, how I react, what I want, and then I can choose, like on a very minute level, how I act, how I respond to somebody. I'm feeling a certain type of way, I can control how I respond. When we're kids and when we're teenagers, we simply do not have that. Now that's something that could be taught, especially to teenagers. But usually you go through the first couple decades of your life on kind of like autopilot, right? So a lot of these things develop and you weren't in control of them developing. So that's why I go back to that example of depression. A lot of people get blamed for depression, but they shouldn't. The flip side of that coin, right, is that when you do start to bring awareness to your, we'll call them issues. I don't know why I don't like that word today, but your struggles, right? Genuine struggles. Once you bring awareness to them and you recognize that you have control, then that's the point where it's like, it's your responsibility, right? Because you can sink back into it, or you can begin to develop different coping mechanisms. So like I said, the mental illnesses are coping mechanisms that, like I said, you don't have control over. They just kind of develop. But you can change them and you can shift them, but that is like a lifelong process. So something I was saying last week is that I don't want to come on here and give you tips to fix things and then have anybody be upset because it doesn't get fixed after 2 days of setting an intention or 2 days of going to the gym and trying to take care of your body or whatever. It's not like an easy fix. And that's really, really important. And it's more about making a decision. Like you wake up one day and you make a decision that you want to feel a certain type of way. Something that I have definitely struggled with, and even in the last few months, something I struggled with a lot was understanding that you can choose happiness. So again, you go back to that depression example. When you are depressed, you often do not have control over it. There are theories that you have an imbalance in your brain and therefore you'll always have it and you won't be in control over it. I disagree with that as somebody who's had depression and all these various different things. I think you can have a chemical imbalance in your brain, yes, but I don't think that it's permanent. Now, I've said before, I'm not on here as a therapist. I'm not on here as somebody with a PhD because I don't have one. So go do your own research, develop your own opinions. But I think that oftentimes people need to say stuff that's different from what you hear, from what the norm is, because that's the only way that your brain can start to figure out what it is that you believe about yourself or what you believe about your own healing journey. So if you are taking the word of people who say it's just an imbalance in your brain and you can't heal, then there's a part of you that's going to lean into that and maybe not even want to heal, because there's a part of us that's often attached to our illnesses. So for me, my eating disorder as a form of control for me was something that really on a deep, deep level, I didn't want to get rid of, because it's the way that you live your life. If you live your life with overthinking things and over planning things and worrying and counting all of your calories and controlling what your body looks like, then that's essentially the skeleton or the fabric of your day-to-day existence. And that's really, really hard to change. So to change something that is almost tied to your identity is really, really hard. So like I said, I think it's just important for me to throw things out there that are different from ordinary beliefs, because that's the only way that other people are going to hear them and then wonder, maybe there is a different choice that I can make. So going back to that thing I was struggling with positivity, I believe that it is a choice, and I see this a lot on social media. There's a lot of accounts out there that are preaching the type of stuff that I am talking about, and I do get a lot of my ideas from social media, and I think it's a very valuable tool, but it just depends on how often you use it, XYZ, but also what you're following, so what you listen to, what you hear, what you see. They say you are what you eat, but you are everything that you take in, and we can have control over that. And I think going back to my ultimate goal for this, my goal for everybody is to feel autonomous. I want you to feel in control of your life, and essentially being in a state of mental illness is being in a state of not being in control. It's the opposite of what you want to do. So when you're depressed and you hear that you can choose to be happy, that can be very unsettling. There were times in my life when I I would be pretty upset if somebody told me that, because there were times in my life when I was agoraphobic and I didn't want to get out of the house and stuff like that. So it takes some time to get to the point where you can be like, okay, I've healed from some stuff that caused that depression, or I started to get to the root of why I was eating a certain way to control my life. And then, like I mentioned earlier, there's minute choices, very small choices on a day-to-day basis that you can make. So if I wake up in the morning and I'm grumpy, I can be that way all day, or I can make a decision to change it. And that is very hard. And a lot of you might be thinking, like, I wake up in a bad mood, I'm in a bad mood, that's not my fault. Like, I'm allowed to have a bad day. And that is true. But there's a sense of entitlement that we have sometimes, where we feel entitled to our anger or to our sadness or to our grumpiness or whatever, right? It's that, like, addiction, in a sense, to these struggles that we have. So I mentioned earlier, like, we're very, very attached to these things. I was very, very attached to my eating disorder. And I can even tell that I still am, because it's coming up so much for me today. I was very attached to my depression. Like, I don't know, when you get to a certain point in your healing journey where you have heard all of these things are wrong with you, it just becomes, I don't know, like a weird badge of honor to, like, the struggles that you've been through in life. And it's like, I think you get to choose which badge you want to wear. Like, are you the person who is ill, or are you the person who took your illness and learned how to be healthy? And so when you're thinking about choosing happiness on a day-to-day basis, I think, I don't know if it's the key, but something's coming up for me right now is gratitude. And there's a lot of research out there, like actual research from PhD people, about the power of gratitude and how you can shift your mindset by using it. So I'm going to talk more about that in the next segment. But essentially, I want you to start thinking about how you can take something, a feeling that you want, and adopt it in order to shift the feeling that you have that you don't want. And again, it's about letting go of that attachment, because sometimes it feels good in a weird way to not feel good. So I will be back in a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
Hello, everyone. This is Joseph Skoda with Social Media Shows. Well, I thank all of you for your support through these last several years, and it's been a lot of fun. We've given people a voice they never had before. Now, Social Media Shows is always collaborating with our veterans to help them do things and help out the veterans who are struggling today. And we teamed up with GI Connections, connecting veterans with resources. So please consider helping and donating to this great cause, because we're always doing things for veterans. So GI Connections, Social Media Shows, and you is what makes the world a better place. Once again, Joseph Skoda, proud United States Air Force veteran.
Hi, I'm Deacon T with Modern Word Ministries. It's great to be with you today. Just a short little promo for our show. Every Sunday morning we have service, and you can follow us at 10 a.m. Pacific Time on modernwordministries.org. And if you missed us or you want to see some of our older messages, go ahead and check us out on socialmediashows.com every single morning at 9 a.m. It's a great way to kick off your day, get a little bit of the word in you, get something uplifting, get you started off on your way. You know, if you're looking for prayer or you need some help, reach out to us. If you go to our website, again, that's modernwordministries.org, you can interact with me via telephone, via DM, text message, whatever you want. I'll get right back to you. So if you need prayer, you need help, you just need somebody to talk to, Modern Word Ministries is here for you. We are your church in the community. So until you see you next time, be blessed, everybody. Bye-bye.
Hi, welcome back. Carmen Bradley here with Mental Melodies. I was just giving you a rundown on gratitude and how to shift your mindset from essentially negativity to positivity. And this is something that you can do even if you're not struggling with what could be classified as a mental illness. Even if it's just something that you want to change about your life. I'm thinking about a book I used to read with my seniors in high school called The Happiness Project. And she says in her first couple chapters, Gretchen Rubin is the author, that she wasn't struggling with depression or anything. She just kind of had this feeling that there was something missing and that she wanted to find out how to be happy within the midst of her own life. And in fact, I think this is a really good point because not everybody has the freedom to go on some kind of journey. Like not everybody has the money or the time to maybe go to a spiritual place and be with a spiritual leader and uncover childhood trauma, take a month off, come back to life, feel a lot better. Most of us have to figure out how to feel better from within the parameters of our daily life and the jobs that we have and all of that. I mentioned last week, I think, about how it's really, really hard to heal when you're in that hamster wheel where you're just going and going and going and getting up and going to work. So the beauty of this book, again, it's called The Happiness Project by Gretchen Rubin. She just made a commitment to herself for a whole year, she picked things to focus on to make herself happier. So she focused on things like relationships and her relationship to finances as well, and the things that she was doing to make herself feel healthier and all of these things. And so when I talk about making little shifts, like finding gratitude in order to shift your attitude, I'm going to put that in a song. Oh man, my hilariousness made me lose my spot. But anyway, taking these little tips like gratitude in order to shift it is something that you can do, like I said, without having a major mental illness and without going on some type of spiritual journey. And it's really just about making that decision. So obviously, like letting go of those attachments I've been mentioning is really, 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 really hard. And I want to like stress the importance of that I'm not telling anybody who's depressed or going through post-traumatic flashbacks that you can just wake up one day and be happy. There are very real situations and mental plagues even that are much harder than that to overcome. But I like to just, especially since it's the third episode, like just kind of give an overview of some tips, because most of the time you read a book or you watch a podcast and there's just one thing that you need from it. Like I listened to a podcast over the summer. I mentioned in the last couple weeks that I was like going through a big old dramatic breakup over the summer, and I had just kind of shifted at the beginning of the year to focusing on my career as a performer. And so there was a time when I was really struggling and I was kind of stuck in this moment, big moment, month-long moment of feeling really sad and really depressed. But I gave myself the time to feel that way, which is another thing that is important. And I think I'll definitely talk later on about that, like how to learn once you do start shortening like the intensity and the duration of your episodes, how to notice when they're coming back and how to figure out like how long you can kind of sit there. Because I did mention this last week that depression is a need, that it's showing you that you have a need you need to fill, right? So yes, it's a coping mechanism for something. So what do you need? Do you need rest? Do you need to eat? Do you need to connect with family members? Like there are all of these needs that you need to meet. And sometimes the only reason you're not doing well is simply because you're not meeting those needs. So then how do you figure out what you need when you're not in tune with them? That's like a whole thing. I lost track a little bit again, but let me think. So I've been thinking about let's go here. So with intentions is something that I've been mentioning the last few weeks. It's kind of like a brain trick. And so if we've been talking about changing your mindset and healing and all of that and all these little tricks. So gratitude is like an intention that you can set, and you can choose something positive. So if you've been following the Instagram, I've been posting some words every day. Things happen kind of passively and almost magically, like once you decide to make a change. So I remember where I was at. I was talking about gleaning things from podcasts or books that you read. And so there was this podcast. It wasn't a podcast, it was a book, Atomic Habits, another book. I didn't finish that one, but I hear great things about it. But the point I was making is that I was in this moment where I knew I needed to give myself time to feel sad. If I didn't give myself time to feel sad, it would boil up inside of me, and that leads to physical issues. If you're somebody who doesn't deal with your emotions and you're feeling sick or bloated or your joints hurt, probably because you didn't deal with your emotions and they now live inside of your body. Newsflash, PSA, deal with your emotions. So there is time that you can give yourself to feel sad. I'm not saying in this spiel about positivity, choose positivity and be positive, and that's the only option. Toxic positivity is a thing, if you've heard about it, right? It's like the people who are always trying to be cheerleaders, even when you're feeling sad. If you're going through something big, if you're going through grief, you're going to feel sad. That's natural. But there's always a moment, I think, and I'm learning more and more how to recognize those moments. But there's a moment where it's time. As like, okay, it's time for me to get up and move forward. And what I had done during that month is, even though I was like sleeping a lot and crying a lot and really just like embracing this big change and grieving, I also got up every single day and did at least one thing to move my career forward. One thing. And I didn't have the energy to do more than one thing on most days or to do big things. And I spent a lot of time with friends back then, and these were all things that I was doing to like take care of myself. But there is a moment, I think, that people are told to do something, like to make a big change, leave a relationship, leave a job, just simply get up and do something different. And I think that we miss that call sometimes, maybe. Maybe a lot of people just don't know how to listen to it, or they get that voice, but then they also get the voice of fear, so they end up just staying. And the song I'm going to sing at the end of the episode is kind of about that, and about how we get pushed to make changes. And if we're really supposed to make that change, like the voices telling us to make that change will get louder and louder and louder, and the signs to leave will get bigger and bigger and bigger. And so that's where that like responsibility comes in. Like if you're being told to do something and you're not doing it, then essentially you're the one who's making it so that things are worse for yourself. And it comes down to like choosing your hard in a way, right? So like there's the two sides of that coin, and I keep using depression today because it just feels very, I don't know, applicable. Like depression is when you're kind of sunk under. It feels kind of like there's like a ceiling over you and you can't get out, and that can be very, very debilitating. The other side of the coin is when you listen to, like for me, it was a therapist who told me that sometimes when you're depressed, you have to push your own carriage, right? We have like motivation and will and desire and inspiration, and that can often feel like you're sitting back and like the carriage is kind of moving on its own. That's a great feeling. It takes a while to get there. Before you get to that point, you have to get up and push your own life forward and like get that ball rolling. But that is very, very hard. It's almost easier, maybe not even almost, maybe it is easier to just sink back and again just lean into that identity. I am depressed, or I have an eating disorder, or whatever. It's easy because it's the same, and we don't like change, most of us. I feel like I like change, but even me liking change, I resist it, you know? And so sometimes you have to get up and you have to just kind of make those movements, take one step forward. And the beautiful thing about it is, like, once you do take your first step, like, it's easier to take your second step and then your third step. And then once the ball is rolling again, it does feel that way, where you can kind of surrender to the moment and let life kind of take you. But you have to take control first. So that moment comes differently for everybody, you know, and sometimes it's huge. Like, oftentimes people who are on a healing journey have something really, really big or really, really drastic happen to them before they start to develop this awareness. And some people, I think, even like miss the call. Like, maybe some people are just not aware for their whole life. And I don't know what that comes down to. I've got theories. A lot of people have theories, like old souls. Maybe I've lived more lives than other people or something. I'm not really sure about that. I think this is a little bit of a tangent. But my point is that you do have responsibility to change things that you want to change, big or small. And there are always signs. And it's just like you have to kind of start opening yourself up to them. So maybe if you're here listening to me, this is your sign to get up and make a change, small or otherwise. I'm trying to think of what it was from Atomic Habits that I got from it. But that was what I was talking about. It was that book. And I only listened to a small part of it. Maybe it was, I'll have to look it up and tell y'all next week, but I think it was something about just doing like one small thing every day. Because I think that we get overwhelmed by change and it feels very, very daunting. So the trick in that, and the thing that I have been learning, is to take it little bits at a time and take it one day at a time, and not always to be looking forward, but instead be in the moment. I can feel a whole thing building about that in my mind right now, so I'm going to stop it before the break so that I can come back to that one. See you in a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Deacon T with Modern Word Ministries. It's great to be with you today. Just a short little promo for our show. Every Sunday morning we have service, and you can follow us at 10 a.m. Pacific time on modernwordministries.org. And if you missed us or you want to see some of our older messages, go ahead and check us out on socialmediashows.com every single morning at 9 a.m. It's a great way to kick off your day, get a little bit of the word in you, get something uplifting, get you started off on your way. You know, if you're looking for prayer or you need some help, reach out to us. If you go to our website, again, that's modernwordministries.org, you can interact with me via telephone, via DM, text message, whatever you want. I'll get right back to you. So if you need prayer, you need help, you just need somebody to talk to, Modern Word Ministries is here for you. We are your church in the community. So until you see you next time, be blessed, everybody. Bye-bye.
The year is 2980, and we now know that death is not the end. A soul can be extracted from the recently deceased and be used to create a blue liquid called essence. It can bring a person back to life.
We'll get her back.
I hope so.
It's an expensive process used by the rich and powerful. The rest, they do what they can to survive.
Stay right there.
You told me you're hiding from some dangerous people.
Let's knock on the door. I spent the last year searching for the Deep Star. A bounty so big that the entire galaxy could be yours.
People have been looking for the Deep Star for years. It can't be found.
It's because they can't find the distress beacon. I know where it is.
If we find the Deep Star, we could get enough credits to bring Mom back.
Blast off.
Guys, we have company.
You can run, but you cannot hide. Prepare for impact.
I am now authorized to take action.
And now you die.
No!
It's a tough market. We get it. Home inventory is at an all-time low. It's a seller's market, and cash buyers have the advantage. Recently, cash buyers made up more than a quarter of all home purchases. But we have the solution. New American Funding's Buyer Accepted program allows your buyers to compete with all cash offers by becoming cash buyers themselves. Here's how it works. Buyer Accepted LLC, an affiliated company of New American Funding, will purchase your buyer's new home with cash and sell it back to them for the original purchase price, plus a fee that can be added to the purchase of the home once they secure mortgage financing with New American Funding. The best part is that they don't need to sell their current home first. This is a true cash offer. Clients who use our Buyer Accepted program can secure financing using a conventional loan and even VA. Plus, there are no fees for agents and no sacrificing commissions. Buyer Accepted even offers a free 1-hour certification course that will make you the expert. You want to close more deals and help more clients? New American Funding's Buyer Accepted program is the answer.
Welcome back. Carmen Bradley here with Mental Melodies. I was just talking in the last segment about taking small steps toward things, and I mentioned that I can feel this like idea building, and I'm really excited about it. So I'm going to teach you a little trick about feelings right now. Sometimes you have to recognize the feeling, like I feel the excitement kind of like right here in my chest, and I have to acknowledge that I feel that, and then kind of hold on to it and not let it take me away, because I will start rambling really quickly about this. But I am really passionate about vision boarding. It's something that I started back in 2019 when I was going to a 200-hour yoga teacher training. And at that time, I had no idea what my future was going to look like. Vision boards often include things that people want or they're manifesting, so like a big house or a new car or whatever, right? Things that they want to bring to them. My very first vision board was a bunch of drawings that I made that represented each of the chakras. If you don't know what those are like energy centers in your body. And another great book, today is a book recommending day, Eastern Body, Western Mind, teaches you about the different energy centers in your body and how trauma affects them and how to heal that trauma. You don't have to even believe in the chakra. There's nothing voodoo-y about them, but if that's like far-fetched for you, all it really does is helps you, and it helped me categorize things I was going through. So if you have an energy center in your throat, and I talked about this on my first episode, lies and anything that blocks like your ability to speak is going to block that energy. So it's pretty straightforward then, right? Like you go back into your childhood and you figure out what are the things that made it so that you couldn't speak up or you couldn't sing or you weren't feeling heard or you weren't feeling seen, and you start to heal those things and you start to give your younger self, give those things back to you so that you do feel heard, so that you do feel seen. And you'll see a physical change in it. Like if your voice is always tired, you'll start to have more energy. Like 5 years ago, I would not be able to talk for a whole hour straight and sing a couple songs because I had so much energy blockages going on there. So the vision board that I made was just my call for balance. I was like, I want to feel grounded and I want to feel creative and I want to feel that I'm moving forward with things. I'm going up the different chakras right now. And I want to feel loved and I want to be able to give love and I want to feel heard and I want to be able to speak. I want to feel balanced in my mind, all of these things. So I was just seeking that because I felt that I didn't have that, and at the time I didn't. And that was my very first vision board. And the thing about vision boards and manifesting that I've mentioned a little bit, it's kind of like the idea with the intentions where you're just planting a seed, is that you don't have to work as hard as you think you have to once you make a decision. And if you're really, really choosing, like, I am going to create balance for myself, it will start happening and opportunities will start to come to you so that you can take advantage of the things that you want. So I asked for balance and I started to get it. And I was teaching yoga and I was learning about health and I was figuring out how to enjoy my food instead of controlling my food. And those were all things that I'm still learning, but my first year of vision boarding was really all about that and just finding balance. And like I said, I had no idea where I was going. I had no idea I would be here, but I did know that I was in this precipice. It's actually pretty cool when I think about it, because the first painting I did on that vision board was like me walking through a tunnel, and I had just gone to those tunnels over by Lake Mead, and I could just feel that I was in that point in my life where I was walking through a tunnel and I was leaving a lot of things behind. And it's interesting because I kind of felt that way again over the summer, where it was like I was having another moment where I was walking through a tunnel and I was leaving a lot of things behind that simply could not come with me for the next version of myself. My vision board for the year of 2020 after that was a little more specific, and I planned things out. What I started to see was that I wanted to do a lot of things and I was making a lot of promises to myself that I wasn't keeping. I'd always wanted to write a book, and I always wanted to run a marathon, and I wanted to heal from my eating disorder and all of these things, and I would sit back and wish for them and not do anything about it, right? So going back to that, sometimes you have to push your own carriage. I had to figure out what action I needed to take in order to do it. So I wrote a very terrible book, but I wrote a whole book in a month because I signed up for that thing, and I would get up really, really early, and I would just write and write and write until I hit my word count. And I started proving to myself that I could do these things. So when I was training for a marathon, I was just running 6 miles, 10 miles, 13 miles. I made it to 20 miles. I didn't finish the marathon, but I did prove to myself that I could run more miles than I ever had, that I could get out and make a commitment to myself and finish that commitment. And that energy from that time in my life is huge for me. One of the lines in the song I'm going to sing later is, you have to take the good and leave the bad sometimes. So, we walk through those tunnels, we let go of the stuff we don't want, but we can take with us the stuff from versions of ourselves in the past that are positive. There were times when I wasn't doing well, that I, for a while would just want to forget, please don't ask me about when I was 25 or whatever. But when I look back, there are a lot of positive things that maybe I've always had in me, or maybe I had as a response to certain things that I do want to keep. And you're allowed to do that, to look back at past versions of yourself and maybe forgive things that you didn't appreciate or didn't like about what you did or whatever. Forgive that, no shame, and then take the stuff that made you strong at that point and move forward with it. So back in 2020, there were all these things that I was asking of myself. I don't try to run marathons anymore. I'm not even writing books anymore, but that energy that I had then helps me now when I need to sit down and finish a song, because my brain has learned that I can commit to something. I can say that I have a project and I can sit down and do it. And that's so very, very hard for people. As somebody with I'll call it an ADHD brain, that's the buzzword for a lot of me and my friends, artists, right? It's so hard to sit down and finish a project. But I think that can be a crutch. Don't hit me. But I believe ADHD can be healed. And this is something that, most people don't agree with me on that, because ADHD is one of the mental illnesses that actually there's a blood test for. And so there's this well, I can't change it because it's biology and because I was born with it. And that is true, maybe true, whatever, who knows? Everything in the world is theory. But even if you had ADHD as a kid and you were one of those ones bouncing around on the walls and procrastinate all the time, there are tricks that you can teach yourself as an adult. And neuroscience, I believe, will tell you, again, as somebody who didn't go get her PhD, Anyway, I believe that neuroscience will tell you that you can change synapses in your brain. If you can go for 20 years being addicted to drugs and destroy parts of your brain and recover from that, then I think that you can recover from something even if you were born with it. But anyway, sue me. But I did that for myself, and I think that I am living, walking proof that you can do that, because I used to be somebody who, like I said, had all these things I wanted to do, and A, I couldn't pick what to do first, or B, it was just too daunting that I didn't know how to get started. So something my roommate and I were talking about the other day is that the trick to heal yourself from ADHD, or whatever we'll call it, I'll figure out what to say in further episodes about this, but it's to decide what matters most. And I do think that Atomic Habits addresses this as well, if you want to read a book or listen to it about it, that you have so many different things and we often can't figure out how to sift through them and decide what's important. So we just sit back and get overwhelmed. That's like a common occurrence for people with ADHD, right? Like there's just so many things, I just won't do any of them. And that's like what leads to procrastination. But once you start to really realize like what it is you have to do, like if you have something like I do on a Tuesday you have to prep for, and you notice that you are only doing it on Mondays or whatever, you at least know in your head, this is something I always get done because I have to, because it's on a Tuesday, so that's on my priority list. But there might be a bunch of different things on your list that really shouldn't be there, but we're attached to. Blah, blah, blah. There's like so many things I could say about this, but going back to that feeling I mentioned of that, like, that not even just the feeling I had of that excitement, but that feeling of like that discomfort of change or like newness. You can use that same trick when you're sitting down to a project that's overwhelming. Just notice, like, I'm feeling overwhelmed right now. That's a feeling. That is not a fact. That is not who you are. That is not something that has to control you every single time you sit down to do something. It is a feeling that's separate from you. This is something like we talk about in yoga, where you figure out that you are underneath all of it, whatever it is. Maybe it's just your brain, maybe it's a soul, but you are not the thoughts in your head, and you are not the feelings in your body, and you're not even your body. And when you figure that out and you believe it, and you can take a step back from your feelings, then you can start to control them again. So everything's coming back to that, like pushing your own carriage, right? If your carriage is being drawn by feelings of overwhelm and fear and I'm not good enough and beliefs that you have that are limiting you, then you're never going to be able to do the things that you say you want to do. But if you recognize that it's a feeling and decide, like, that's not what I want to guide me today. I want to be guided by like this vision of a version of myself that can finish things. Then you sit down and you start. And you keep going until you're done. And it's that simple, the end. Just kidding. It's not that simple. But in a way it is, and it becomes more and more simple over time. And so, like, I think back to my year 2020, that was like essentially an experiment for me. And I didn't realize that it was prepping me for this time, but it was. Every mile that I ran, every page that I wrote was in preparation for this time, where now, like, I can sit down and write a song. When I was in New York over the summer for IMTA, it's this big like acting, modeling, singing competition. I was sitting in on a Q&A, I guess you would call it, with a bunch of like music producers, and they were talking about that a lot of the thing that holds people back from writing music, which is just like an example I'm using here, is simply that they don't know how to judge like if their work is good. Who knows, you know, if it's good, or if I write good melodies, or if my music is okay. And at the end of the day, what we came to a conclusion about in that conversation was that didn't matter, and that all of those questions are part of that doubt. All you have to do is do it, write it, put it out there, sing it. If you're writing songs over and over again, they will get better, right? I was running miles over and over again. I got faster. I got stronger. So it's about sitting with that feeling at the very beginning, and again, choosing, like, is this the feeling that I want to guide me? I don't want to be guided by fear or guilt or regret or anything like that, I want to be guided by like hope and motivation and all of these other things. So take a minute, I guess, to think about that. Notice how you're feeling right now if you're with me, and just like decide, is this how I want to feel right now? Because you do have control over it. And I'll talk with you a little bit more after the break.
John is an employee at one of the most famous firms in the city of New York, so his job is very hectic, and he realized that it is necessary for him to go and finally take a vacation. But he went on a vacation without planning out the details, and wasn't able to truly enjoy where he went because he had to think about so many things that he didn't plan for. Instead of enjoying his time away from work, he came back with more stress that he was not able to take full advantage of his vacation. But this year, a coworker suggested him to try World Ventures this time to make his vacationing more enjoyable and less stressful. They do not require you to plan anything outside of your transportation, which is also available at discounted rates. Your stay, your transport, and many meals are planned by the club. John liked the idea very much. He tries World Ventures, and his experience with the club was amazing, as he made many friends there with whom he had a great time. John recommends that everyone should try this club, as they are the best in business. See how the VIP-vacation-club.com can give you the right experience without all the hassle. Enjoy the VIP experience that only World Ventures provides.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
Got Films is a full-service production company that provides motion picture quality content and production services for use in the film and TV industry. Looking for a seasoned crew, high-quality equipment, or other production services for your film, TV, commercial, corporate convention, sports, news, or interview project? Your search stops here. Some of our projects include NASCAR, American Restoration, Pawn Stars, Counting Cars, Top Chef, BattleBots, Forge and Fire, and Street Outlaws. We have also produced over 60 feature films and documentaries. We're ready for all your needs. Whatever your project, whatever your budget, big or small, Got Films got you. GotFilms.com.
Welcome back, Carmen Bradley here with Mental Melodies. Before I sing, I guess I just wanted to recap a little bit because I know I was talking about vision boards and I went deeply into my 2020 boards. So I know in future episodes I could talk more about future years. But the point I was trying to make again was just that you're planting things. Call it manifestation, call it taking control over your life, whatever. You want to decide what kind of person you want to be and plant that, and then find this balance between taking action and also just surrendering to the fact that you made a choice. My roommate and I have been talking about this all week. There is action you have to take, but there's also a lot of ease, and it becomes easier once you really find who you are and settle into that. So that's something to look forward to because that doesn't happen right away. But obviously one of the tricks that we've learned today that's really important is just to find that call or that feeling and just notice what's driving you and then make a decision to decide what's driving you. So with that, I'm going to sing a song that I wrote. That's kind of about all of those things. And yeah, here we go. This is called Sometimes. Sometimes you find a way to run. Sometimes you find a way to hide. Sometimes you find a way to get away from everyone. Sometimes you force things and most times you shouldn't. Sometimes you have to say goodbye. Sometimes you have to take the good and leave the bad and just leave everyone behind. Leave everyone behind. Yeah. Sometimes you're told louder and louder. Sometimes you're pushed harder and harder. And sometimes you see the signs, and sometimes you walk right by. You live past lives. Sometimes you find a way to stay, even after you have gone. That's when you need to get away from everything that you have ever known, from what you were told. Sometimes you force things and most times you shouldn't. Sometimes you have to say goodbye. Sometimes you have to take the good and leave the bad and just leave everyone behind. Leave everyone behind. Sometimes you're told louder and louder. Sometimes you're pushed harder and harder. And sometimes you see the signs, and sometimes you walk right by. You live past lives. Sometimes. Sometimes you find a way to run. Sometimes you find a way to hide. Sometimes you find a way to run. Sometimes you find a way to hide. Sometimes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is like my first original song that I have played in front of other people besides my Mental Melodies jingle. So I appreciate you being here for this moment because it's huge for me. Yeah, and a lot of the stuff in there, I don't know if it's like self-explanatory, but I'm hoping that a lot of the lines kind of like spoke to you and maybe took some of the stuff that I was talking about today and kind of put it full circle. There's some irony in there that I'll talk maybe a little bit about next week about like the running and the hiding. But the gist of it, one line in there that I think is really key. I said, sometimes you find a way to stay even after you have gone. So you can leave a relationship and be in a new relationship and it be the same thing with a different person, etc., etc. So you can leave, you can move, you can go across the state, but ultimately if you don't make those changes within yourself, it's going to be the same thing no matter what. And so that's kind of the takeaway, I guess, from today is that on those very small, minute levels, like the change that you want to make is about day-to-day, very small choices. Not controlling your emotions, but choosing how to respond to them, right? And deciding like who you want to be and planting those seeds. So with that, my name is Carmen Bradley. You can find me as Carmen Bradley on Facebook, Carmen_Bradley on Instagram. I also have an Instagram for the show, Mental Melodies Talk Show, that I'm building. But a lot of the stuff on the show you'll see obviously on the social media show's TV account, and then on my personal Carmen Bradley account. If you want to collaborate with me, if you need an actress or a model, voiceover, let me know. If you have questions or comments also about what I said today, you can email me, carmenbradley@gmail.com. If you want to sponsor the show, that would be totally awesome. You should email admin@socialmediashows.com for that. And I just appreciate you being here. I'm going to shout out the 3 books I mentioned today if you're interested in reading them. Atomic Habits. I forget who wrote it, but you'll find it. It's a pretty big one. Happiness Project by Gretchen Rubin, and also Eastern Body, Western Mind, which I talked about for a second. So with that, thank you for your eyes, thank you for your ears, and I will see you next week.
Sometimes you find a way to run. Sometimes you find a way to hide. Sometimes you find a way to get away from everyone.
Welcome back to another episode of Vegas Views. Dawn Sullivan. I have Torres Ingram with me, and today we have a very special guest. Would you like to announce our special guest?
So we have Andrea McMillan with us here today. How you doing, Andrea?
I'm doing good.
AKA Drea, that's what we call her. So, Drea, you're doing good?
Yes. How
okay,
are you?
Good. Hanging in today. Today is a good day. We got some good news on our Rise Talent front, but let's ask how you doing today, Torres?
I'm doing well.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. I like it. We kind of all match and didn't even plan this. This is very, I feel like, not just very black, we're very earthy too, with your earth tones and then the denim.
Yes.
Yeah, and the kind of olive silver. You're in gold. We're silver.
I'm just black.
You're just black.
Yes. We're wearing black.
Yeah. That's fun. Oh, this is what we're doing today. Okay. He's just black. Okay. I'm just kidding. That's funny. I liked it. Okay, so we have good news. Are you guys going to ask me what the good news is?
What is the good news?
Okay, good news. So I wanted to thank, you know me, I always got to shout out and thank everyone. I wanted to thank Nancy Mancuso with the International Model and Talent Association, IMTA. You know, Rise Talent. And if you don't know and you're logging in for the first time, you're going to collect a lot of great information today. You might even want to take some notes. But she has given us more regions. So Rise Talent, I'm the owner and operator of Rise Talent Management and Modeling and Talent, acting, singing, dancing, commercial. We do everything over there. But we do conventions twice a year at the location in Los Angeles and the location in New York City, 2 times a year, July and January. And normally I take people from Las Vegas and we travel to those locations 2 times a year for these conventions. And they're also really great places to build careers. But I just found out today that I have more locations as far as where we can take people from. So it's not only just Las Vegas now. We're opening now the Wyoming market. Totally excited about that. The Denver market. What else was it? Montana, Nebraska, the Dakotas, New Mexico, exciting. I'm really excited about Lincoln, Nebraska specifically. These are places that I have been before, and super, super excited, probably most excited about Wyoming. But really excited that we're able to take people from those smaller states and little cities. Being that Las Vegas is one of the major cities, we have, 3-4 million people? What are we up to now? 3 or 4 million people
about 3
here.
to 4, yeah.
Some of these places have tiny little populations and no talent agencies. They have no place to go practice the way we do. We have no place to learn, no place to even grow. So you have a model or an actor or a singer or a dancer. Now they have an outlet through Las Vegas, and we can get them to LA and to New York. So I am so happy. So Nancy, thank you so much for allowing Rise Talent Las Vegas to branch out to the rest of the United States in specific areas and join our team, which is so cool.
Right.
So there's going to be like a lot of Zoom involved, and a lot of growth as well. That's probably my phone. See, we're growing already. Tara, I will call you back. I'm just kidding. That's like an inside joke. Okay, guys. So, what do you tell me what you think about that? That's cool?
I think that's absolutely amazing, especially like I love how you talked about, you know, the smaller market, just cities and towns in America not having those outlets for talent agencies or really just the resources to train and perfect their craft. It's a lot of raw talent out there that hasn't been seen and wasn't getting seen until we have this opportunity here. So being in that environment, to be in somewhere like Rise, and you know, you and I both know what we bring to the table as far as training, getting people prepared for the business, and to be in an IMTA environment to really showcase what the raw talent you do have. Because IMTA is really not a place looking for perfection, looking for potential.
Yeah.
So we help people showcase that potential the best way, I think, so far.
Wait, I gotta back up. Why do you think that? I love that you think that. Because I think that too, and I think a lot of people going into that competition don't think that. They think, I've got to be so perfect. Why?
Right.
What gave you the impression that they are looking for potential and not perfection?
Well, I've been at IMTA on 2 separate occasions. I've done New York and LA over the past 6 months.
Yeah.
And with that, just seeing, one, what we brought to the table as Rise as a unit and as an agency, but also seeing the landscape of everything else that was coming there.
Yeah.
And seeing, granted, everybody's at IMTA is talented. You have to audition to even get to IMTA.
Yeah.
So it's a process to even
That's
get
another
there.
thing, guys, real quick, sorry to cut you off, but that's another thing, guys. I'm not saying if you're in any of those states, you can now just come with us. There is an audition process. You do have to have a level of talent. You do have to meet model requirements, height, weight, all those things. So don't think just because you're in those states now that you can come with us. I'm sorry about that. There is an audition process.
Right.
Sorry.
But yes, so even through the audition process, you still see it's a lot of raw talent and a lot of untapped potential that hasn't really been tweaked and developed and fine-tuned. And they do well, and then the agencies that are there and the people like scouting agents, whatever the case may be, they hone in on that and then put them out to the world. And then it's kind of like, I like to call it ignorance on fire, which is a very good thing when it's channeled the right way, because now you're taking a brand new person that's completely new, a new face, new environment, new body, spirit, everything, and you're putting it in there and they have to learn on the fly. And I honestly believe the best teacher is the experience, not so much the theoretical part of it.
I love that. Oh, I love that. I want to write that and send that to it's so true what you're saying. I love that. And I love that you see it that way, because I see it that way. And I think a lot of people go in and get nervous.
Right.
And the nerves start acting up and they don't see it like, okay, I'm here to showcase myself. I have to be so perfect. Are they going to want me? Are they not going to want me? But it is a total experience. And it is just really, I'm about this, but being authentic.
Yeah.
Like truly being authentic. So I love that you say that. And that's great advice to people.
Right.
I'm stealing that from you. Is that okay?
Absolutely. But that was a big thing that in my Monday classes that I do at Rise every Monday from 6 to 8 with modeling and runway, that's what I was teaching our group. It's like, look, we are kind of tooth and nail, kind of going through with a fine comb what we're doing here, because the big thing is that we want to make sure Dawn looks good. No, but seriously.
It's don't embarrass me.
Don't embarrass
me when you...
So it was a lot of that involved, but it was more so understanding that, hey, nobody out there is doing what we're doing. So we're going to instantly stick out like a sore thumb, but in a positive way. We're going to stand out exponentially. And for those that have been paying attention super close to Dawn's Instagram, Rise Talent LLC, you've been seeing the results of what our talent did in LA about 2.5 weeks ago. We pretty much cleaned up IMTA, and it's for good reasons, not because the rest of the landscape wasn't talented. There were some extremely talented individuals, and I made some amazing friends at LA. I made more friends at LA than I did in New York.
Yeah.
But that comes with me being experienced there already and me being a better mental and emotional space compared to New York to LA. But nonetheless, the amount of people that was there that have a shot to be something in this industry is astronomical. So to see, even down to our little ones, we had some from as young as 6 years old that are really the most confident people in our bunch.
Don't you find that incredible?
Yeah.
That it is so true, the little ones, because they don't care. They haven't gotten to the stage yet where life has no one's talked down to them. Well, hopefully no one's talked down to them. No one's told them that they can't. They all believe that they can, they will, and they're going to succeed. Yeah. So what happens? They do.
Yeah.
You get adults that are insecure and have the negative self-talk and all these things, and they think they can't and they don't.
Right.
Yeah, I've watched it so many times, but it's amazing what little ones do.
Yes.
It's amazing. They don't care. They pop up, they get up, they dance, they say silly stuff, they do all these amazing things. We should all be like kids. That should be the message today. We should all be like kids.
But yes, to wrap it up, I think us spreading out to different jurisdictions with our reach with who we could bring to IMTA,
Yeah.
I think it's going to benefit not only Rise Talent. Of course, it'll benefit us. We already know that, but I think it's going to benefit the industry to shed light on talent up there that really goes unseen.
Yeah.
So we're going to be kind of like that vessel and that bridge to do that.
I love that. I'm so excited for this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little bit nervous. You guys know me really well. I'm a little bit nervous and apprehensive because my big thing is my name. If somebody is represented by me, and it has been years of people making mistakes, obviously myself included, we're all flawed. But if somebody makes big mistakes in the business and my name is behind them, that is me. So what I try to do is make sure everybody is trained properly, that everyone behaves themselves. We all treat people kindly. Rise is a lot more than just a talent agency. It's a way of life, and it teaches you a lot. How to act in business and how to act in life if you just don't know, because we're all raised differently. We're all from different places and cultures. So how do we act in an environment like this? But my big thing now, I'm a little bit nervous. I won't be having the one-on-one with the people out of state now. So they are going to get handed off on to Zoom calls through my instructors, which I know are truly trained. But I can't control how they act at that point, which I can't fully anyway with our group here in Las Vegas. But that's my only concern. I'm thinking, wow, I'm taking on a massive amount of responsibility because I'm already like, don't embarrass me, guys. And that's a funny joke, but I can't say that to someone new that doesn't know know me. They're going to be like, what is wrong with this lady? That's so rude. You know what I mean? So that's my only concern is like, I hope it does not dampen what we put out, but we shall see, because New York 2025, July 7th, I believe. Yeah, the 7th to the 13th, we're going to be taking a bunch of brand new people from out of town. So this is going to be really cool and new for me. And I'm excited. A lot of Zoom, which is kind of new for me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm excited about this.
Definitely.
Yeah, very, very cool. All right, you. Let's talk about you for a second here really quick. So introduce yourself to these guys. And we have a point by having her on the show. So tell us a little bit about you. Where are you from? What do you do? Why are you here today?
Okay, so I'm Andrea. I'm from Victorville, California, but I was actually born out here, so I do have a lot of family out here, and that's what made me move back out here.
Okay.
I have experience dancing.
When did you move back to Las Vegas?
2018, like after my first year at college.
So you're like kind of new. Still, well, new but not new.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, though, as like a little kid, you were raised in California.
Mm-hmm.
So your upbringing is California. You're in Las Vegas right now, and you do cool stuff in Las Vegas.
Yeah, like I lived in California all the way until I was like 19.
Okay.
I moved out here like right after my 19th birthday.
Okay.
So I went to school out there, did my first year of college out there. Everything that I do now, I learned out there.
Yeah.
So as far as what I do now, I dance, I model, I do makeup, I act.
She does everything, this kid. So let me tell you, I'm going to brag because she's not going to, so it's my job. Let me do it. She actually runs a dance class for Rise Talent every single Tuesday, 4:30 to 6:30. So much fun. Stop by. You'll see the ads out right now if you Google it at Rise Talent. It's all over the place right now. She's an amazing dancer. 1, fantastic model. 2, actress. You just get a call back out of like 170 people seen. There were 4 callbacks, and she got one of them for the movie. So that was actually really cool.
That was very exciting.
And you don't sing though.
No.
I heard that yesterday. Just saying some private stuff.
I
She does
used
not
to
sing.
when I was in high school,
Okay.
because I did theater, so I would do like a lot of Broadway productions.
Yeah.
Would have a lot of solos. I was very heavily involved in that, so I had like a vocal coach. Like I was into it.
So your whole life, have you been in the arts, or is this new, or is this like since a little girl? Like,
I've been doing it since I was 14.
Okay.
I wanted to do it earlier, but my mom wouldn't let me. I kind of had to sneak my way into the arts.
Okay.
Like when I started dancing.
Oh, hold on, pause. I love what she just said. If you're a young lady out there and you feel like you have to sneak your way into the arts, because I understand this. We get a lot of people over at Rise that are like, well, I really want to do this and that, but my mom's going to let me come here just for acting, but I want to be a model, I want to be a dancer. Guys and parents, respect your kids' decisions. We're not going to turn them all into lawyers and doctors. Some of them are going to be creatives and ends up dancers and singers and models and actors and on television and writers and journalists. Accept what your kids want to do. Okay, sorry. I just have to tell them.
No, that's pretty much it, because a lot of people, like my mom, my parents, like they all thought that this was just going to be a hobby for me. Like they would tell me like, you can't go to college for this. And I'm like, but I can. And I am, and I'm gonna make a career out of it. And now that I'm doing it, like when I talk to my mom now, she's just like, "Oh my God, I'm so proud of you. Like you're actually like doing this." And I'm like, "Yeah."
Because you have to understand this. Most parents are going to look at this and say, I want my child to do something so stable. I want my child to be in something that, you know, they're going to do well financially, but they're going to succeed and they're going to grow and they're going to develop. And everybody thinks, you know, that there's a specific path. And I love nowadays that the path is really winding, and we're getting more parents that are understanding that my kid is my kid. You know, you don't know if you just gave birth to the next content creator, or you gave birth to the next, you know, backup dancer or whatever. You don't know. So it's kind of cool to like let your kids kind of branch out to do what they want to do. And I love that for your family. That's really cool. And the result is amazing because you're doing great things.
Yeah, they're all like really proud of me now. It was hard at first, like they were like, yeah, no, but now that they see what I'm doing, they can like see the progress from, you know, like when I first started doing it in school to now. They're just like, okay, you're really, none of them chased their dreams. Like they all had different things that they did growing up, and they stopped doing it. So for me to actually be an adult, make it into a career, make money off of it, and like really benefit from it, they're just like, you know, it's kind of setting an example for them.
Absolutely. I love that you say that too, because there's a lot of people in the older age group that I hear this from. My whole life I wanted to do so and so, but I had to take care of the kids. I had to put food on the table. I had to, so they didn't live out the dream. And now they're older and they're like, I didn't live out my dream. I guess the message, they're living with regret. You know, one thing that I could never do, I have a hard time with that. That's my big thing, is I can't live with the regret. I mean, you know that about me. I need to, if I don't try it and I don't know, then what, you know, so that's been my personality always. And I'm so grateful for that now at my age, because I look back and I say, I pretty much always have done what I love. Always have done what I love. A couple of things here and there, but most of the time I've been doing what I love. And I love this for you. I love that you're living a life
I've been like kind of the
this.
same way. I never wanted to have any regrets.
Yeah.
And I haven't. So, like, I did take a break from the whole, like, entertainment side of things for a while. Like, when I first moved out here.
Yeah.
Just because I didn't know anybody to, you know, like, when I was out in California, I had all the connects. Like, I was a dance teacher. I was doing a lot of different things. So coming out here, I just didn't really know how to navigate the industry. So I just wasn't doing it for a while. But I had to tell myself, like, okay, don't let too many years go by and then you just don't do it at all. Because you're going to regret that.
And you're still so young. Also, you're just getting, you guys are so young. You're just getting started. And I love this, building lives off of what you really want to do, because it is a true saying. When you do something you love, you never work a day in your life. And you don't. I don't go to work, but I work 95 hours a week. But I don't go to work ever. Like, I don't think I not work. The minute my phone goes off, that's work. So, but I love what you do, and I love that you are the type that gives back. My big thing is give back, guys. If you are any age group, I don't care how old you are, but you have experience in this business and you can help other people, pay it forward. This is like what I always compliment you on. I mean, you have even small successes in life. Share that with somebody. Give somebody the encouragement. I mean, you are a prime example doing that with your guys from IMTA. You just took these guys, let's just call them, they're random guys, and you trained them for a few months and you put them on a stage, and we were all like twiddling the thumbs, let's see what's going to happen here. And you created like winners. You created winners, and they're great guys, obviously selected by us, so we know, but like, you created winners. So that's awesome. That is giving back, and that's like what you do too with these little ones. Also, you know, people look up to you. You're the teacher, you're the dancer, you know what you're doing. They want to be you. And by you sharing like your experiences with them, you're just full circle, always helping people out. And I believe
it gives me more of a purpose to do things, because, you know, I can be one of the best dancers, but once I accomplish those things, it's like, then what? You know, I want to do something on a bigger scale.
Yeah, I love that. Oh my goodness, I love that. Okay, guys, we're going to have to take a commercial break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about the business. I have so much to say, so many experiences again, that I want to talk to you guys about really getting in the nitty gritty and the guts of the business and how to succeed and how to make your way and how it could be so difficult. Tune right back. When you come back, I have some really great information for you guys. We'll be right back. Vegas Views, Don Sullivan, Tourism Room.
I spent a month in New York and a month in Jamaica trading Tom Cruise and Brian Brown in a movie cocktail.
I want to do what that guy's doing. It made Flair mainstream.
Lights are set, judges are ready.
I stood there probably 20 minutes and just watched. I had goosebumps. It's so difficult, it's so extreme.
Somebody should do a documentary.
Showmanship has been a big part of bartending since day one.
And then Vegas just blew up because, entertainment capital of the world.
I wanted to win. $50,000, $100,000 purses at different competitions around the world.
I don't think people have ever really seen what we do to prepare for these things.
Chapow.
This is what it's all about.
So what went wrong? Egos took over and things were said which shouldn't have been said. It was going bigger and bigger and bigger.
There are growing fears of prolonged instability on Wall Street.
The money went out the window. You can sell a cocktail. You can't sell flair behind the bar. We had to deal with the prissy-ass bartenders. We all want to be the best.
Well, my move is more difficult because I make it look easy.
Nights like tonight make me want to just stop competing because I don't think I'm cut out for it.
And I was standing there with my tooth broke right in half.
Why do I do this? Why do I suffer through this?
I don't really know why it's male-dominated.
There's absolutely male toxicity.
You want to play with glass, you're going to cut yourself.
Literally was up here and we touched bottom.
Vegas Views, Dawn Sullivan. I literally just got done telling you guys that we were going to talk about the business. So, few things I wanted to bring up really quick. How crucial training is when it comes to this business. I had a young lady yesterday that came to see me, lovely young lady, and she's in a meeting with me and she said, well, I want to get started in the business and this, that, and the other. And she had no experience, no pictures, no anything. And I guess there's an assumption out there in this world for some reason that you walk into a talent agency and they scoop you up and then they make you famous, and that's not reality. That does not happen. That's not the way this works. Okay, there is work put behind everything. Any supermodel that you see, any actress, any actor, any singer, any dancer, they've worked at it. They didn't just wake up. Maybe it's 1 in a million that someone's just going to wake up and become famous. It doesn't happen that way. You have to, and even with content creation or whatever it is, you have to know what you're doing. Okay, so a huge thing for us is training. So the girl comes in yesterday and she said, oh, you do training here? Well, yes, of course we do. Because I will never, ever, ever book somebody on anything with my name behind you unless you're trained. It is the same concept as a Torres walking into the hospital this morning, putting on some scrubs and saying, hey, I'm the nice, new, attractive young doctor to do brain surgery. Well, are you trained, sir? No, but I figured I looked the part, so I might as well do it. It's, if you think about it like that. So that's exactly what this is. So I had to educate this beautiful young lady and let her know, and she understood once she stood up and did her runway walk for me. And I said, well, I can't put you on a runway because you don't know how to walk yet. And that's not a negative thing. That is just she didn't learn how to walk. So I'm excited that she's now going to be joining us and she's going to learn how to walk. It's important, guys. If you're trying to be a model and you're over a specific height, learn how to walk on a runway, either with Rise or anywhere else out there is great to learn. There's classes all over the city. Learn how to walk on a runway. Learn how to pose and take photos. Know your angles. Know what to do when a photographer picks up a camera. So I get a lot of girls that say, I've been modeling for years. Oh, okay, great. I get them on the paper, they're on the white paper, and I hold the camera and they're like, what do I do? If you've been modeling for years, then you would know what to do. And that comes with training and experience. If you have a ton of experience, that is fantastic. Like Tora said before, the experience is the training in itself sometimes. But specifically, when it comes to runway modeling, you have to learn how to walk. You can't think because you're pretty and tall and lean that you're going to build yourself a career. It doesn't work that way, okay? So guys, get the training you need. Get the good pictures. This is another thing. And this is to answer the questions that everybody asks me. How do I get started in the business? How do I really try to put my best foot forward? Don't half-ass it, excuse my language. Don't say I want to be a model and then post a bunch of selfies of you going like this and this and all the angles that you think are pretty with makeup that you've done yourself on social media. Because the minute a talent agent looks at your page, they're thinking this is not a model. This is not somebody I want to hire as a model. And remind me of this in just a second. There are other reasons why you wouldn't be wanting to get hired. They wouldn't want to hire you as a model as well. But one of the main reasons, you want your page to look clean. Have professional photos, okay? Professional photos. Some pictures with minimal makeup. Minimal, just pretty, fresh faced, no extensions, hair out. Then have other pictures with wigs and extensions and falls and all of that. So with a ton of makeup and your eyelashes all done up glamorous. But people have a misconception. A lot of young ladies have a misconception that it's eyelashes and big voluptuous lips and big hair and all decorated and dolled up is what makes a model. That's not the truth. The truth is we want some pictures of what you look like and then what you could look like. So ladies, keep that in mind. Huge. Clean up your Instagram, girls. Okay? And I'm just giving you good advice to help you guys. To answer another question, what not to do in the business? Well, that's one. Don't have a sloppy Instagram. Don't have sloppy media. Put together a good portfolio. If you don't know how, you can contact me or anybody in the business will tell you the truth on how to get a good portfolio put together. Okay? It does not cost $1 million to put a portfolio together. That's another thing. If you go to an agency and they charge you thousands of dollars to put a portfolio together, that's not real. That's not true. That's not okay. If they charge you thousands of dollars for training, you don't need that either. Okay? You literally need to learn how to walk a runway, a little bit of training, be trained in what you're doing, take some good pictures. That's all you need. Okay? Minimal money, time. We need your time to invest in yourself. Okay. Another thing, the way you talk to people. That's my phone now. When you get in touch with someone, for instance, hypothetically, I put out an ad and I say, I'm looking for a model to work, hypothetically, Converse for this and this day and this time. When I get the message and the message says, my name is, give me any girl's name. Female name.
Ashley.
My name is Ashley, and I am very interested in modeling for you. It is so nice to meet you, Dawn. And da-da-da-da-da-da. Here's a couple of pictures. I'm like, okay, Ashley. Okay, great. Ashley, blah, blah, blah. Here's the information. I want to talk to Ashley. Okay, give me another female name.
Rebecca.
Rebecca then says, yo, sup, I need an agent bad. Delete. This is true. You're laughing, but
it's true.
It's true. More times than not, I get, hey, love, I need an agent. My name is Dawn Sullivan. You don't know me. It's not love. Okay? Just learn how to talk to people, guys. Okay? And these are things that you do learn also in classes and in training, how to work in the business, because some of you are young and you don't know. You don't call a talent agent for 35 years love. Okay? That's not my name. Speak to me by name. I'll speak to you by name. If we get to that place where we will use pet names, then that's something a bridge will cross when we get there. But guys, learn how to speak to people. So these are really great things. Clean up your pages. No modeling agency wants to see your butt. No modeling agency wants to see your boobs. Sorry, gentlemen that are like, oh man, keep those for your friends. What is that? Your private little friends you can do those things with?
The fellas aren't even fond of it anymore.
The fellas aren't even fond of it anymore because it's saturated, guys. Yeah. Put your boobs away. Put your butts away. I don't mean to sound like an old lady, but that's not what's going to sell in the modeling industry. If you want to go ahead and get a ton of followers and get a bunch of guys in your DMs, go twerk your booty all day long. Am I saying it right? Yeah. Do that whole thing all day long. But to really be serious about this business, if you want to get somewhere in modeling and acting, television and commercial, the last thing anybody wants to see is your butt. In no interest, your boobs, 0 interest, okay? So when we go on your pages, what we're looking for is clean behavior, wholesome, good, not America's sweetheart, good girl, but normal, okay? Make sure your content is normal. No swear words, no curse words. I know I curse like a sailor up in here, but on your page, no curse words, no swear words, no mother F this, mother F that. Nobody wants to hear it. Nothing alcohol related, nothing weed smoking. It's legal, it's all legal, yeah, but people don't want to see what you're doing for your recreational. They want to see you in a business standpoint. Mm-hmm. So what has happened over time is that I think it's like a generational thing. People think it's cool and young people think it's cool. So I'll have like a 15-year-old girl come in that's tall and beautiful and she can do all the modeling and everything, and she leaves with her mom and I'll check her page and I'll be like, oh, her mother must not be on that page. Mm-hmm. There's stuff going on with her and her friends, and then this is happening. Guys, that's yucky, it's ugly, okay? So moving forward, and this is only for the people that want to be in the modeling industry, so if you're coming at me and say, well, clean up your page, this and that, whatever, listen, this is just if you would like to model, I'm giving you great advice. Mm-hmm. A book with great pictures, meaning a portfolio. Get some training, go anywhere. It doesn't have to be Rise Talent. Go anywhere, get some training, get somebody to help you learn how to walk, how to pose, what to do in front of a camera. So when a photographer picks up the camera, you're not lost. You also don't want to look insecure as a model, okay? How to dress, huge. When you come to the agency, if we stand up, could you see this? As a gentleman, let's get into the guys now. Can we see him through that camera? Yeah.
They can't see shoes, but sure.
Can't see shoes. He's in a pair of black shoes. Black on black on black. Even the gold. He's not on a go-see right now, but I thought you had a necklace on. No. Even that's a little bit too much on the watch for now. Obviously on a show he's fine.
Right.
But for a go-see, guys wear solid colored clothing or a pair of denim jeans. Ladies wear heels. These are standard things in the business. When you show up, and I am not knocking Shein by any stretch, please. I love me some Shein. Okay. When you show up in a Shein outfit, in this high fashion, very cute, pretty, excellent, I may compliment your outfit, but I can't see you as a model. I can't, you're fogged out when you have the hair extensions and the makeup and the wigs, and I'm not seeing the true you. So when you go to a modeling agency, please wear black on black with a black heel. Always try to make yourself look tall. Even if you are a plus size model, make yourself look lean and long. That's what models are, long and lean. Even if you have weight on you, long and lean, okay? Gentlemen, don't worry so much about your height. I have so many guys that come to me and worry about abs and height. Are abs and height important? Yes, but will they kill your career? Absolutely not. There's a lot of commercial male modeling going on, and this goes for the females too. Don't think that you can't model at a specific height, especially here in Las Vegas. Could you go and work for Wilhelmina as a short model? Absolutely not. Could you go and work for a major agency in New York, LA, and Chicago, and Miami being short? No, you cannot. It's not realistic. But there are other things you can do in the modeling industry as a shorter girl or guy. Okay, girls. When you are going to a go-see is when someone to go check you out, an audition, an interview, anything, and you want to wear a pair of jeans and a boot or a shoe, a nice heel, and a shirt. You can wear a long sleeve shirt. You can wear tank tops, are always good. Remember something. Nobody wants to see your body parts. Cover it up. I've got so many girls that come in with the low cut shirts. It is a distraction to men and women both. Big earrings like this are a no-no. Don't go into a go-see to meet me or meet any one of us for the first time with earrings like this. It's distracting. You just want your hair tucked behind your ear. Natural makeup like I'm not wearing today. I have a lot of glamorous makeup with lashes on. You don't want to do that. You want to do a light lip. Very, very light or no lashes at all. Okay? Do your own nice and little natural lashes. If you don't like them, I promise you we're going to. The more natural you are, the better you are. No boobs hanging out, no body parts hanging out. If you're an extremely lean person, don't layer your clothing. I found a lot of very, very thin girls do that. They layer their clothes out, and then I can't see what you really look like, okay? Just give the illusion that you want the person to see exactly what you look like. If you're very lean, leggings are always good. If you're very heavy, leggings are not very good. Okay, so there are little things that you can learn. And these are just little things that I'm putting out to you now, but this is stuff that you learn in classes at Rise and in other places online as well, and in the city that will help you to have better chances and odds, because I meet such beautiful people here in Las Vegas. I think Las Vegas has the most beautiful men and women I've ever seen in my life. But they're shooting themselves in the foot. I say this a lot about shooting themselves in the foot. Can you go ahead and tell us a story? Any story about shooting yourself in the foot, and then I'm going to have you do one. So think about something I'm sure you guys know that you've heard or you've seen or you know that you've done, anything that will help these guys understand what to do and not to do in this business.
I think one of my first stories was myself, our first meeting.
Okay.
When I met Dawn, what you guys, if you follow Dawn on media and you've seen me on Vegas Views the last couple of weeks, what you see here now is not what walked into Dawn's office back in 2023.
No.
I was very rough around the edges,
yes,
to be understatement to say the least. My upkeep with just my grooming and things like that shit wasn't there. But so...
Oh, can we pause there? I have to cut you off. Mm-hmm. Grooming, guys, that is another thing, especially on your media. You know what? I do like this. When the girls are there getting their teeth whitened and they're like, okay, just filming for the day at the dentist, getting your teeth whitened, getting a facial, getting your hair done, getting your nails done. Am I saying like every time you get a pedicure, go film it? No. But these are safe things on your page where you're showing you care about you. Grooming is so important, guys. Your hair, your teeth. You're not going to, especially my actors out there, guys. not every actor has to have a gleaming white smile, but try to be the best version of yourself. Have a nice smile, or attempt to have a nice smile. Have nice skin. Wash your hair. Keep your hair nice. Okay.
Yeah. So
now I'm just lecturing.
No, hygiene was there from a standpoint. I always try to smell good.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So hygiene was there, but I was just very rough looking. But I went into it, and this was it. I felt like it was shooting me in the foot, and so I'm not advising anybody to do this. If you could put your best foot forward, do that. I wasn't in a place to really put my best foot forward. It was just kind of like, hey, this is who I am. I have somewhat of a little bit of experience in the industry, but I'm saying, hey, look, I say I'm green as horse. I won't say the S word. I'm green as horse poop. That's a Southern term. So I'm very raw. There's nothing that I so much for me to learn. So I'm not coming in like, oh, I have experience and I have a couple pictures from a former portfolio from 5 years ago. Like, hey, I'm coming in clean slate. This is who I am. This is what I'm coming with. And she saw something in me that I didn't really even see in myself, or what she saw I thought had passed me when I was 18, 19. I'm coming to her at 24. So it's like, whatever she's seeing is probably the old me, but she saw me for who I was and what I could become from where I'm at 24 to now.
I think the kicker for me was your authenticity. I love real people because I try to be real as well. I love the authenticity. And when I pretty much told him, because I'm a very outspoken person, and I pretty much told him, like, we got to clean you up in a way. It was, yes, man, what are we going to do? Like, there was no, his self-confidence was so through the roof that he was so okay with me saying anything about him that we'll fix it. What is it? So he's a true self-confident man who then said, oh, we got to fix this problem. Let's fix it. I don't know the problem. Let me know the problem. We'll fix it. We'll get this done. And he did what he had to do. So for me, that was the kicker. Someone willing. That's another thing. Someone willing to not say, like, oh, you don't like my hair extensions? You don't like my eyelashes? You don't like my this? He didn't do any of that. He's like, all right, what do I have to do to succeed? What do I have to do to succeed?
So I honestly, not to cut you off, but so that kind of segues into what I see a lot of people shoot themselves in the foot. So people are, I like to call people snowflakes, and I'm not going to get tourist talks today because we've been trying to stay away from that the past 2 weeks. But honestly, people in society need to be better at receiving constructive criticism, things that could benefit them. See, a lot of people, when he's like, hey, you should probably think about doing this or improving that to like better yourself, they take it as an attack. They take offense to it, instead of kind of what I did. I took it and was like, okay, I don't see it because I don't know what's wrong. But if you're telling me something's wrong, and this is someone from, I didn't know how much years Dawn had at the time. She mentioned it briefly, but in that moment I didn't remember it. But as we went, because it wasn't like she told me, okay, fix this, and this, and it's not like she hasn't told me this, not new things to fix. There's always new things to fix. So that initial conversation was like, okay, I didn't notice I need to fix this, that, and the third. Let's start there. And one thing I teach in my class, the biggest thing for me when I'm teaching is progress. And she was very patient with my progress, because there could have been a lot of times she's like, yeah, he's not getting it quick enough, and just cut me dry, and it would have been what it was. But she allowed me to go through my process. And granted, I didn't take very long. That's another thing. Sense of urgency. A lot of people say they want something, but they don't come with a sense of urgency to try and attain it. So that's something I see a lot of people, especially in Vegas. Vegas and California, I think, share this hand in hand. They say that people that live in California are kind of in La La Land. They just expect it to be like, you're just supposed to be walking on Hollywood Boulevard and it's just supposed to happen. Some people think it's supposed to be walking on the Las Vegas Strip or in Fremont, or come to Rainbow Boulevard and have one conversation with Don Sullivan, and it's just supposed to happen. Like, hey,
that has happened.
Yeah, hey,
that has happened.
I had the meeting. Why am I not booked yet? So why am I not on runways yet? Why am I not
do you know there are famous, before we get into this, I just want to say, please remind me, be prepared. Hold on one second. Be prepared. Just remind me of that. There are people, and I'm in a book right now, that have been in this business for so long that have gone on 60 auditions and never landed a role. But when they landed that one role, they're now mega stars, and people think, they were in that one thing and they're a star. It took them 60 auditions to get there. This is a hard business. Modeling, acting, television, commercial, it is a difficult, hard, competitive business. If you can't cut it, someone else will. That's the thing about this business. Can you tell these guys about being prepared? And I ask you to say this because you are the most prepared person for everything that I know. So can you tell them about truly what it's like to just get prepared for something that's important? how to prepare. Be prepared. Be ready at any time. The invisible backpack.
Well, the cliche that gets thrown around a lot, and in theory it sounds great, but a lot of people don't put the actionable steps. They say, if you fail to prepare, you prepare to fail.
Yeah.
You hear that a lot, but a lot of people in theory, like, that sounds good, but they don't actually do the actionable steps. So really how to get prepared, guys, is really just doing your homework. You know, not literal homework, but asking a lot of questions, right? Don't be annoying, but obviously ask the right questions.
Absolutely.
Don't ask a bunch of just questions that are kind of common sense, obviously, but sometimes common sense. Sometimes some people just need that extra reassurance, sure. So I'm not saying if it's something that you really aren't getting, ask. But ask the questions. Make sure that you have all your ducks in a row. You know, seek mentorship. Like Dawn says, like, we're not the be-all, end-all as far as information about this industry in Vegas or anywhere. So it's like there's people that have information. We're not gatekeeping, so we're not just holding the information. The only place where you get it is Rise Talent. There's information everywhere. So gather as much positive information that could benefit you. Don't be an information junkie where you're just gathering all types of information, because then you can get skewed and you could start learning the wrong things and not the correct way to do things if you're trying to expand to a New York, LA, Chicago, things of that nature. So make sure that the resources that you're getting your information from are credible, people that have results, people that have credibility in the business, people that have connections, and move with that. Honestly, what I do, and I've done, 2024 was a big year for me. Of course, the stuff with IMTA, the role I grew into with Rise, things of that nature, but I did over a dozen fashion shows just in Las Vegas. So I got to meet event coordinators, photographers, other models, and just saw what everybody does. And I'm not saying, because I'm best friends and I'm Dawn's assistant, that the only way she taught me is the right way. No, what I learned is that there's people doing right things all over the place. I take all the positive things that people are doing. So like she talks about the invisible book bag, I take solid, important nuggets from every single person that I meet, and then I take it, I put it in a vacuum. Maybe I might not like the person. Maybe I might not look like the person. Maybe we're just on different spectrums as models, and whoever's viewing that could be the judge of that. Because I really don't care. I don't compete with anyone here, especially on the male modeling side. But nonetheless, I take all the positive things I learned from male models, female models, photographers that I've worked with.
Even child models.
Child models.
Yeah.
And I put it in a vacuum, and I'm like, okay, how can I apply this to me in my repertoire or what I'm doing? So that, in a nutshell, that wasn't really much steps to do it. It's more so a mindset.
One more quick question for you. So right now I say to you, Torres, we have a photo shoot with, again, hypothetical, Christian Louis Vuitton later for a shoe ad. You have to be there at 3 o'clock. We're leaving here at 2 o'clock. How are you prepared? What do you have in your car right now? And what should these models know as models? Hold on. Should I put them on the show? Hi, Bree.
So, going to Christian Louis Vuitton, I'm coming in a clean slate.
Well, what do you have in your car? Do you have anything in your car?
So, one thing that Dawn taught me very early, I always have go-see wear in my car. So, these jeans, I actually had to take them out of the car last night to make sure that they were good for today, because I was like, I'm going to wear these today. But I always have this in a black shirt, because in different parts of the industry, in different parts of the world, their go-sees look different. Sometimes they do the black on denim, sometimes they do black on black, sometimes they accept both, sometimes they rather one or the other.
Absolutely. So, nothing's, like he said before, nothing is right or wrong with that either. And that's just up to you, and maybe specifically, I know the person interviewing him used to work and has an affiliate with some denim line or something. So I might say Torres, wear blue jeans instead of black. And he doesn't question it. He understands. There's just always reasons. But I love that you do keep that stuff in your car. Black shirt, black pants, black shoes, denim. Keep these things in your car right there. Always make sure that you know your phone is set. You have your GPS right there, because I may shoot, or someone may shoot you an address. Go to this place at this time. You have to trust your process too. Sometimes it's, yes, I love that he asks, and people ask a lot of questions, but sometimes it's, hey, Torres, I'm going to need you to go do this, and keep your eye on that for me and do this. Okay. He just trusts the process. And then maybe after the fact, he'll be like, oh, I see why you told me to do that way. So you have to build trust with the people that are representing you and marketing you. If you're not represented by Rise and represented by somebody else, just make sure you trust them. Make sure you trust what they're telling you and that they're guiding you in the right direction. And then if you don't, that you question that to them and make sure that you feel safe. Again, being prepared. So what's another thing that they can do to be prepared? You have your clothes in your car. What else?
Attitude. Attitude, I think, is a very big thing.
Be ready to work at all
Be ready to
times.
work. Be ready to be agreeable. Now, obviously, when I say be agreeable, that means don't be a yes person to do whatever the person's saying. If it's something you don't agree with, then you definitely call your agent and handle that.
That's one thing. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Remind yourself where you were. Okay. That's one thing, especially guys, girls, any age group. You know what? Everybody. If you are not comfortable with what's going on in your environment, you leave, you call your agent, you get the hell out of there. I personally send you someplace. I'd most likely have done a background on these people before I background everybody, okay? So let's say I send you, Dre, you're female, okay? I send you out to a job, and it's a go-see. And you call me back and you say, yeah, they like me right now. They want to shoot it right now. Now, this is the first time I've ever worked with these people. You then, half an hour later, call me back. I don't really like the clothes they're putting me in. Does she not like the clothes because she hates the color yellow? Or do you not like the clothes because it's skimpy and tiny and you're uncomfortable? Whatever your reasons are, you give me that information, we make a decision. What tends to happen, we're going to take a 2-minute break, but what tends to happen in this business is girls don't say anything, guys don't say anything. We in Rise are about, you see something, you say something. You don't like something, you say something. Someone's making you uncomfortable. I am the type of agent, quit the job right there, who cares about the money? I would rather your safety, your success, you be okay in the business, rather your sanity, anything happening to anybody. We do have to take a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to get into that a little bit more on how to protect you guys, and also being prepared, how to protect, and just from a female standpoint, in this business, because something happened with you. We're going to tell that story when we come back. You're not going to want to miss this. This shit's going to be hysterical. Vegas Views. We'll be right back. Vegas Views, we're back. Okay, so I promised you guys a little bit more. So today, I normally don't do all of this and go so deep into this, but I'm really glad that I did. So we're talking about protecting models. This is really serious. So females, always let somebody know where you're going. If I am sending you out someplace, like I said, 99.999% of the time you are safe because I do backgrounds on people. But there are going to be times that it's not coming directly from me. Maybe it's a hookup where I'll call you and say, oh, hey, this photographer needs something for bridal. Do you want to give them a call? But I'll make you known. I've never worked with this person before. I don't know them. So do your own stuff on this one. And this is how I would talk to the model. Like, you kind of have a story. Yeah.
So this story, there was this agency.
It's funny but serious.
Yeah, there was this agency that messaged me on Instagram, and I had seen a little bit of their work, but not really too much of it. They sent me this message saying they were interested in casting me for something, and they sent me the details of like where to go for the casting. So I had told him about it. And I was like, I kind of don't want to go because it's like really late at night. It was at like 10:30 o'clock at night. And we ended up going anyway. We went together.
Well, do you hear the first red flags? 10 o'clock at night, guys. Yes, we do live in Las Vegas. Yes, we do live in Las Vegas, but no casting happens at 10:30 at night unless specified by myself, Victor Salvador Torres, somebody in the business that's been in the business for a minute that runs these castings. It's not happening at 10:30 at night. Red flag. 1.
So yeah, that was the first red flag. We got there. It was at one of the hotels, but it's inside of this like bar nightclub type of thing. So I'm like, okay. The second we get there, they instantly separate us. So,
separate you from Torres.
Yeah.
Guys, if somebody is going with you on a casting, first of all, a male, so a lot of the time we send females with males, males with females to go on the casting. If they go ahead and try to separate you from the person you came with, it's a problem. Now, with that being said, don't go on castings with your mother, your brother, your sister, your dog, your cat, trail along the kid. Don't do that. If you're a model and you have a small baby, have somebody watch your baby. If you want to bring your boyfriend to hang out with you right there, that's acceptable to walk you in. Don't bring your whole family, but you do not have to go alone. If somebody ever says, oh, no, you can't bring somebody with you, that is a huge red flag. If they separate the two of you when you're there, huge red flag.
Yeah, very huge. So yeah, they separated us right at the beginning when we walked in. So he's still outside, and then they bring me into like this room. It's this small room, and then like they sat me down and just walked out. And so I'm just sitting in this room by myself, and I'm like, okay. So I don't know. Did I text you?
You didn't.
Okay.
You weren't back there that long.
Okay, yeah, it was
you weren't
only
back
like
there that long at all.
It felt like forever,
Yeah,
but I think it was only like 4 minutes.
Yeah, she wasn't back there very long because like.
Now let me ask you, from your point of view, were you already, you knew this was sketch? Did you know?
I didn't know it was sketch because when we came in, I seen model type girls in there, and I'm like, okay, but they're not in go-see attire.
Yeah.
They weren't in super like slutty attire, but it wasn't standard go-see.
Okay.
So I'm like, okay, maybe.
Like they had their hair done, their earrings on.
Yeah,
They had clothes like they were going to the club.
Yes.
It's not go-see attire.
Not go-see attire, but it wasn't like they didn't look like streetwalkers.
Yeah,
They didn't.
right, yeah.
So I'm like, okay, she's the most modest-looking girl in the room. So I'm like, she's trained. She has training from us at Rise. She knows how to present herself. Even if she's just going out and just dressing normal, she doesn't dress like this.
Yeah.
She doesn't dress like this.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, that's something different for them. So, like she said, as soon as we walk in, it was like, oh, you sit right here at the bar, and then they take her with her. I'm like, interesting. So now my antennas are up.
And that's another thing. In the message, they had said, like, basically, like, club attire type of thing. No casting is gonna ask you to dress like that.
Yeah, no casting will ever ask you, red flag 3. No casting's ever gonna ask you to wear club attire. A job will. So I may call you and say, it's New Year's Eve, act like it's New Year's Eve. I may call you and say, you're at a funeral, dress in black, you're going to a funeral. It may be for a music video. Make sure you're going to the car wash, girls, car wash clothing. That's what it would sound like for an actual job. But for a casting, you are not in any of that. Okay.
Right. So somebody finally comes back in the room, and they're doing, like, the interview
It's a
was
guy?
so odd. Yeah.
Were you scared?
Already
this
a little bit,
story
but
scared
like,
the shit out of me.
I've
ready
been
to go,
through some
for
things, so
real.
I'm like, okay, like, I'm ready, like.
And plus, she knew I was outside.
And I knew he was outside, and it was such a small room. Like, I looked at everything, like, I scanned my surroundings. I'm like, okay, the door's right here, there's cameras right here, there's this exit right here, like.
And outside the music, it's not loud enough in there to not hear what's going on.
These guys are dying to know. Tell them what happened. Because this story's like kind of scary, and she's laughing. I think she's laughing because she's tough. Because she knows you can handle
a little
it, right?
bit, but I was laughing when I came out because it was just the weirdest thing. We were laughing at the bar for like, I want to
Tell
say
them what happened. What happened, Drea?
So this different guy comes in. It's a different guy than who walked me in, and he's like, yeah, have you done atmosphere modeling? And I'm like, what's that? And he's just like, you basically are going to be like a bottle girl for these clients, but they're private clients, and you're going to be in a room the whole time with them, getting drunk. And I'm like, oh, okay, thank you. Can I go?
Can I tell you real quick before you tell me the rest of the story what I'm reading already with these red flags? So already she answers the 10:30 at night. They go, smart for bringing him. So smart, because if you would have went by yourself, the result would have been different. Horrifying. 1. 2, you get there and all the other people, look how the other people around you are dressed. If they're not dressed in their go-see clothing, like a pair of jeans, nice heels, and they're all looking like they're ready for something, they're ready for something. Okay? That's 2. 3, you're separated from the person you came with. I think they thought you were the pimp. So I think walking in, they thought you were the pimp. You escorted your girl, but then they felt her out a little bit, and they were like, no, she's like a real model. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Careful of those, because then you're like...
Because I started asking a lot of questions.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, what's atmosphere modeling? How much is this paying? What
Yeah.
do I have to do? Because at first they didn't give me the whole rundown on what I had to do. They're just like, oh, you're just going to be a bottle girl. You're just going to serve drinks.
Again, her training, very strong girl, she's already asking all the appropriate questions that they're like, shit, we can't get over on her, because you're not like, oh, you're going to pay me to be pretty? You already know how much. Did you ask them how much this pays?
Yeah.
Good. She's asking the important questions. How much this paid? You were not scared. That's another thing. When you have your confidence as a model, you don't sit there. You're not new. She's already been through the whole modeling thing so many times before, so you were able to catch it. Okay. This is all really a positive experience, because it is kind of funny, because we all know what went down here. They were collecting girls, most likely for, I don't want to go to the extreme and say trafficking or anything like that, but along those lines.
A pimp service?
You said pimp service. Okay, whatever we want to call it, that's what was going on. He was there, protected the situation. She actually was smart enough, and which saved it, because you should have bursted down the door. 4 minutes is a long time. So you should have bursted down the door on her at about a minute. 60 seconds, why do you have her in there alone? Just moving forward.
Right.
You did the right thing by asking all the right questions, and then you made your way out of there as soon as possible. You didn't stick around.
No, not
okay,
at all.
so you got out of there.
Guys, me and him met back up. We just stayed together, and they already knew I was.
They knew not to play with you because of the confidence. Guys, confidence is another thing in this business. It can protect you. Have confidence. When you go into an agency for the very first time, if you sit down with anyone that has bad intentions for you, they're going to walk all over you. Have the self-confidence you need. You're not a know-it-all if you don't know it all, right? But have the self-confidence you need to care about you and what is good for you and what is not good for you, okay? And that is really good, Drea. And that is really good you went with her. But 60-second rule, if you're even feeling that something's not right, you get in there and you save the person you're with.
Because I definitely got up and moved kind of closer. So she didn't, when she came back out, I was sitting in the same chair. But I got up for a while.
And
I walked around. And granted, some of the girls in there, when we got there, I knew. So I'm like, I'm checking something like what's going on? Like, what's this? Like, how much info have you been getting? So while she's getting info and asking the right questions out there, I mean, in there, I was asking it out in the open.
Yeah, when we met back up, he kind of already knew what the whole situation was to a certain extent, because one of the models he was talking to also like got the same exact, text messages, the whole rundown, and all of that.
See, this is another thing, guys. This is great. Also, I love what you guys did. You both didn't automatically feel comfortable because you saw people that you know. Things are not safe just because you see people that you know.
Right.
If you're on a casting or you're in a set or something and you see someone you know, it doesn't make it automatically okay. Well, so-and-so was there. Okay, well, so-and-so may be getting hurt too. You want to be really careful. And this isn't just for women too. This is for men. You want to be really, really careful wherever you're going, whatever you're doing, making sure you're in the right spot. But that's what an agency, that's what management is for people to protect you. But have smarts. Good job on being just knowing well enough that people should be saying the right things to you, and you should be saying the right things to them, and it wasn't working out was a clear indicator. Did you feel almost in a way you were above him in the modeling game because he didn't know what he was talking about?
A little bit, because once I was asking him questions, it's like he would take a minute to respond and he started stuttering. He kept switching his answers.
So you made him nervous because you weren't a prostitute.
Yeah, and then once it came towards the end of the conversation, he's just like, okay, so this is what you're going to have to do, and this is how much, and I'm like, okay. So we're done here.
And it was favors they wanted you to do, or he didn't go to that?
He didn't get to that. He basically just said it was going to be a room very small, like the one I was in. It was going to be about like 2 to 3 other girls in there, and they were going to be in there with clients until they were done. So if they wanted to be in there for 3 hours, you're going to be in there for 3 hours with them. Like,
guys, you hear this. When you're getting hired for a job in modeling, that's not the way it works. You don't get locked into rooms. People don't say you have to stay this specific amount of time. There was another story as well that one of my models had told me. She went on her own and did not call the agency or anything and asking if it's legit. She went to someone's house here in Las Vegas. There was a bunch of girls there. They took their cell phones. They locked their cell phones up for 5.5 hours. There were cameras all over the place, a whole big thing. And then the girl said to me, I was just terrified. The minute someone attempts to take your cell phone, if you're at a show on Las Vegas Boulevard and they're taking your phone because they don't want you to record, that's fine. If you're going to an elite party, be careful. If you're going to a casting or something exclusive, be very careful. If I'm sending you on an extra job and Brad Pitt and Nicole Kidman are on the job and they just don't want you taking pictures of celebrities, but it's happening at Circa, that is completely different. But if you were at someone's home and they go to take your phone from you, that's your phone. You don't give people your phone. And if you want to be in the in crowd or you want to excel your career and you think this is the only way, this is not a way to excel your career. This is a way to get hurt. Okay, guys? Be very careful. When people get in touch with you on the internet, I'm from so-and-so and I want this from you and come meet me there and come meet me there, you can end up dead. True. Real. You can end up dead. Be so careful. This story was a little humorous because it's typical Vegas. Girl silly, answers the ad, guy goes with her, everything's fine. They leave laughing. It was just a bunch of pimps thinking he was a pimp. The story's funny. But it's really not.
It could have taken a very serious turn.
Took a serious turn if they were naive at all. I think both of you, like where you're from too, had saved you, because if you were a girl from someplace else that didn't wasn't raised the way you were, and you were a guy from someplace else, it could have been tragic, and it could have been a lot of trauma and sometimes death, and it happens all the time. I'm into true crime, and a lot of true crime starts this way in this business, and I hate it. I hate that I'm affiliated with the business, even though I love my business, but it's a lot of it starts like this. There's a photographer that wants to take a picture of a girl. Almost 90% of the true crime that I watch back in the 80s were men saying, would you like to be a model? And killing women. And it just always was, oh, would you like to be on a TV show? Like, the business can entice you into doing things you normally wouldn't do. It is the one and only business that people view that it's so impossible to become a part of, which it is hard to become a part of, yes. But be smart, guys. Especially, it shocks me, we're in 2025, the things that are still happening on media where kids are getting hurt, and parents have to have conversations with kids. So I hope this was informative to you guys today, everything that we went over. And I like these little Q&As. So moving forward with this, if you're seeing this episode, I want you to flood this. Social media shows, flood us with questions. If you have questions, if you agree with me, if you disagree with me, if you want to come at me, I apologize. But I'm just giving you guys the truth, the real. Remember, you're never too fat. You're never too skinny. You're never too short. You're never too tall. You're never too old. You are never too black. You are never too white. You are never too Asian. You are never too Indian. You are never too anything for modeling and acting. Okay? Maybe not high fashion runway. Maybe not the glamour girl on the beauty commercials, right? But there's something for everyone in this business. So you can give us a call if you want at Rise Talent. If there's something you're interested in, we just say, please, guys, stay safe, get trained, be prepared, start a good career. And guys and girls, parents, let your kids branch out and see what they really want to do in this business, but watch them. Stay with your children. We work with a lot of kids who comes along with them, all the parents that we love so much. Sit with your kids, stay with your kids. Don't leave your kids alone with anybody, ever. Ever. You don't leave your children alone, ever. Don't trust anyone, not a soul in this business or any other business. Okay, real quick. Let's wrap this up, though. Let's talk about, because it's got real serious real quick, let's talk about some good times and some positive things in the business. What has this business done for you and made a positive impact in your life and who you are?
It's done, like, it's changed my life completely from where I used to be. Like, I've made a lot of new friends. I've learned so many new things. Like, I was so, like, I didn't know anything about anything when I first started modeling and acting and all that. Like, I didn't know who to talk to, how to get booked for anything, how to really do anything. And so being here, especially being a part of Rise, has taught me, like, so much, because Rise teaches you, you know, every different aspect of acting and modeling and singing and dancing and all of that. Like, you don't just learn, like, one thing with modeling or one thing with acting. Like, you're going to learn it all. So, you know, it's done a lot.
Yeah. For you, what do you think? Something positive. What has it given you?
Modeling saved my life, honestly. When COVID happened, I was a collegiate athlete in 2 sports, and I was on the cusp of becoming a professional in both of them, going to the Olympics and going to the NFL. So when that ended, I was very lost. Like, you hear the story about a lot of athletes not really knowing what to do with their lives after their careers are over and they retire or they get hurt, have a bad injury, and they have to life after the sport. It's kind of dark for a lot of athletes, and I was experiencing that. Granted, I was in investing in network marketing at the time, so that was something that I was growing a passion for. But it was just something that I was very good at because I put in the work. The only other thing I've ever wanted to do as much as football and track and field, if not more, was modeling. Now, it wasn't runway until I met this lady right here, but it was always modeling for me. So to do something like IMTA twice, to still be waiting for what's in lieu for me, that makes the wait worthwhile. It's still a painful wait, but I wouldn't want to do anything else. So modeling and this entertainment itself, because now I have the acting bug too after doing my first movie in November. But the entertainment industry it's keeping me afloat, it's keeping me breathing. Honestly.
And I know you love the people and the connections. Like, for you, I think that's a big thing.
Yeah.
He mentors so many young people now, and it's actually cool for me to watch, because I remember when you just needed a mentor so bad, and it was like me and you, and then you found other male mentors and branched out with those guys, and then now watching you with young people, I'm like, wow, you truly do give back, and you really care. You love these guys. I watched him cry in LA. A couple of his guys won
Yeah.
and did great things, and it was not even about it for you. You were like look what they did. I felt the same way too. Like, really? Like, they did a thing. They did that. I mean, that was really cool. So to watch you mentor them and love them and help them and give them everything, like you said before, it's about giving back. It's about giving, and I love that for you too. And for me, I love that. I think how the industry, this industry is my whole life. It is my whole life. It is my whole life. But it's the people. It's the people. I don't love everybody. Like I just said, that's so serious. I don't love everyone. It's true. I don't. And it's hard to sometimes get along with a lot of different creatives and a lot of business people and just meshed all into one. But for me, it's the connections. It's the people. It's that I know life is not easy always. And I see people and their struggles and what they go through, and I believe in doing hard things. That's my motto, obviously. But doing hard things, and I love the outcome. I love watching someone who says, you know, Dawn, I don't want to really do this. I don't know if I'm going to be okay or if I'm good enough. And when I hear someone tell me they don't know if they're good enough, like it's like lighting a lighter inside my soul. It sparks me. Like what they say, they're not good enough. Oh, I have to come in and teach them different. Yeah. I don't know why I'm drawn to that, especially in little ones. If I see someone with a talent that they're not aware of, there's a spark in me that I have to like show everybody. Like, look what they have. Look, and I don't know where that comes from in me, but I love that. And yeah, it's lighting a spark. It's lighting that fire. It's doing hard things. It's saying that if you, I'm a firm believer in this, and I will die believing this. If you say you can, you will. Yeah. If you say you can't, you won't. I am living proof. I am living proof. My entire life is a living proof of a belief system. I've believed things and I've made them come true. I have worked for them and I have achieved things that I didn't think were even possible at all for me, ever. And I've achieved them because I knew that I can do it. And just like the things to come in the future, I know that I can do it. So for me, this whole industry just made me know that there's nothing I can't do in this whole world. I got this. This whole thing, I got this. Good times, hard times, bad times, me and God. I got it.
Same, man.
Yeah.
It's like opened me up to a whole different world that I didn't even know was just so attainable.
Yeah. Guys, if you need to get in touch with us, Rise Talent LLC on Instagram. That's always a great way. Stop by the studio. Ring the doorbell. Ding dong. We're always there. Don't be scared. Facebook, Rise Talent, not the page. The group page is so much better. Rise Talent group page. I think it's Rise Talent Management. But again, Rise Talent LLC on Instagram. That's the best way to get in touch with us. Follow us, check for new castings, learn. This is all about learning, guys. Training is so vital and so important. And even if you don't want to be booked in the business and you don't want to move to television and film and all that, you just want to have a good experience, we're here. How could they get in touch with you, Torres?
Facebook and Instagram, Torres Ingram, TORRESINGRAHAM. Type in Torres and the letter I and we pop up.
Okay. How could they get in touch with you? Be there tonight at her 4:30 class for 4:30. Oh, my phone. 4:30 to 6:30 dancing. And then also, how could they get in touch with you?
Instagram, Lovely Drea, and Facebook, Andrea Dene. Andrea, put the D in and it'll pop up.
Every single Wednesday, this beautiful young lady from 4:30 to 6:30 is Tuesday. Sorry, I'm on Wednesday. We're Tuesday. Oh, well. 4:30 to 6:30 every single Tuesday. She's teaching dance at Rise Talent. It's going to be so much fun. All age groups. Okay, this is going to be cool tonight, though, because we have some of the kids with the parents. And then I'll be dancing in the class. So if you would like to see that, I'm going to branch out and do hard things and dance in the class with people. I haven't danced in years. Thank you so much to social media shows. I don't say that enough, but thank you so much for having us and giving this amazing platform. Guys, I'm going to need you to start getting these numbers up. I'm going to need you to start asking questions so we can answer them for you. Log on today, watch this, send it to your friends. We'll see you next week, every single Tuesday. Social media shows, Dawn Sullivan, Rise Talent.
Hello, beautiful people, and everyone else. No, I'm just kidding. You're all beautiful. Welcome to another controversial episode of the Honeybees. And today's topic is about diversity. And I am JC Crazy Lago. Sorry, Crisologo.
My name is Marcia Ruiz. I'm back for how many?
She couldn't wait for me to introduce her. I love it. I love it.
Because I missed a lot of episodes, right?
She missed it that she went ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So, our topic for today is,
Yes, it's about diversity. As you can see, we are very diverse here in the studio. I'm a Filipino, she's a Filipino, and the woman behind the camera is also Filipino. Just kidding. But anyhow, don't you just love the fact that we live in this great land, the U.S. of A, United States of America, and this is a land of diversity, and there are Latinos. Which other groups can you mention?
We have different Vietnamese, Cambodian, Indian, I think
Pakistanis,
I
Asians,
think all over the globe are here.
yeah, Armenians, Russians, you name it, everybody's here, and a lot of Irish descents, and a lot of Germans, and Argentinians, and a lot of Cubans.
And of course, a lot of Filipinos.
Yay!
And we are one of them.
Yes. And a lot of these people who were not born and raised in this country came from other countries, and they came here as immigrants. But let me ask you this. What did you notice as an immigrant? Was it easy to immigrate to this country?
I think it depends how you will come into this country. If it's
but like let's in your case, was it easy?
No, I had to go over a lot of things before I get totally
accepted. Yeah, here in America, and that went for me because when my dad was already a U.S. citizen here in America, and when I was still in the Philippines, when he petitioned for me, I was over the age of 21.
Oh, yeah.
So it took a long time for me. The process was longer because I was already considered, an adult. If you're already an adult,
yes, correct.
The process, it took me 10 years, 10 long years to be able to receive the approval and the invitation of the U.S. immigration to even have an interview in the U.S. Embassy.
Wow. Yeah, I think until today, it's still 10 years. If you're overage, it's still 10 years. But me, I came here in the U.S. through a fiancé visa.
Fiancé.
Yeah, but there's a lot of questioning, and it take about 1.5 years before I get the granted to come here. And then, and after that, even I know there's a struggle after that, and then I get my permanent visa, and then I get my citizenship.
That's wonderful. Yeah, when the day that I got my letter from the U.S. immigration from Homeland Security, I was very happy, and I said, "Oh wow! I mean, this is it. Like I'm going to America now." Of course, it was I had to go through a lot of process. Not only, I think I had 2 interviews. I don't know if I had 2 or I forget. But the only thing that I remember is that they even sent me to St. Luke's Hospital in the Philippines, which is affiliated with the Homeland Security, to have myself injected.
They call it
vaccine.
medical.
Yeah, vaccinated. And then also I had to take a class about immigration. And when I took that class, they stamped my passport. Oh my gosh, I remember that day that they took me there. My mom and my Aunt Millie and her driver left me in the
Inside.
Quirino Avenue. That building was in the Quirino. And I was there for an eternity. And then when it was finished, I said, the car isn't even here. I haven't eaten the entire day and I was already hungry. It was close to the afternoon. And you know, us Filipinos and food, I gotta eat right now.
Yeah, at least 3 times a day.
Yeah, and so anyhow, that was like a nightmare of a day with me. You guys are wondering why we're sharing this, because it's not easy to come here to this country and you have to go through a process, immigration process to come here. If you come here the legal way, it's going to take time, but at least when you enter the USA, you are legit.
Yes.
You are legitimate. You can get your social security card, you can get your state ID, and you have a legal right to work. Of course, in the beginning, you are not yet a U.S. citizen. Becoming a U.S. citizen is not automatic.
Yeah, it takes time.
It takes time, and I know that we're gonna put Nicki Minaj on blast right now, because she keeps on saying that I spend millions on my taxes, and the least that they should have done is to make me a U.S. citizen. Honey, that's not how it works. You need to apply. You need to apply, and you're going to go through a test, and you need to pass the test, and only then, and then you need to go through the oath taking to become. It doesn't matter. Even if you give $1 billion to the U.S. government, they're not automatic. It's not about money. It's going through legal and due process.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, as much as we love Nikki.
Not giving a lot of taxes is not going to be counted to become a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, it's not being part of the privileged class. That's not how it works. This is all. The playing field is all equal. You need to take the test and become a U.S. citizen.
Just like other people, you have to go into normal process.
That's correct.
No exemption.
Thank you. A round of applause.
Thank you.
I love my host. You know, I missed you. I haven't seen you in a long while.
Well, I've been
it's
busy.
Almost like
1 month.
Yeah, she's probably been busy in beauty pageants and in karaoke, either karaoke or beauty pageants. She says she was moving into a new house, but all I saw was her posing in a bathing suit in front of the camera.
Well, after I've been busy moving out to my moving into a new place,
and then you had to wear a bathing suit.
And then after that, couple of days after I move into that place, I need to go out of town for work. So I just came back here, and then I will be going back again after this show, and I will be out of for 2 weeks.
Me too. I went out of this world.
Ooh,
and then I'm back.
You just came back to do that?
Yes, I came from Saturn and Venus.
So how is it?
It's beautiful. It's spectacular and breathtaking. I almost ran out of breath.
Ooh,
There's no oxygen over here.
Yeah, you should take your oxygen.
So anyhow, we digress. I just love making a fool out of myself in front of the camera. I just don't know why that is. People probably watching are saying he's probably time for him to take his medication.
Did you take it or not?
No, and I'm so afraid that I might become a mean person. You know, I become a very mean person without my medication.
Okay.
So you're gonna need to pull out your whip and you're like a
Hold on,
horse.
let me look for that letter after the break. Okay. Thank you for telling me that,
I
Casey.
ran out of Adderall. So
anyhow,
yeah, there's so much diversity, you know, in everything. And if you notice, even in politics here in America,
yeah,
there is so much diversity. I mean, take a look at, you know, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Oh my gosh, Kamala is very diverse in her own right. Yes.
Well, never mind. I'm not yet. Well, I watched the debate last night. And I heard some part that
You're a few weeks late, by the way. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I know. I just watched last night while I'm packing because I was so busy, and I heard that she claimed that she's black.
From what I've seen is that she is part Indian, from India. Yes, and that, and also Latino.
Yeah, but I heard that she's claiming that she's black now. So how
So
come
we
it's
don't
become
know.
changed up? Because the election is coming, so there's a diversity coming out right away, right?
I know the election is coming, so later on it will be revealed what kind of a diverse being I am. Like right now, I don't know whether I mentioned a while ago that I was a Filipino, but now maybe I'm not.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I'm Thai, maybe I'm Singaporean,
Oh, maybe,
or maybe I'm
right?
Indonesian. Who knows?
Or maybe Indian, right?
I don't even know what you are right now. Who are you?
I'm maybe
I'm Italian, half Italian.
right now. I don't know. And maybe tomorrow I will be Chinese.
Ooh, baby China. I love it. We already had one many months ago.
What is that? The cheetah?
Oh my gosh, did you just call her a monkey? Oh my god. Cheetah, baby cheetah.
Baby cheetah. Cheetah is a monkey, so
The sidekick of Tarzan.
Exactly.
Oh, yes.
That's a big diversity, though.
In the big diversion, we digressed. Oh my gosh. In case you guys are wondering why I'm wearing my blanket today, it's a little bit cold in the studio, so I'm just
Yeah, me too. Okay.
But anyhow, let's go back to the diversity in the White House with Kamala and Donald Trump. So each of them came from a different point of views.
Yes.
The other one, you know, the Donald, concerned about, you know, the illegal immigrants just coming to this country, and some of the illegals that are, say, just randomly murdering people, and you know, the illegals in Springfield that, you know, he said in Springfield, these are his words, not mine, they're eating your dogs, they're eating your cats, they're eating the pets that live there. That's what he said.
But he said, I don't eat my dog.
Neither do I.
And regarding for the legal immigrants, I guess Donald Trump is against with that. And then Kamala Harris, what I heard into the debate is it's not against, but after 6 months before the election, they stop doing that coming in and the non-immigrant.
Yeah, and then there was this weird video that came out that became viral in Springfield, Ohio, of a woman eating a cat, and the police, went there. You are under arrest. Let go of that cat that in your mouth. Drop the cat.
Maybe they put some
What?
flavor and become a shopao.
Oh my God. I can't. I can't.
Oh my God.
For those of you who don't know what shopao is, it's a big round dumpling that we eat in the Philippines. But no, it's not made out of a cat or a dog. It's supposed to be either pork or pork.
Pork or egg. No. Red.
Yes, egg.
Yes.
Okay, now we're talking about food.
Oh.
Yes.
It's certain. You don't want to be.
Oh my gosh, I don't want to.
Yeah.
But it's really it's fascinating what's happening, and also some people are, we don't want to be like too political here, in social media shows, nor do we want to take sides. But there are people complaining about an interview that they saw Kamala doing, when the interviewer was concerned, and he said, aren't you supposed to take care of the illegal immigrants, and preventing them from coming here to the U.S.?
Yes.
And have you been to the border? That's what the interviewer said. And she said, and these were her words, I haven't even been to Europe. So what's your point? That's what she said to the interviewer.
Just quickly put a button.
Okay.
Do you have any plans to visit the border?
At some point, we are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
And a lot of people were shocked because, anybody with half a brain will know that Europe is 1 million miles away and the border is just there.
Yes. And that is out of way answer to that question, kind of like that.
It's definitely out of my way, but I would love to take a flight to Europe.
Well,
yes.
I would love to, but we will go there someday.
Okay, and now we will go on a commercial break. Please don't leave, and hopefully you guys are not offended with our political talk, because we will be back for more.
Hi, I'm Deacon T with Modern Word Ministries. It's great to be with you today. Just a short little promo for our show. Every Sunday morning we have service, and you can follow us at 10 a.m. Pacific time on modernwordministries.org. And if you missed us or you want to see some of our older messages, go ahead and check us out on socialmediashows.com every single morning at 9 a.m. It's a great way to kick off your day, get a little bit of the word in you, get something uplifting, get you started off on your way. If you're looking for prayer or you need some help, reach out to us. If you go to our website, again, that's modernwordministries.org, you can interact with me via telephone, via DM, text message, whatever you want. I'll get right back to you. So if you need prayer, you need help, you just need somebody to talk to, Modern Word Ministries is here for you. We are your church in the community. So until you see you next time, be blessed, everybody. Bye-bye.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
Hello everybody, I am Nelia Ross. I want to invite you to join my new variety TV show, Las Vegas Live with Nelia Ross, every Saturday morning at 12 p.m. on socialmediashows.com. Experience music, entertainment, and culture with local artists, celebrities, movie directors, magicians, comedians, dancers, and so much more. But that's not all. Our special segment Bella Italia will take you on a musical journey through Italy. And the best part is that now you can watch us from anywhere in the world thanks to the streaming. Email us at neliaross.official@gmail.com to be our guest or sponsor. Tune in every Saturday morning at 12 p.m. and get ready for the ultimate Las Vegas experience. Un bacio da Nelia Ross. Ciao!
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
And we're still on the topic of diversity
And the immigration.
immigration,
The
illegal
immigrants,
immigrants here in the United States.
Yeah. If you want to come to this country, I mean, you have to do it the legal way. And this is not about being a Democrat, a Republican, or independent. Just follow the rules.
Yes.
Just follow the rules. And I remember one time I was on Facebook, and then they were talking about all these illegal immigrants, and then I posted. I said that it took me 10 long years to wait for my turn to come to this country. And then the guy got angry at me and snapped at me and said, it should have taken an additional 10 years more. So the guy, in his twisted mind, was covering up for the illegals. In the meantime, in me, that I was going through a process, I was following the process and following the rules and regulations. He was hating on me. Well, he was saying that it's okay for the illegals to come on in and not go through that due process. So I'm just looking at the minds of these people now. Like it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's actually quite fascinating and not in a good way.
Yeah, just like it's easy for them to come here in the United States while other people is going through a legal way or proper way just to come here. Doesn't matter how long it's gonna take, 10 years or 20 years, as long they will get their paperwork legally.
And there are perils and dangers too. I'll cite an example because I work in a store at the Palazzo. And the Palazzo, as everybody knows who lives here in Vegas, is connected to the Wynn Hotel, connected to the Fashion Show Mall and Treasure Island. It's like a quadrant, okay? Bridges connecting. And there are showgirls. Showgirls walking around, with their feathers. Hi, would you like to take my picture for $500?
That's expensive though?
No, I'm just exaggerating. Hi. No, thank you. And then one time there was this illegal who really had a big crush on
one of the
maybe he's never seen a woman wear her underwear before out in public. So this was his first time, So he said, "Can I take a picture with you?" And then the lady said, "No, not a chance. No. We don't want your ugly ass in the picture." So anyhow. And then he got very mad. It so happened that he was selling deadly weapons on the strip. He was selling sharp knives.
Oh.
And the reason why he said he was selling knives is because he wanted some money to go back to his country. There was an easy way for him to go back to the country. All he needed to say was to go to Homeland Security. I'm an illegal, and and they should have fired his ass back to his country like faster than Superman, than a speeding bullet. Okay, we'll get you on the next plane out, and that's it. Bye bye.
Yeah, he doesn't need to.
Nah, but no, that's not what he did. With the same knives that he was selling, he started stabbing the ladies, and one of them died. It was horrific.
See, that's the reason why it's not okay for those illegal immigrants to come in without the proper paper.
Yeah, and it's not okay to make the showgirls disappear from Las Vegas Boulevard either.
Well,
You know.
I only see those showgirls. No, I never been into that part yet. Honestly.
Yeah, they're always there, like walking around in twos, like they have a uniform. Like,
Yeah, I
for
saw
example,
in the
one
picture.
lady is wearing pink feathers, the other lady too is wearing pink. So they're like in like uniform feathers.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So, people will say, "Oh, I see that one bird is different from the other."
What kind of bird, right?
Yes, well, ostrich, darling.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not really good.
Not good at all to make those showgirls disappear in this town. Oh
You
my
have
God.
no right.
You have no right to make them disappear. All those showgirls flew away with their feathers, literally flew away. Walk, 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 walk. Oh my gosh.
So yeah.
I mean it's funny and yet not funny at the same time because, obviously there was major casualty and somebody died and
Yeah.
they have to think. And now I heard that a lot of these illegals are being placed in hotels
Wow.
in New York.
I wish when I came here in the United States I can go to a hotel, not in a house
Yes,
full of garbage.
this is happening in New York.
Oh, and New York, right?
Yes, anyhow, they are being placed in good hotels. And then some of them even had the nerve to say, this hotel room doesn't look good. Can you transfer me to maybe
Wow.
they wanted to be transferred to the Plaza or
Oh,
to the Ritz Hotel.
exclusive hotel.
Yes.
And they still have the right to complain what hotel they're gonna stay in if they just came here as illegal immigrants. Hello.
Oh my gosh, it's amazing. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And these hotels are $1,000 a night.
Wow. If they give that to the people here in the United States, it's better
Oh
than
my
just
gosh.
spending those money to those illegal
Yeah,
immigrants.
$1,000.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, I need
Oh,
that
and then
$1,000 too, at least. Even just
Yeah, the
every
allowance.
other month.
Can you just imagine if I'm given $1,000 allowance a week, excluding the hotel accommodation?
No wonder there's no more money of the United States because of the illegal immigrants.
Yeah, I mean,
Money for easy money.
we're not trying to turn ourselves into Foxy News, but
And they're using our taxes, guys. They're
Yeah, my
using our
gosh.
excuse me.
don't use her taxes.
They're using our taxes to provide or
Yes.
to protect these illegal immigrants. Well,
Yes.
I'm not against.
Use mine. I'm
We
just
just-
kidding.
I wish, right?
No. I was already taxed too much last year, and maybe because I didn't go back to my normal place to do taxes, and they said, this is how much tax you have to pay this year, and I said, what? It's a good thing I was seated. I almost fell down from my chair.
Oh, okay, you have to watch that again 3 months from now.
No.
right?
I'm gonna
You go.
look for that office where I went to a few years ago. I hope they're not in jail right now for lowering my tax, because sometimes that happens, But anyhow, I digress. So, yes, so that's what's happening.
Yeah.
right now, and it's crazy. I mean, and that, like we said in the beginning, we love this country because it's such a diverse
Yep.
country with different minorities, and sometimes we even intermarry each other and produce wonderful babies or weird babies, because they yes or whatever.
Because of that diversion, I get a
Yes.
really cute. Oh, we have a really cute grandkids.
Can you believe
Mix.
she's a grandmama?
It's a mix, and they're really cute. Hi to my grandson.
I'm a
Santino.
mix too. I'm a mutt, but
Yeah.
I'm a certified mutt. But anyhow. Yes, and so we touched on the topic of politics, and oh my gosh, I hate talking about politics because, like, I just, people get so sensitive
Yep.
about this topic. I mean, it's a very sensitive thing.
Well, we're not in any side.
We're not siding anyone, whoever your side is. We
are on our
respect
side, our
you.
own side. Wherever your side is, we are our own side.
Yes, our opinions could be dead to one another, but we could still love one another.
Okay, how about that? Do you have any idea about diversity at workplace or diversity in
I think that right now we should segue to the topic of racism.
Okay.
It's also part of living in a country that's so diverse. Like, some people are not accepting of other people's
correct
cultures. And, like, let's say, for example, a few days ago, I like watching videos of people eating ramen because, like, it makes me even more hungry. And you see these, Asian people eating with their chopsticks. Of course, when they eat it, it's like there's no more tomorrow. They eat it like that.
Yeah,
And
and the sun.
And then you could see the comments. I think it's gonna give them hiccups. I think this is so disgusting. The way they eat is so disgusting. Blah 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 blah. And of course, I had to say, me as an Asian, I would like to savor the experience of eating a good ramen, and I take my time. And then, like, no, they're eating fast because they're in front of the camera. Well, don't die just because you're in front of the camera.
And the thing is,
It's not worth the funeral.
and the thing is, it's not only a 1 cup of noodles. It's a big pot of noodles.
Oh, no, I didn't get to that part yet.
Yeah, because they're on the video.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of like that eating noodles, but in a 1 pot, and they're gonna eat all of
The
them.
noodles and the
There's
bok
another-
choy
Yeah,
vegetable.
exactly. And they will dip
And
dip it into a really spicy whatever it is. And how they gonna do that? See, or they're verging into.
But anyhow, the only reason why we're talking about this is the comments. It's the racist comments that are being said against these Asian people. And, some people were trying to calm the other people down. They're keyboard warriors. All of a sudden, I'm a warrior.
But
in front of the computer, I'm a warrior. But in real life, you'll see them with their asthma inhalers.
because they become so tired.
Yeah.
Now.
No, it's so funny. It's funny.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh, it's just crazy. And so that's one aspect of racism. And sometimes, in the history there, Caucasian people being racist towards other, minorities that don't look like them, like dark skin and blah 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 blah. But I also noticed, and don't hate me for being beautiful. I'm just kidding. Don't hate me 'cause I'm beautiful. No, don't hate me for saying this. But I notice also in the black community that there are a few black people out there that are against Asians. And there, I said it. I said it.
Oh, well,
Cat's out of the bag, and I hope you won't eat that cat. And the big elephant in the room. Yes.
well, it happened all over, especially our workplace, because there's a lot of different kind of culture, different kind of people in a workplace.
Tell me. Tell me.
Just like, hey, they're putting you down if you're an Asian or with different nationality or anything.
Or it could be also that maybe some Asian people whose English is not their first language, they communicate
There's a barrier.
differently.
Yeah, there's a barrier
Like when they,
communicate.
instead of saying turn off the lights, they say kill the lights. And then, what? What?
That's what I said.
Kill the lights. or open the lights. Like, how am I going to open this? Like, how do you open a light?
That's why, because my workplace sent me to this new building in California,
Mhm.
and I need to teach a class for new hires, and I always tell them, hey, just letting you know, I'm a Filipino, and English is not my first language. So when you tell me something, it will go into my mind, convert it into my own language, and convert it into English, and then I can tell it to you guys.
In short, she has a converter inside of her brain. Mm-hmm. That's what's
Because I know one of my trainee is she's laughing on the side, but I don't want
Yes.
to confront her that
Yes.
you're laughing with you. I just leave her alone because
Yes.
I know because I have a strong accent, but I just ignore her.
And I heard this Filipino couple on the train, and there was like a racist Karen, attacking
Mhm.
them, and then the Filipino lady, instead of saying you're way out of line, and then she says you're on the line. Like what line?
Maybe her mind.
You're on the line.
Maybe her mind get delayed in converting.
Oh my
it.
gosh. You're on the line.
Yeah, it's when she convert it into English, there's some word that is missing.
Oh my
That's why
gosh,
she's-
Lord Jesus. Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, that's a lot's going on
Oh
in the
my
workplace.
goodness.
And have you experienced that in your workplace?
Oh yeah, I mean, I have experienced racism in the workplace. There was even a department store that I used to work at, and it's funny
Mm-hmm.
because the guy who discriminated on me wasn't really an American. When I say an American, somebody who was not even born and raised here. You could tell that he was really foreign to this country. And he came to me twice and said, oh, you Filipinos, you eat dogs and cats. Once again with the dogs and cats. I said, no, I don't. And I tried to explain to him that if you heard that, that only reflects on a few people
Mhm.
in my country that have unfortunately no education or grew up on the wrong side of the tracks. It's not their fault that
Yes.
it's like the circumstances, and they know nothing else. And not to play devil's advocate, or not even to defend them, because that's horrible. I mean, you don't want to eat Buffy or Miffy or whatever. So it's a terrible thing to eat a pet. But then this guy kept on insisting, and I said, I think you better stop. I said, like, you stop right now, because this is a racist attack against me and against my entire nation.
Well, for me to defend those people who's eating dogs
To defend,
yeah, to defend them. Well, here in the United States is unlawful to eat your pet, but in my country, way back in the Philippines, just like it's normal. So it depends what.
But now
Oh, really?
Now things are becoming very different in the Philippines because of the Filipinos now have become more aware. There's an awareness, because we now live, whether you like it or not, in a global internet network. It's almost like the world became one through the internet. And there's so much information and there's so much awakening going on that now Filipinos are putting a stop to that.
Oh, okay.
Even, the great Corina Sanchez, who's very, famous in the Philippines for being a TV announcer, is saying, we'll need to put an end to this because it's tarnishing the image of Filipinos abroad because it's making us look really, really, really bad. And it's making others look bad. Other Filipinos that don't even have any desire to eat their pussycat.
Oh, now with pussycat. But I tried dog when I was.
Oh no!
Honestly, I tried dog. That's why.
Oh no. Oh my gosh, I need to drink. Oh good gracious.
That was when I was young, and I don't know. There's some speculation that coming out that if you cooking a dog meat and you put a banana stem on it, a worm will go up.
And she's wearing red, for crying out loud. The color of blood.
No, when you put a banana stem into a pot that has a dog meat was cooking, there will be a worm that coming out. Since I heard that,
we don't need to go into details.
Yeah, but when I heard that,
this isn't Netflix.
Well, I'm just telling the truth. That when I heard that, I stopped eating dogs.
Oh my God.
Well, I'm just telling the
graphic. Truth. My gosh. You know what? We should be in that new movie right now in Hulu and FX called Grotesque. Because in there they're eating humans.
Oh no. No.
Okay,
Already.
somebody is giving us the peace sign.
Yeah,
and we will be right back
in a couple of minutes. Bye-bye.
Got Films is a full-service production company that provides motion picture quality content and production services for use in the film and TV industry. Looking for a seasoned crew, high-quality equipment, or other production services for your film, TV, commercial, corporate convention, sports, news, or interview project? Your search stops here. Some of our projects include NASCAR, American Restoration, Pawn Stars, Counting Cars, Top Chef, BattleBots, Forge and Fire, and Street Outlaws. We have also produced over 60 feature films and documentaries. We're ready for all your needs. Whatever your project, whatever your budget, big or small, Got Films got you. GotFilms.com.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
And we are back, but I honestly don't know how I am coming back from that conversation. Oh my gosh, that my blood pressure went through the roof. Oh my goodness.
Well, I just want to clarify that, guys. That was my other life way back in the Philippines.
Was it?
Yeah, I've been here for a long time, and actually I have a dog, I have a husky, and I have a cat. So I love animals.
Well,
I love cats. I love
hopefully you're not gonna feed the entire town with those pets.
No, I love them.
Mhm.
I love my husky.
Okay.
His hair
Uh-huh.
and everything.
Mm-hmm. He's here and everything. I hope that one day I'm not gonna see you with his fur on your like Cruella de
No,
Vil.
it's not gonna happen.
101 Dalmatians.
It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
We're just kidding. You know, we
Yeah.
love our pets, and you know, like we said a while ago, that thing happens over there in those unfortunate cases when they're you know, really poor, and
Yeah.
you know, it's just one of those sad things, which we're not trying to defend. We're not defending people who are eating muffin.
Because of their situation.
Yes.
Because in every way, there's always a way. Even no matter how hard the situation is, there's always a way to get up from that.
Yes, but yeah. So anyhow, going back to the issue
Okay.
about, you know, racism, there all these things, all these factors are the ones that are giving people here in America, you know, some paranoia. It feeds their paranoia. Like there was this one Asian woman who was screaming after her dog because her dog ran out of her house, and it so happened that she was holding her ketchup. So they thought that the girl was after the dog because she was going to eat it, you know, and they were saying, "Run, Buffy, run for your life." Yes.
Wow.
Because it so happened that
That's
Buffy, come back, Buffy.
And they thought that is a knife, not a kid.
No, it wasn't. No, they thought they saw the ketchup and they were terrified.
Or they want to make
Yeah,
it
because they thought that
caldereta.
she was going to put the ketchup on the dog.
And they make it
my-
caldereta.
Yeah, yeah, something like that. Oh my.
Oh, it's too dogs too.
It's like, run for your life. Oh my gosh.
Well, that's funny.
Yeah. So anyhow, I mean, my goodness gracious. For all those people out there who have eaten pets and somebody's pets, I hope you get an indigestion.
I hope they get bloated.
Yeah, I hope they get food poisoning. Oh my Lord. Oh my goodness. But
We
yes.
should stop that.
So now, because I just love talking about this diversity, because we're like a snake going like this. Okay, so we touched upon the topic of politics, illegal immigrations, and the perils of having an illegal immigrant, and we talk about, you know, racism. And before we end the topic of racism, we have to just say that we need to respect one another
Yeah.
and not cross each other's boundary lines. And then part of also being diverse is that nowadays I can see within the genders. So now they're saying that, okay, there's like a man and a woman, and then some people, you know, identify themselves
As a woman.
as a woman, and some people identify themselves as a man. Yeah, and so that is our world right now. The world where, and there's more acceptance right now for people who they call I call it the alphabet soup community, the LGBTQ, because they're all alphabets.
Wow. Oh yeah,
Yes.
LGBTQ. I just need to.
Now I know my ABCs.
Need to sink into my mind first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I hope it doesn't sink too much because it might turn into the Titanic.
I need a convert.
The Titanic that swam in. Come back, Jack. Come back.
As long as you have your rose.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I just love this episode of Honey.
Yeah, we just having
so funny. Oh goodness. Goodness gracious.
With the until hour is just
Yes. So anyhow, and like now and also, about this diversity, about the different genders. Make sure that if you think that you are a woman trapped in a man's body, that how does this even work?
Or
that make sure that you didn't eat a woman and that woman is in your body right now wanting to get out. So yes.
you have to figure it out.
It's just like
Yeah, but because sometimes if you're in a woman's body and you're in some man's body, but you think you're a woman, sometimes some people it's really hard to come out. It's really hard for them to accept or to bring it out who they are.
Yeah, it's just like a joke that I saw about a crocodile going to the therapist, and then the crocodile started talking to the psychiatrist and say, I feel like a man trapped in this body. And then the therapist asked the crocodile, when was the first time that you ever felt this way? It happened when this crocodile ate me.
Oh
yeah.
So
anyhow,
yeah,
it's a joke.
It's a joke.
So
all of the sudden the crocodile started talking because he ate this man.
Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah. But anyhow, make sure that everybody knows, where you're at, and I hope that I'm not gonna get a lot of flack from this, but don't say that you are a woman when you're really a man. You could say that part. Yeah, I feel trapped. I feel like deep down inside me I'm a woman, but don't convince others and tell them that you're really a woman, because guess what? The moment that they will pull your pants down and see a ding-a-ling. So
yeah, and I saw one time on the internet this one Filipino who is
See, now she's confused.
Yeah.
She's a girl or a boy?
I need to convert into my mind.
Yeah.
But yeah, she looked like a Filipina.
Mm-hmm.
But she's a man. He's a man.
Oh, okay.
And even the way she talked when she's talking to the other side, the guy on the other side believed that she's a woman.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a kind of in the internet. She's go all over the place. She get
until the other man got
into it
with her, and then realized that.
No, and then all of a sudden he will talk his regular voice.
Okay, I thought he got into the sack with her, and that's when he had a very unpleasant surprise.
No, it's just that the guy on the other side is just, well, he's falling just like, oh wow, she's so beautiful, like she's sweet, and all of a sudden, okay, he will talk in his regular voice, and the guy on the other side will be shocked.
Here's the thing: some men are born with a lot of feminine traits, that when they start dressing as a woman and putting on makeup as a woman, you're like really convinced that they're women because there's not a masculine bone in their body.
Mm-hmm.
But then I've also seen men who are like just trying to force themselves to become a woman and they end up looking like a hippopotamus. But that's another story, of course.
Yeah, yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot. You think though? I've seen a lot of a man who's in acting, just like a woman just walking in the street. You never thought that they are a man. Their body shape,
Mhm.
wow, so sexy, just like a beauty queen. They're so tall.
Mm-hmm.
They're a man. They're a man.
So going back, once again, in our topic that we live in this kind of world of gender identity and gender diversity, that maybe some of you guys are traditionalists or even religious, but I think that we should be able to coexist in such a way that we can and respect one another and not attack one another. Like I, for one, growing up back home in the Philippines and not have too much of a masculine backbone within me, because I was always getting sick and getting hospitalized, and I was always inside of the room, and I had a mother who overprotected me, too much, and really didn't allow me to go out. And so that's when those feminine traits started to come out. And most especially, I was surrounded by girls all my life, more than
a
men.
man.
So I experienced a lot of bullying, and that's when my insecurities, came to the surface. And also, in the Philippines, you're not even allowed to express your opinion. It's very different here in America, where here you can express whatever.
You have all the
In
freedom.
the Philippines, I couldn't even express the fact that I wasn't into sports, because that was a lot of shame in me. Now that I'm here in America, it's okay. When they talk to me about sports, this and that, I easily tell them. I say, I'm sorry, I'm not into sports, and that's it. Oh my goodness. And the next topic, for since we're talking about bullying right now, the next topic for the next honeybees, which is going to be next week, will be about bullying.
Just like a continuation.
The episode will be called anti-bullying. So people out there will not say, "Oh, you're just talking about negativity and you've misled me to watch your show. I feel so misled." Oh my gosh. So, and there you go. That was another fun and confusing episode
Right?
of the honeybees.
So until next week, guys. My name is Marcia, one of your hosts,
And I'm a Martian. I'm just kidding. And I am JC. And until next time, we love you and stay fabulous always.
Bye-bye.